জয়েন করে গেছে এই তো তোমার টিকিট লোক
না না আমার হচ্ছে
টিকিট লোক
Hello everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello everyone.
Yes, you are audible. You are
Sir,
audible.
kindly thanks to all the participants. We are having some challenges with the technicalities. Kindly give me 1 minute or so. I am actually on the verge of solving it. Just a 1 minute patience.
Saurav, your voice is not coming.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are now audible.
Okay. Okay. So, good morning to our viewers. Good morning, everyone. It's a very auspicious day. Again, it's a World Ocean Day 2023. A very good welcome to all our viewers and all our participants who are joining from different parts of the country as well as from abroad. It's a day where we celebrate the ocean, and on behalf of the foundation, myself, Dr. Saurabh Pal, welcoming you. And it's we have a packed program today. I am very sorry that for the technical purpose, we had to be 1 or 2 minutes late. But apologies from the foundation side and from my side also. Estuarine Coastal Studies Foundation is actually an education and research organization built newly in West Bengal in India. Its sole motto is to promote interdisciplinary research and education that are concerned with estuaries and coasts. Currently, it is focusing mostly in the eastern part of India. And as a part of our activities, World Ocean Day is a must. We in India are actually surrounded by ocean. We have a very long coastline, and from the very early time, we are connected to the coast. So, without actually delaying too much, I would like to start the program and thank all of you who are watching either on Zoom platform or on YouTube that this World Ocean Day. And I would like to end my talk by saying we need a safe ocean, we need a predicted ocean, and we need to use the ocean in a sustainable manner. So the message and the flag of the World Ocean Day remains high always. I would like to hand over the mic to the director of the foundation and the patron, Dr. Amalesh Mukhopadhyay. Shortly, he will give a message to all our viewers, and uh, after that, we would start the talk. For different sessions, we have different coordinators. We have some invited talks, we have some participatory talks, and we have some young professionals talk. The young professional program would be chaired by Dr. Bhaskar Bhattacharya, who is a scientist D and a marine biologist from the University of Calcutta, and he is working with the ocean for a long period of time, more than couple of decades now. The invited talks would be surely convened by me and Dr. Muhammad Manirujjaman. Myself more would be as an ecologist and work in estuaries, and Dr. Manirujjaman is morely as a biologist, work on estuaries and river and on the coast. So with three of us, we will carry on for next few hours. Please be patient, and I would like to. There are some exciting talks coming up. I thank all uh, the invited persons who have agreed in a short notice to deliver their respective lectures, and warm welcome again. Over the mic is over to you, sir, to Dr. Amalesh Mukhopadhyay.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. In fact, today I am very delighted to see this kind of virtual mode discussion and thing where the number of participants, mostly young, and with a good number in this particular very niche area to discuss today. Now we all know today is the World Ocean Day. Is it audible to all of you? Is it audible to all of you?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Yes.
So, we all know today is the World Ocean Day, which is as per the resolution of the UN General Assemblies sometime in 2008. And it started celebration since 2009. This part everybody knows, those who are in this kind of area to pursue. I'm not going into details, but you know, every other day there is a day in our calendar, like Mother's Day, Father's Day, Teacher's Day. All kinds of days are there in our calendar. And these days are basically remind us with the pursuit of some kind of celebration that how to reach out how to reach out this to have a sustainable progress. Now, Ocean Day is similar. Of one such day, we celebrate uh, to spread across the common people, not necessarily only among the people who are engaged in this area, but to the common mass, that the importance, significance, and its protection of the ocean, and that's the responsibility lies with the people who are in this area to pursue, like all of you. Therefore, the celebration what we scheduled for 8th of June every year, and the theme is rightly chosen again by the UN body, and this year's theme is the planet ocean tides are changing. So around this theme, we need to spread our important significance about the ocean across all mass with the event of celebration of the Ocean Day. Now, I'm not going into details the importance of the ocean, how it is beneficial with respect to our life, our economy, etc., etc. India, we all also know it has a vast coastline, and it is surrounded by the river, ocean, seas, etc. on the bottom part of the our thing. Therefore, the ocean or the coastal area is very intimately with us in our daily life, in our what to call economy, in our every day-to-day life. Therefore, the duty of ourselves is to spread the importance and its protection. Now, if we do not protect this ocean and its coastline, then sooner or later we will be in trouble. Disasters may happen. In fact, today's Times of India carries an article that when the trawler and the fishermen goes into the sea, they left the dirty things into the sea, which affects the marine life. You all can read that article today. It is written by in a group from MS Foundation in Chennai. Therefore, the importance or the responsibility lies with us, and the institute, like what I think few years before, with the enthusiasm and excitement of a young researcher, I should admire of Dr. Paul, Shodav Pal, who had decided to set up an institute which will basically engage in such kind of studies, both coastal, estuarine, as well as the ocean river kind of activity. And today, when we look for the seminar or the topics he has or you people have chosen, this is very, very apt about the thinking process, what it had gone a few years before during the setup of this particular foundation. So now I'm very happy to see that ECSF, which is abbreviated form, Estuarine and Coastal Studies Foundation, is carrying out its activity to celebrate the ocean study by formulating or evolving a day-long deliberations, which perhaps will relate to the research, outreach, how to protect, how to studies the various aspects of the estuarine rivers and the ocean coastal areas. The basic purpose of all this, perhaps to me, is to spread the message, to increase the knowledge level about this unknown areas, so that more knowledge and more engagement will help us towards its protection. Now, unless we protect it, the sustainable development will not be able to happen. And the economy along the coastline, people and marine life and other climatic changes will be coming into us as a disastrous format. Therefore, the all of us need to spread this message so that we could protect on a sustainable manner. I hope this day-long seminar, which ECSF has formulated, engaging many young minds, will take a message towards this. And because this year's I could see not only ECSF is also partnering with its two new entities, ECOP and UN Decade Ocean Science as well. And it is very rightly that we will be increasing our knowledge domain through this seminar. And in fact, this year's UN has decided that they should do this kind of celebration thing by organizing some kind of conference in person as well. But we will be some difficulty to hold it to at this point of time in person, but we hope that the virtual mode deliberations will help us, and in years to come we will try to make a in-person deliberations on such day. With this, I sincerely hope that ECSF and you people will be having a successful day-long engagement today. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Over to Saurabh. Saurabh? Saurabh? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, and you carry on the program further. Thank you.
Just a second. Thank you, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, for delivering the patron speech, and it was very. We will keep that in mind, sir. Like ECSF is trying its very best to actually work with the modest resources, and in future that we will surely try an in-person seminar in coming days. It will be a grand celebration from this part of the world. We have Indian Sundarban, which is the largest in the world in terms of mangrove. But so it would be always thrilling to have this sort of an in-person seminar in a big way. This is long due in our part of the India. So surely, sir, ECSF will try its best to do it. I could see here a lot of have joined from different parts of India, and again I warm welcome all of you. I welcome Professor Elliot also. I see he has joined from UK. I also welcome Shramik. He's a resource person today. Vandana. I also welcome Professor Rao, and I welcome Dr. I see Dr. Anish also. Dr. Anish Bhattacharya, I see. And many of you are presenting some of the, and we would be surely very much enriched to learn from you, because it's a start. We did this last year for the very first time, and this year it is grander. It's more bigger than the last year, and with the best wishes of all of you who have joined over the period in this thing, I think we are closer. We are every day we are closer to achieve new heights. As Dr. Mukhopadhyay already mentioned, ECSF has ties with different universities, colleges, and UNESCO institutions. It is spreading its wings. It has started with only ecology and biodiversity. Now it started practicing coastal aquaculture. It has opened up a wing of geography, namely coastal dynamics and community. It is also offering courses for biological statistics. Very soon, Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Anish Bhattacharya would be starting the coastal microbiology. So yes, a lot is happening from ECSF. Uh, Nothing is. I always believe that a thing is only impossible until it is done. So today, when I see a lot of you joined in this seminar, in this webinar, I feel thrilled. I feel ECSF is supported. ECSF is connected to whole world, to whole India, and that's a gratitude from our side. I would not want to delay anymore. I would like to invite Dr. Manirujjaman to chair the next session, which will be starting from 11:30. So over to Dr. Manirujjaman.
Thank you, Saurav. A very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Mohammad Munirujjaman, Scientist at Ishwan Coastal Studies Foundation. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow enthusiasts of scientific exploration, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all in this webinar on Ocean and Life Tides Are Changing on behalf of ECSF. Without further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished scientist and unwavering champion for the oceans. So let us move to our very first talk of the day. With an excellent career, Dr. Anish Bhattacharya has not only demonstrated unwavering commitment, but has also exhibited unparalleled expertise in the field of microbiology and marine science. His passionate research has shed light on the complex interplay between oceanic processes, climate change, and the delicate balance of marine life. He did his master's and PhD from the Department of Biochemistry, University of Calcutta. He served as a lead research fellow of the of the World Bank ICZM project, which established the spatio-temporal structure of the microbiome of the Indian Sundarbans. Dr. Bhattacharya is an awardee of RFSMS Fellowship from UGC BSR, awardee of the coveted Engage Your Audience Award at FEMS 2017, and the only Indian and youngest participant at FEMS 2017, with an oral presentation opportunity that too on the most prestigious stage of One Health Initiative program. He was postdoctoral fellow funded by Wellcome Trust UK at the University of Manchester. He has also published 10 articles in journals of international repute. Beyond his scientific contribution, Dr. Bhattacharya is a two-time winner of Best Photographer. Let us welcome Dr. Anish Bhattacharya to deliver his lecture on digging our own graves, some facts and threats from the biological perspective. Before we start, let me remind that the participant, please keep yourselves mute and do not switch on the video. If you have any question, please write that in the chat box of Zoom platform. And as we are running short out of time, so Dr. Bhattacharya, you have 15 minutes time to cover your lecture. 10 plus 5 minute time to sum up your lecture, 10 minutes for your lecture and 5 minutes for discussion section. So over to Dr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Dr. Munir Jaban. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one thing, I need to share my screen for the presentation I prepared. The screen sharing is disabled, Dr. Munir Jaban. Hello?
Yes, yes.
The screen sharing is disabled. So can you enable the screen sharing?
Okay. I'm checking it. Okay. Yes. Now you can share your screen, Dr. Bhattacharya.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
welcome.
first, thank you, Dr. Munir Jaman and Dr. Pal, for inviting me for this program and for the kind words you told about me. And without further ado, I want to jump into the presentation section. But before I start, I want to mention that I am a microbiologist by training. And I know that many of the participants today and many of the listeners through all the platforms, uh, there are many people who are not quite familiar with the microbiological point of views and intricacies and stuff like that. So I will not, uh, I deliberately will not go into the details and the data and the intricacies of microbiology. I want to make it simple and approachable as far as I can, as it is possible. So, uh, if I can share, can you see my screen?
Yes, you can share the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. So, my topic of discussion today is digging our own graves, some facts and facts from biological perspective. So, what I am trying to tell you that whatever we are doing to the nature, we are not doing good stuff. And most of the people who are not really educated in this kind of with this kind of phenomenon which are occurring throughout the world, the global warming, the pollution, the fluvial contaminants to all the part of ocean and estuary, these are destroying the whole biological ecosystem and in turn the environment itself. So if environment is destroyed, environment is disrupted, ecological niche is disrupted, everything gets in a chaotic state. And that's what I call death. And that's why I am just naming the talk as digging our own graves. So the study area of my research during my PhD time was the Indian Sundarbans. This is the largest single chunk mangrove estuary in the world, and uh, probably it is the most interesting biological niche there is in the world because it consists of numerous unique features which are not available in anywhere in the world. And if you can see the red dots in the map, these are the points from where I collected my samples, like water, sediment, and stuff like that. So if we go to the living world, the domain of life can be divided into two major components. One is prokaryotic organism and one is eukaryotic organisms. The eukaryotic organisms can be divided into plant, animals or fishes, and microeukaryotes. Whereas the prokaryotic organisms can be divided in archaea and bacteria. Most of you are familiar with all of these divisions, but still, there is the archaeal part is a little bit dicey. So I will just make a hint that archaea is a life form that is prokaryotic in nature, but the metabolic pathways or the physiological structure is in between eukaryote and prokaryote. So, what are the inhabitants of Sundarban? We know that Sundarban hosts is habitat to the famous Royal Bengal tiger, which is the only fish-eating and swimming um, species of tiger, and the biggest, probably the fiercest of the tiger species in the world. Numerous mammals like deer, monkeys, hogs, wild hogs, and stuff like that. Numerous species of birds, numerous species of birds, and these are just three examples, and numerous species of reptiles, which include crocodiles, alligators, and different kind of snakes, and a lot of microorganisms. What we think from what we think and what we see with our naked eyes is the macroorganisms which we can see, feel, and what happens that we almost forget about a world that is there always and everywhere, and that is what controlling the whole environmental system, and that is what is contributing to the biomass much more than the eukaryotic or the species diversity we can see through our naked eyes. So that is the micro world, that is the microbial world that is consisting of microeukaryotes, bacteria, and archaea. So what is tormenting, what is destroying our near and dear Sundarbans is one is the natural calamities that is happening, that is also happening due to some extreme events of global warming and the cyclones and the extreme tidal waves are disrupting the natural ecosystem in these kind of estuarine area. But the more concerning stuff, what happens here, is the fluvial contaminants, which we are just letting pass and just letting it rest in the river, the oceans, and that is what is destroying our environment much more than any kind of tornado or the tidal waves. So what happens to the environment here? What is the basic pro forma from a microbiological point of view? So what we did uh, in our World Bank project was to catalog the microbial, specifically the bacterial and archaeal diversity in the different parts of Indian Sundarbans. And what we found, I will not go into the details of what we found, but the metabolic activities. It is important to know that these bacteria. This is the part of bacteria I am talking about, and the bacteria inhabiting in the sediment and water of Sundarbans is responsible for the biogeochemical cycles as well as rhizosphere metabolism and biocementing activity, which protects the estuarine sediment from flowing away or soil erosion from happening. And not only the good things that is reflected from the diversity and distribution of bacteria, but also as we can see here from the data, that polyaromatic hydrocarbon consumption, heavy metal consumption, antimicrobial activity, and stuff like that, which is directly related to the anthropogenic effect and the pollution, the fluvial pollution, which is really of concern from an ecological point of view. And if we study the archaeal diversity, archaea is a very unique system which can proxy heavy metal and other kind of pollution, or the hydrocarbon pollution, or the polyaromatic hydrocarbon pollution. And as we can see from the charts from the ECA data, that if we can see here, if you can see my cursor, the green cycles in the topmost figure, the copper, nitrogen, zinc, and lead, stuff like that, and cadmium, DO, ammonia, and everything that is bad happening to the environment is clustered with Bonnecamp and Godthali. What is Bonnecamp and Godthali? Why these stations, these sampling stations are important? The Godthali is a market and a port area. So the anthropogenic activity in this area is extremely high, and as a port, there is huge amount of oil spillage and huge amount of industrial effluent and agricultural effluent are passing through these areas to the river, which is getting deposited because the flow rate of the river is very low in the estuarine area. So the sediment gets mixed with this kind of toxic stuff, which ultimately gets multiplied through biomagnification process, and it ultimately affects us. But the primary thing is it is affecting the microbial niche of this area. So what happens here is the halobacterial population or the halomicrobial population in this area is increased, which is not at all associated with the biogeochemical cycles of this area. But if we can see about the Dhulibashani is the southernmost island of Sundarban, and it is pristine, really pristine. Probably the point from which I collected my samples, probably I was the first man to set foot on that island. And really, we could see the difference between the polluted and the unpolluted area, whereas the methanobacterial or methanomicrobial population in this area is much higher, which indicates that it is a healthy environment, and the biogeochemical cycles like carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, phosphorus cycle, etc., which are very important to uh, to maintain the niche, is higher in population in this area. So this is the structural disruption what is caused by the pollution and the fluvial contaminants. The structural disruption of microbial niche, which results in community interaction, are diminished, community interactions. What I mean by community interaction is the community interaction between microbial world and the plants, the fishes, the phytoplankton, the zooplankton, and all the stuff. So what happens is plant growth and population is getting disrupted. If not, then the diversity is getting changed. If we can, if you study Sundarban very carefully, that 5 years, uh, not 5 years, 5 decades ago, maybe, uh, the population of Sundari, Dewa, and trees like that, the kakra and Dewa, the heliterious species, those trees were much more abundant in Sundarban. But today, buying is taking over all of Sundarbans, which is a resultant of this kind of microbial interaction change that says that the microbial population now can only support vine for their growth. The biocementing activity is getting diminished, is resulted, which is resulting in soil erosion. Planktonic bloom and metabolism is getting changed, and in turn, all the aquatic life is getting hampered. Alarming increase in antibiotic resistance and heavy metal resistance in the microbial niche, which in turn is becoming a severe critical issue, clinical issue. So my work during my PhD was much more focused on this last segment, and the segment that depicts the antimicrobial resistance or antibiotic resistance in the bacterial cells. So antibiotic resistance, as we all know, that uh, we develop an antibiotic, we treat microbial pathogens with the antibiotic, and somehow with some genetic transformation or physiological transformation, the bacteria becomes resistant to this activity, and ultimately the superbug is generated. So what I did was I isolated 114 ampicillin resistant strain. The A is for ampicillin, K is for kanamycin, tetracycline, and vancomycin. Vancomycin is called the drug of last resort. But I found 18 of the strains which were resistant to all of the four antibiotics from the Sundarban estuary sediment samples, which is very awkward. That from this phylogenetic tree, which what we found that not only the fluvial Staphylococcus type species, which are well known for their antibiotic resistance activity, but also Geogallicoccus, Oceanobacillus. These species are native to the Sundarban environment, but they are also acquiring, or they are cross-talking with this kind of staphylococcus or antibiotic resistant strain, and they are getting this kind of trait from the fluvial contaminants. And that is a serious concern, because all of these 18 strains have shown high level of antibiotic resistance among all four genera of antibiotics, which are clinically relevant till this date. And what we found was the genetic variant or the gene responsible for this antibiotic resistance was not only this the or the blatin, which is present always. All of the 18 strains got the blatin, but also from the perspective of Van A, Van B, and W, and stuff like that are getting incorporated in their genomic structure. So we can say that these fluvial contaminants are cross-talking with the native organisms, which ultimately is resulting in increased antibiotic resistance profile of the microbiome itself. So I tried to figure out how much of the microbiome is getting affected from this stuff. And from this map, 3D map, as you can see in Gothkhali, very concerningly, 4.2% of the total microbiome. I am talking about total microbiome. It is huge number of microbes are having these kind of blatam type ampicillin resistance gene, which is of extreme concern, which can ultimately lead to a clinical catastrophe. And um, we we are not really ready to defend ourselves against it. So what we need to do is be cautious about these kind of things, pollutants and stuffs what we are just dumping in our drains, in our rivers, in our oceans, and that action will have a much more devastating reactions on us. And be we have to be much more sincere about our effort to make our environment clean. So in conclusion, I would like to say that increasing pollution and anthropogenic activity is getting reflected in drastic disruption in microbial niche structure. The metabolic attribute of the niche is getting changed, resulting in detrimental effect on all kind of living organisms as well as the environment. Increasing antibiotic resistance is preluding serious clinical issues across different regions and their inhabitants. It is not that just the Sundarban region is getting affected.
Oh,
Hello?
hello.
Is affected, but all of the estuary environments throughout the world is getting reported with these kind of activity. Thank you for your patience and thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much to Dr. Bhattacharya for such a nice talk. As we are running out of time, we will take this session question answer later on.
Thank you.
In the open forum. Now it's over to Saurabh.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, for your talk. It was really exciting. Since we ran out of time, we could only take the question answer in the open forum. The next person needs literally no introduction in terms of estuarine world. He is Professor Michael Elliott. Sir, are you hearing me? Sir, Professor Elliott?
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine, Saurabh.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It's Professor Elliott is an emeritus professor at the Estuarine and Coastal Sciences School of Environmental Sciences, University of Hull, UK. I must say one thing before Professor actually speak. That Professor Elliott, I'm admitting to the world that when we were conceptualizing ECSF, I was very much closely looking at IECS, your institution, and how things could be built in India and different research and education activities could be fostered. So in some way, ECSF is in debt to you, first of all. Professor Elliott doesn't need an introduction, as I was saying. Many of us actually grew up reading his articles, numbers more than 350, some of his books. He is also the chief editor for Estuarine Coastal Self-Science, possibly the best outlet, one of the best outlets for estuarine science all over the world. He is adjunct professor of many universities. And thank you one more time, Professor, to show us the moral support to speak on this platform. And I'm a bit curious that have you before actually interacted with an Indian audience, or is this the first time?
I have given given talks to Indian audiences, especially our colleagues in Kerala, but unfortunately I've never made it to your country yet. I have had students working on the Sundarbans, but unfortunately I haven't yet made it to India. So perhaps in the future at some stage.
Absolutely, sir. It would be a pleasure for ECSF to host you and to serve to the best of the capacity that we have. And it is both, I'm handing the mic over to you. Our audience is eagerly waiting to hear you from. And a grand welcome to our institution and a very happy World Ocean Day 2023. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Saurav, for those very kind words. I think we're getting a bit behind time, and I'm afraid I have to leave exactly on the next hour because I've got, or it's 8 o'clock our time in 35 minutes, because I have another meeting to go to, and a meeting in person. So it's great to be with you and to be in this inaugural meeting of the of your foundation. I should add that I also have long contacts with the Estuarine and Coastal Sciences Association. And can I remind you now that the next international symposium of ECSA, the Estuarine and Coastal Science Association, will be in India. These international conferences are held every 2 years and have about 600 participants. And it will be in Kerala in India in 2024, and Saurav has the details of that. What I want to do is I want to just take us very quickly through the pressures, and some of them that the last two speakers have already mentioned. But I'll take you in a journey through the wider fields of these. And what we can do is we can talk about when we start managing and understanding coasts and estuaries, we realize that there is only one big idea, and that is how we maintain and protect the ecological structure and functioning, while at the same time allow the system to produce ecosystem services, and then we get societal benefits from these. And when Dr. Amalesh spoke about the importance of the oceans, I think one of the things that he referred to is this vision at the bottom, where we want a vision for our oceans as being clean, healthy, safe, productive, biologically diverse, and managed. Now, I'll pass on these slides to Saurav so he can send them around to you, so you don't have to copy information from them. I'm happy for you to see the slides afterwards and to use them as you wish. If you look at the bottom left-hand corner of this, you'll see why we have to manage it, because we are, as Dr. Anish has just said, we have to cope with historical legacy, we've got endangered functions and so on. So I want to just talk you through why the priorities are, what the priorities are for the estuaries and coasts, and what we have to do about them. Now, here you see two sets of pressures. We regard pressures as the mechanism of effect. We have exogenic pressures, that's things occurring from outside the area, and we have endogenic pressures, things occurring inside an area. And I think you can now see, as Dr. Anish said, for areas like the Sundarbans and the Bay of Bengal, many of these exogenic pressures are coming from outside, and the endogenic pressures are occurring inside. So we have to try and manage all of these. Now, a few years ago, we summarized this in a book by looking at, and there are Indian examples in this book, we summarized this as the threats for the estuaries and coasts as a triple whammy. A whammy is like a sort of a punch from the side. In the estuaries and coasts are threatened by increased industrialization and urbanization, increased use of resources, being physical and biological resources, and then the decreased resistance and resilience to climate change. And it's these that I want to talk about. So we need a basic model on which to study our areas. And this is the model that we use. It's a model called Dapsy-worm. It used to be called Dipsea, now called Dapsy-worm. And Dapsy-worm starts off with a set of drivers. That is, what do we want from the environment? Our basic needs for food and shelter and employment and recreation and so on. How do we get those? We carry out activities. The activities lead to pressures, and I'll explain these later. The pressures change the state on the natural system, and if it keeps happening, we create impacts on our welfare. So we have to do something. We have to bring in responses. So, for example, a driver is we want food. We go fishing with activities. That creates disturbance to the area. It might change the area, the natural populations. If it changes the populations too much, we can't get any more fish. So it impacts on our welfare. So we bring in responses like we can control fishing there. Now, within an area, that cycle occurs many times. This might be our boundary. This could be the Bay of Bengal, for example, or the Sundarbans. Each of these areas here, what we call these petals, because it looks like a flower, one might relate to fishing, two might relate to aquaculture, three might relate to navigation, four oil and gas extraction, and so on. So they're all happening within one area. But then outside that are these exogenic pressures, such as climate change, and I'll go into this later there. But the system gets more complicated if you could imagine this outer part here as being the delta and including the Sundarbans. All of these things happening there are also dependent on what happens upstream and what happens out at sea. So I haven't got time to go into all this, but just to really make the point about the importance of all this is the connectivity. So what we then need is indicators to determine all of these aspects. We need indicators of how many activities we have. We need indicators of how many pressures there are, indicators of what the state of the system is like, indicators of the impacts we have on our system, and then indicators of the responses. So I might have time to come back to these, but we'll see for now. And then just very quickly, these are the basic drivers. This is what we want from the oceans. We want these things to give us our well-being. So the whole aim, as Dr. Anish just mentioned, the whole aim is to try and make sure we don't destroy the system so much that we can't get these well-being aspects, that we can't get all those there. This is the list of the activities and the list of the pressures. So it just sees the vast number of things that we do to the seas, all of those activities we do to seas worldwide, and they lead to pressures. So now you see the difference between an activity and a pressure. These are the things that happen from outside, and I'm going to talk in a bit more detail about these. These are these pressures that come from outside the system. So they're coming from outside the Bay of Bengal, or the Sundarbans, but where you have to cope with the consequences of those inside the Bay of Bengal, inside the Sundarbans and your coastline. So the causes of these change are globally, but the consequences are within your area. So we can think of all this in terms of hazards and risks. And a while ago, we produced a hazard and risk typology. And you can see from these, which of these relate to your area. Know the surface hydrological hazards like flooding, the physiographic removal and so on, land claim or erosion. And you'll see some of these hazards are natural, but we make them worse. So, for example, as Dr. Anish just mentioned, we have typhoons and cyclones, which are natural, but if we remove mangroves by our human activities, we make the consequences worse. So there are many other hazards, the climatological ones, the tectonic ones, the microbial ones that again Dr. Anish has just been talking about there. We talk about macrobial biohazards like alien species, and then technological hazards where either we put things into the seas like bridges and dams, or we take materials out like fish and shellfish. And then we have the acute hazards. And I say you can read all these later. And then finally, the chronic hazards like pollution, and then also now increasingly geopolitical hazards. So all of these hazards are caused or exacerbated by climate change. So the main message here is a hazard can occur, but when it affects something that we value, we call it a risk. So the essence of marine management is assessing and then managing these risks. This is what we have to spend our time doing. And this is what all the regulatory bodies in India are doing. So we have to assess the risks and then manage the risks. And more recently, we're doing this using a technique from industry called bow tie analysis. Bow tie analysis is very simple. It has an ecosystem event, something that you don't want to occur, like a loss of species. It's got in these blue boxes the causes of that. What are the causes of the loss of species? And then the consequences. What are the consequences of the loss of species? And then between the causes and the main problem, we can put in prevention. And between the main problem and the consequences, we can put in mitigation. So this technique has been used worldwide now for many risks and hazards. And this just shows one example and shows how complicated this is. This is where we were looking at the effects of climate change on offshore wind power. There's lots of causes and there's lots of consequences all for this problem. And then just very, very briefly, with regard to fisheries and climate change, we've just done a project called Ceres, where we were looking at the effects of climate change on fisheries and aquaculture. And this shows an example of a bow tie for that. So if you want the reports from this, I can direct you to the reports. So just now quickly going through global climate change. As I said, it's an exogenic unmanaged pressure. It occurs worldwide. So when you're managing an area, it's something coming from outside. So we have to respond to the consequences. I hope, and I'm sure India are responding to the causes of the global climate change. But when you're managing the Bay of Bengal or the Sundarbans, you have to manage the consequences. So we can try and summarize these effects. And I'm quickly going to go through a set of diagrams that were published a few years ago in Marine and Pollution Bulletin in, 2015. And you'll see, you can read about the diagrams then. So this is climate change. I can explain this with a set of linked diagrams. The main problem we're worrying about is increased atmospheric carbon dioxide. This is leading to all of these changes, physical chemical changes, temperature changes, climate patterns, and so on. And they lead to all of these. Now, each of these aspects in this diagram, what we call a horrendogram, then links to others. So, for example, the altered temperature regime leads to species distribution changes, changes in alien increased species, changes to rare and fragile species, and the movement of species across latitudes. We have physiological changes due to the altered temperature, changes to breeding cycles and growing cycles, leading to either advantage or disadvantage. and eventually to community structure. We have increases in sea level rise, and this is a major problem in the Sundarbans area because of the number of people at risk of sea level rise. We talk about coastal adjustment or coastal squeeze, where the low tide level is rising and therefore either water's moving inland or the intertidal area is getting squeezed in some way. We have increased climate variability. The seas are getting more stormy. We have rare events that are becoming more common, like more frequent storm surges. And this again, as you see here, has eventual changes there. We have changes to rainfall runoff patterns. In Europe, we have changes to what is called the NAO, the North Atlantic Oscillation. In some areas, you have changes to El Nino, for example. You have changes to your rainfall runoff. So all of this is happening. And as you see, this leads to other things like changes in contaminant inputs, changes in hydrodynamic patterns, and so on. So all of these things are occurring, and they're all occurring at the same time. Similarly, and a big problem where you are, because of increased relative sea level rise, we have the marine incursion in the estuaries, changes to erosion and deposition and salinity, and again, changes to the whole system. So now you can see just how big a problem it is there. We have in the waters, and this is why we need things like World Ocean Day, we have changes to the pH of the waters. We have ocean acidification, changes to production, changes to reproduction, and so on. And then as we go through these, something that's affecting you, but from a distance, things like a loss of polar ice cover. And the way that affects the movement of species and global transport and so on. So now you know we have all of these changes, we have all of these global changes, we have all of these local changes. And recently we started thinking about these in terms of each activity has a footprint. And these are the footprints we're working on, and I'll try and explain these briefly. We've now got 4 sets of footprint. Each activity that we carry out has a footprint. That leads to a set of pressures, and all the pressures have footprints. They lead to effects, which have footprints. And then we bring in management responses, and they have footprints. And I'll explain these. So this is an area, I know it could be the sea area between, India and Pakistan, or India and Bangladesh, or any other 2 countries. We have 2 countries at the side and a dividing line down the middle. In the marine areas, we've got all the things that happen in the marine areas. We have shipping lanes and navigation, wind farms, oil and gas extraction, like you have in the Bay of Bengal, aquaculture, recreation areas, and so on. The activities within those areas could be relatively small. This part at the top here, fishing might be allowed in a large area, but actually it only takes place along that fishing trawl. The offshore turbines there, each turbine has a place, but there's space in between them. So the activities may be relatively small there. The pressures, that is the mechanisms from those, is bigger. We might have industry putting out pollution, but then the pollution starts moving, and that affects a bigger area, what we call the pressures. The effects get even bigger because, of course, fish may take up that pollution, the fish move around, or the fish get diseased and it stops them breeding. And so this gets even bigger there. And then on top of that, we've got the movement of these highly mobile species like whales and seals and seabirds and so on, and the fishes. And then, which is these yellow arrows, we've got movement of organisms through the system. And then we also try and put marine protected areas. So you see that the area could be complex. And in fact, if we look at real areas, and this is the area, this is the sea between England and Scotland and Ireland, the Irish Sea, you'll see all these things occur within an area. Now, worldwide, countries are starting to map these activities, what is called maritime spatial planning. So all of these things happen. So we're now thinking about what is the footprint in all of these areas. Now we can think about an area as having an assimilative capacity. What is the capacity to withstand this change or absorb this change? So all of this has been produced, been published, but you can see we have, if we think about environmental quality of an area, say Bay of Bengal, if it's got no activities, it's got high environmental quality. If we put in some activities, we reduce that environmental quality. With it, we can then put in mitigation where we regain some quality. We then put in something else, offshore renewables, and we lose the quality again, and we put in mitigation. Then aquaculture comes, we lose some quality, and then we can regain it by mitigation, and so on. And we can keep doing that until we get down to some line, this green line, which is an area we don't want to go past. And this is what we call the assimilative capacity. In Europe, we call this green line good environmental status. We want the seas to accept these industries, but not go below what we call good environmental status. Just very briefly, as another challenge, we have to think about connectivity between the sea areas, because one of the difficulties we've got is that all of the sea areas are connected in their ecology, in their conservation, in their oceanography. They're connected in their monitoring and their laws and so on. This is in a paper that's just been submitted, so I'm hoping eventually it'll get published there. So then let's quickly talk about the management of areas. How do we manage an area? Well, we have lots of things to manage an area. These management actions, what we call a program of measures, and India has its own programs of measures for this. We have monitoring schemes, we have indicators that are smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time dependent. We have lots of management bodies and so on, and I'll talk very briefly about these. So we can, when we go on to manage an environment, we can think about it as having a set of attributes, and we have to manage all of those things. What we've called for a while now, these 10 tenets. A tenet is a sort of a soft law there. These are the 10 things that we have to do when we manage an area. And I haven't got time to go through all these, but you'll recognize that they're the results of the laws of administration, of politics, of culture, and so on. Excuse me. All of our countries are signed up to a set of international principles, and India is signed up to these, especially on World Oceans Day, the same as everywhere else. And you'll recognize these principles. So what we have to do in managing the seas, we have to put these principles into operation. And I'll just quickly talk about that. Now, this is a very complicated diagram, but this shows the marine legislation for Europe. And it shows that we've got marine legislation for all the actions that we've been talking about, for aquaculture, for fisheries, for environmental quality, for nutrient runoff, for navigation, for wind farms and everything. So we've got all of those. And what this also shows is the way our legislation goes from international agreements in the middle to local agreements at the end there. And what we then have to do is get these integrated, vertically integrated, going from the international in the middle here to the local, and horizontally integrated, that is integration across all of the types of legislation from fisheries and navigation and so on. Now, the group I'm working with in Kerala have started doing this this scheme for India. So we've started trying to look at the way Indian marine legislation comes together. Now, the next thing is who is doing the managing, what sort of bodies. Now, all countries have got these types of management bodies. We've all got environmental protection agencies, nature conservation bodies, municipalities, and so on. And India is the same. So again, with colleagues in Kerala, we're trying to look at these and try and summarize these for India. And this just gives you the types of bodies we're talking about and the sorts of things that they can do. So the fact that we have fisheries bodies that are looking at safe consumption of fish and shellfish, fisheries bodies that are trying to carry out sustainable fisheries and so on. Maritime spatial bodies, environmental protection agencies, the developers and so on. So we have all of these, and India has these in exactly the same way. The next thing is, where are we managing? Well, I've already mentioned this. We're managing everything from a small area where the activity takes place. We're managing whole estuaries, whole catchments and river basins, regional seas. Now we're talking about managing areas beyond national jurisdictions and all the way up to the globe. So this is the scale of the problem that you have in India, and we have in all countries, trying to manage these areas. So last year we published a paper where we looked at the management of these seas, and this is just one diagram from the paper, but you can download it free. The management response, and going from managing using technical measures, which may cover a small area, tens to thousands of square meters, such as an impact assessment for an oil rig, say, through marine plans, national environmental policies, regional agreements, and up to the global environment. So we have all of these. These all cover different areas, from a few hectares to hundreds of millions of square kilometers. But we have all of these agreements there. So let's now just try and put all this together. And this diagram has not been published yet. I'm just trying to finish the paper, and I'm hoping I can finish it this week. But what this shows is, in the environment, we've got this central column here, this central spine, going from the ecology, where we know the ecosystem structure and biodiversity and the ecosystem functioning, to the ecosystem services that's being produced, and then the socioeconomic and cultural goods and benefits. And this is what I'm writing about at the moment. Those drivers create activities which create pressures, which lead to degradation on this system. Excuse me. That degradation makes the system go grey, as I've got here. So we then have to do these things that are mentioned at the bottom, which is we have to bring in management and restoration and so on. And this is what we spend a lot of our time doing, by trying to bring in restoration. If we restore areas, we actually complete this spine, and we get our socioeconomic and cultural benefits and goods, and that fulfills these drivers that I mentioned. When we come to estuaries, this model can be then superimposed. We can have this model in the middle, could be the estuary, and we link it to the same model for the coast and the same model for the catchment. So you see now why we're starting to move towards using systems analysis for managing these, and we're working with systems analysis people. Again, we published a paper a couple of years ago on systems analysis for these areas there. The last couple of slides, because I'm running out of time, and I'm afraid I had to speed up because we were slightly late, but that's no problem. If you look at all of these problems, Why do we need, why do we have to carry out restoration? Well, all of these problems down the side, land claim, dissolved oxygen loss, bivalve, biogenic reef loss, eutrophication and so on, kills of biota, they've been caused by all of these things, so we have to reverse them. We carry out restocking, we reduce treatments, we carry out regulation, we reconnect areas and so on. So that's one set of problems there, and this is the second set. And I think by now, I hope, and I'm sure you'll recognize these problems occurring in places like the Sundarbans and the Bay of Bengal. All of these things that I mentioned are occurring in your area. And so all of these reversals, what we do to remove the problem and reconnect and so on, you have to do those and that. So let's finish these two things. We can now, I guess we've been carrying out marine management for many decades, probably since the 1960s. And so given all the things I've been talking about, we could come up with a recipe for integrated marine management. That's the estuaries and coasts as well. Understanding how our activities lead to pressures, understanding which pressures are inside an area and outside, understanding the ecological and structure and functioning as you're doing in the ECSF, understanding these footprints I mentioned, looking at the changes to the economic aspects and looking at the responses as management and governance. And working with stakeholders, because this is quite important. So the very few main statements. We need to start off with SMART objectives that are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time dependent. We need to base our management on good science, as ECSF is now doing, and hopefully will do for a long time. Emphasize the connectivity, collecting data and the using those data, determining if the management is working and having good concepts, having valuation of the system, and this is what we're working on at the moment, things like ecological and socioeconomic valuation of biodiversity, and harmonize all this governance that I mentioned, and then focusing on the global primary activity, which is climate change there. So I hope that's been interesting. It was a quicker run through that I want, but I say I will send Dr. Paul the PDF of these slides, and if you want any more information, my email addresses are there. So just get in contact. And if I don't see you before, I hope to see you at the ECSA meeting in Kerala in 2024. Okay, thanks. Now,
Thanks,
stop sharing.
Professor. Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's good.
Yep. The floor is open for the question. So if you have like 1 or 2 minutes to take questions, and if any audience wants to have questions too.
Yeah, that's fine.
Questions, please. If you have anything.
No, but they can always send them to me. That's no problem.
Yeah, yeah. Sir, I have a question on behalf of the foundation also.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen the entire presentation, and we'll just stop. I can completely understand that how much you are working with your colleagues in Kerala, and on behalf of the ECSF and on behalf of the region, we welcome you in the Indian Sundarbans. Have you ever visited Indian Sundarbans? I think no.
No.
That's what you said, right?
No, I've been to Bangladesh, so I've seen the far end of the Bay of Bengal, but not your end of it.
Yeah,
but I have a good idea what Sundarbans is like. Yeah.
Yeah. The challenges here is especially twofold currently. It is always a geopolitical and economic challenge, which has to be in terms of developing countries. So the estuaries are suffering from it. And then on top of it, there is always pressure of natural hazards, which are occurring more and more. If we have to raise some, like Indian estuaries are not monitored. Like we anywhere in the Indian estuaries are not monitored. We are trying to build some sort of monitoring system for at least for Ganges estuary, and like, but it's a very initial day. We are conceptualizing. So if you give one or two insights or advices, like what could be some of the basic principles that we should at all not miss for Indian Sundarban?
Yeah, that's very interesting question, Surav. And your the things you mentioned about the economic and geopolitical problems and the natural hazards, these are common in many places, so we have to deal with these. As I said, the natural hazards are going to occur anywhere. What we have to do is work out the consequences and deal with the consequences. We can't deal with the causes. We can't stop a cyclone or a tsunami, but we can try and deal with the consequences. And one of the things we have to make sure is we leave in place the natural features like the mangroves, because as you saw when we had the 2007 tsunami in Southeast Asia, the areas that were most badly affected were those where they'd removed the mangroves and created fish ponds. So the mangroves are giving us that natural defense. So we certainly have to try and protect those areas. I know there's problems in monitoring these areas, but I think now we work on the basis that if there are no human activities in an area, then we don't need to monitor it. We only need to monitor the areas where there's human activities. So you have a huge coastline, but a lot of that you probably don't need to monitor because there is no human activities there. But you can put your effort into monitoring where there is the human activities. There is a lot of, it's quite easy to monitor. I'm a great believer in what is called the 80-20 rule. That is, the first 20% of time you study a problem, you get 80% of the information. So even just visiting an area and taking photographs, you get a lot of information. To try and get the rest of the information take much more time and effort and money, and you don't have, well, you might have time, but you don't have the money. So you can get some information very quickly. You can get a lot of information from the local people. You know, that you have fishermen who know the area much better than any scientist will do. So you can get information from there. So there are simple ways, and we've written a lot about this over the years, ways of doing the monitoring of these areas. But at the same time, I know the number of the amount of monitoring, the number of papers in India, the papers that are coming out of India are all increasing now. I mean, I've published with some colleagues in the subcontinent, and so we know that's there. So there's more and more information. What we have to do is be much smarter at getting that information. But let's say all of these things will be discussed in the ECSF meeting in Kerala next year, and I think you've already been in touch with Salam about this, now, which is good. So,
sir, one last question. It's not a question. I would say a lot of our viewers are actually students. And this is a science which is not in mainstream in India. The responsibility of the foundation is actually to popularize and champion this science in this part of the world. So more kids get to know that this sort of science actually exists. I want to ask a very fundamental question. You have visited world of estuaries, right? And you have seen many and many, like a diversity of estuaries. If you have to sum up, what could be a workable definition of an estuary? That would be a that would be
Yeah.
something that would remain recorded, and that would be a benchmark.
I can. We don't have a lot of time, Surav.
Yeah, just a
Sayed.
1 minute or maybe something.
But if people have a look at if you have a look at my papers, you'll see we have defined estuaries.
Right.
And one of the last papers we did, which was based working with some colleagues in Australia and South Africa, we realized that a lot of the definitions of estuaries were all based on either Europe or North America.
Yes.
So what we then did is we changed the definitions to allow for estuaries in more arid countries, in countries like yours.
Yes.
So there's now much more definitions of estuaries around. I can't remember it offhand, but the definitions now allow for the fact that you can have arid estuaries, you can have estuaries that open and close depending on the river flows. And in Europe, we use a term transitional environments. And these transitional environments, transitional waters, they're called, these cover estuaries, lagoons, rias, fjords, and it's a good term to use. So you can use this there, but I can send some of the papers through anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. I remember that Professor Bird from Eastern Coastal Health Science, we had a conversation when I wrote down there is not a global definition of an estuary.
Yeah. No.
We will work to it. And thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So
Anyway.
it's a pleasure to have you.
Okay.
I'll be in touch with you very soon. Thank you. Thank you.
That's good. And good luck to all the early career researchers. Good luck with your masters, your PhDs, and your jobs. And I hope to see you somewhere anyway. And
thank you.
Have a good day. I have to join you. Sorry, I can't join you.
Thank
okay.
You,
bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone. It was really an interesting time to listen to Professor Michael Elliott and his work in India and how that ties up to the world. And it was a pleasure to listen to Dr. Bhattacharya also. Like, it was like the first couple of talks actually enlightened the whole environment. It was so holistic. That's what it should be. And World Environmental Day, it's basically needs to be inclusive, holistic. It should be no age barrier. There must be young people. There must be people who are enthusiastic. There must be different career stages of researchers and everyone. Anyway, we are running little bit behind schedule, but I'm handing over the mic to Dr. Manirudjaman to start the next session. Over to Dr. Manirudjaman.
Thank you, Saurav. So to proceed to our next speaker. Our next speaker, our distinguished next speaker is Dr. Shromik M. Patil, stands at the forefront of oceanic research, pushing boundaries and unlocking the secrets concealed beneath the waves. An illustrious career spanning decades, Dr. Shromik Patil has not only demonstrated unwavering commitment, but has also exhibited unparalleled expertise in the field of marine science. He's working as a project scientist at National Center for Polar and Ocean Research. His research confined but not limited to calcareous and siliceous nanoplankton from the Southern Ocean. Dr. Patil obtained his PhD in 2015 on extant Cocolito coast from the Southern Indian Ocean. Post PhD, he obtained DST Inspired Faculty Award in 2016 to work on role of Cocolito force in paleoceanographic interpretations, and development of coccolith morphology, best paleotemperature and paleoscientific proxy. He is a recipient of Distinguished Distinguished Served Research Scientist Award in 2021. During served SRS tenure, he worked on fast warm interglacials as the benchmark for future climate using calcareous and siliceous proxies. He is also skilled in carrying out nanofossil biostratigraphy from Triassic to recent sediments and isolate and carry out laboratory controlled experiments. He is also a coordinator of Bridge by the Air IC exchange program and a part of installing moorings in the Antarctic Bridge Bay region to study climatic change. Please welcome Dr. Patil to deliver his talk on Southern Ocean calcifying nanoplankton in the changing climate. So, Dr. Patil, the platform is yours now.
Can you help me now?
Yeah, you are audible, Dr.
Okay.
Patil.
I will start sharing my screen now.
Yeah. And start sharing your screen.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me for the seminar, which the theme is Ocean and Life, the tides are changing. And thanks for the nice introduction. Thank you, Saurav, for contacting me over phone and mails. And sorry that I couldn't, give the information in time. So it's okay. I will start the presentation. I work, the topic of my presentation is the Southern Indian Ocean calcifying nanoplankton in the changing climate. So my most of the studies has been confined to Southern Indian Ocean, and more specifically, I work on the mineralizing phytoplankton. So I will confine my talk today about the calcifying nanoplankton. Okay, coming to So in calcifying nanoplankton, I will focus more on coccolithophores, which is my core area of research. So coccolithophores are nothing but plants in the ocean. They are very small in size. Okay, so their size ranges from 1 to 20 micron, and they usually made up of calcium carbonate. So on the left side, we can see here where you can see a structure of a coccolithophore. It's the Emil and Huxley. Can you hear me? Saurav?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so these coccolithophores, as I said, there are plants in the ocean, and they are one of the most abundant marine calcifying phytoplankton in the world. So they have been you can find them from the inland waters to the coastal areas and open ocean waters and the high latitude as well. So they are also known to form huge abundances in the subtropical or subantarctic regions, and also form the blooms which can cover the hundreds or thousands of kilometers. Okay, so on the left side, the graph shows that what is their role in the global biogeochemical cycles. As I said, that they are plants, they do the photosynthesis, and they take carbon dioxide and make the and they releases the oxygen. At the same, and during the calcification, like during formation of the calcite plates, they also take the carbon dioxide in the form of bicarbonate, and they make the calcium carbonate test. During the process, they also release some of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But if they take the 2 units of carbon, they release 1 unit of the carbon dioxide back in the atmosphere, and the 1 unit goes down with the structure. So once they end up with their life, or the shredded coccoliths, or when they are attached with the marine snow, they sink down and they form a part of the sediment. So if you see the global carbonate deposits in the world ocean in the sediments, so out of the 100%, about 50% of the total carbonate deposition has been made by these tiny creatures, or the tiny organisms. So when we talk about the global climate change, or the kind of climate is changing, more specifically, if you talk about the carbon dioxide and temperature, it is expected that the marine phytoplankton may shift their biogeographic boundaries a lot. And there is a chance that some of the phytoplankton, they may shift towards the south since the oceans are warming. And since the carbon dioxide level is increasing, the oceans may get more acidic, and they may affect the calcification ability, as well as they may again cause a dissolution of these tiny plates, which may affect the biogeochemistry. So we can see here the boxes which are made on the first figure. These are the regions where the coccolithophores are most abundant, and the white box indicates the area of my study, which is in the southern Indian Ocean. So if we see the IPCC report of 2021, it is expected that the oceans, the atmospheric temperature may increase from about 1 to 2.3 degrees Celsius, the net negative global emission scenario. And the highest one can go up to 3.2 to 5.4 degrees Celsius. Okay. So as I said, we have still confused about like how the marine calcifying phytoplankton will respond to the rapid changes in the carbon dioxide and the temperature fluctuation, and how they may change the carbon cycle. It's the biggest, the largest uncertainty. So to unreveal that one, what we have done is we have carried out several expeditions in the Indian sector of the Southern Ocean. So we can see the small tiny dots over here in the row. These are the ship tracks. The samples were collected in the ship track, in the surface samples, as well as in vertical profiles. And the samples were collected from 2004 till 2090. And I compiled a small graph which shows that to show that what is the biogeographic boundaries of this kind of these organisms in the southern Indian Ocean. So we have seen that there's a kind of a cyclicity what happens. So during winter, the coccolithophores are not present at the south of 50 degrees south approximately. But as the austral summer arises, we can start finding the coccolithophores even up to the Antarctic coastal regions. And in the late austral summer, because of the changing nutrient ratios, they again goes back, and the abundance reduces very drastically. So we are not sure why whether the coccolithophores are actually getting migrated towards the south, or whether they are undergoing some particular changes so that we are not able to see them under the electron microscope. So what happens is you can see the left side figures where have the decalcified cell, where you have a cell and then you can the coverings of coccoliths surrounding them. But what happens is when we have the unfavorable condition, they may lose the ability of calcification and they get bulked. So there will be coccolithophores, but they are not calcifying. They miss the record. And sometimes, since the coccolithophores has the haplodiploid life cycle, yes, they may form the haploid stage, and they may there in water column, but we won't be able to identify them unless and until we do some molecular study. So I will simplify it about their biogeography in the Southern Indian Ocean. Is as you see in the December, we have the higher abundance of coccolithophores, which we can see up to 50 degrees south, and there is a comparatively less diversity. Whereas the summer, the oceans in the summer, what happens is due to the high light and southward migration of the fronts, we can see coccolithophore abundance going down towards south, and we can even find in mid-March, mid-Feb to mid-March up to 65 degrees south. At the same time, what we see is the difference in the calcification of these particular organisms. And during March and April, the abundance reduces, and because of the various issues, because of the changing nutrient ratios, as well as due to the grazing pressure of the heterotrophs and all the stuff. So it was this study which we have done in the last 10 years, which was not able to provide the information about how whether the organisms are how the organisms are responding to the warming and also, because 1 decade is very small time, but we could get some information about how the diversity and the abundance of the particular species, the organisms, it changes with respect to the nutrient ratios as well as the temperature. So we expect that when we talk about the increasing temperature and which are expected to warm the upper layer of the oceans, which may facilitate the growth of the different coccolithophores, and then we can find the higher diversity, but at the same time we may find the lower abundance of the particular organisms, and then as the ocean acidification increases, at the same time it may affect the calcification ability of the coccolithophores, and in turn it may affect the biogeochemical cycle a lot. So what we have done is we have made a small study in the Southern Indian Ocean to see that what is the response of the coccolithophores in terms of the size and calcification. So we have found it that the species which are located in the polar frontal region, they are mainly composed of the weakly calcified forms. They are they are they are like different types of you can see within one space, 1 million Huxley. This one species of coccolithophores, which can show 5 to 6 different varieties. Out of that, the most weakly calcified one was identified as the Imminanaxi type C, which starts making the coccoliths with a smaller, the less amount of calcites. They like the coccolith which they form, which contains the very limited amount of silica. And the coccoliths are small in size, but at the same time they adopt the slow growing strategy to cope with the changing temperature conditions, and they start making a bigger spheres which they get bigger in size. So what happens is if you see the carbonate contribution, what happens in India or the Earth's Ocean is the region of the subantarctic zone as well as the polar frontal zone, they are contributing to more carbonate compared to the subtropical or the Agulhas retroflexion control. At the same time, what we are seeing is some of the coccolithophores in the polar frontal region, which are the region in polar frontal, they are much more colder, and the carbonate saturation is quite less. So we were expecting that this region probably the coccolithophores may be getting more affected because of the ocean acidification, and they may get corroded or something like that. But we have found a thick patch of a region where the organisms, they are getting the heavily calcified by incorporating the calcite crystals which are already present in the water. So they are not actually making the coccoliths which are thicker in size within the test, within the cell, but they are taking the calcite in the water column, and with the help of the polysaccharide layer which present on the external surface, they attach it and they get thicker. So this identified as a defense mechanism to cope with the low pH conditions. And there was a nice paper earlier by Brad et al., which also highlighted the similar kind of results based upon its culture-based observations. And we see that we expect that due to the changes in the temperature and the pH conditions, there is a chance that there are some coccolithophores may vanish or they get affected with the changes. But there are some species which are globally dominant, like Imran Huxley. They may incorporate or they produce more calcite, or they form the slow growth strategy, or incorporate the extracellular calcite in the structures and get thick so that they cannot get affected with the pH. So we also started looking the differences in their apart from the calcification, we are also seeing the species started accumulating shaded coccoliths of other species in the structures. So what happens is sometimes when the unfavorable condition, if the coccolithophores, they are not able to produce coccoliths on their own, they may opt for the coccoliths which are already there in the water column, and they try to incorporate in their attached on the outside, so that they can maintain the buoyancy, as well as this kind of structure. We hypothesize that they can also help them to uh, they also act as a defensive mechanism against the feeding from the heterotrophs. The same time, what we've seen is we are started getting some of the species which were not reported previously in the southern Indian Ocean or any ocean. Like there are two species like Primnasium polypes and Petaceria heterolepis. These were actually the coastal dwelling species which were earlier reported in the coast of New Zealand. But we started observing the increase in these particular species abundance, the southern ocean water. This species carries importance because they are made up of silica instead of the calcium, and they since the southern ocean has a lot of silica, there is a chance that they can proliferate in the coming years in southern ocean waters, and they can even affect the silica height. So I would like to highlight that the we are started looking at the changes in the temperature and the pH conditions. We also started looking at the new invasive species, or the formation of a new varieties and species in the southern ocean floor. Because in the earlier observations which were carried out from 1990s to 2010, we couldn't find the kind of species which were there, and we started finding out we have almost recorded 10 species of coccolithophores, and they are mostly weakly calcified ones, and we started describing them now, and we have already described the one species named as the Calcisolania subtropicus, and one which are recently submitted with the new genus like Cotalia, and species name as Jackpay. So there are a few more species which are still occurring, and there are and the coccoliths, we found that the species are getting smaller in size. So it was earlier the coccoliths were considered that they will have the size range between 2 to 20 micron, but nowadays we see that the size of the organism, specifically the coccoliths and the coccosphere size, is shrinking dramatically, which we can see because of the effect of the acidification as well as the global biogeochemical changes. So we can conclude on these observations that in coming decades, due to the increasing carbon dioxide and the temperature, we may find a shift in biological boundaries of the calcifying nanoplankton a lot, and the kind of response we are expecting, it may affect the biogeochemical cycles, global biogeochemical cycle, the regional global biocycle. And at the same time, there is a chance that the new and new species may arise in the southern Indian Ocean, and we can also expect that that there are some species may form different varieties due to the change, due to the kind of changes in temperature. Thank you.
Thank you, Shramik, for such a nice and enriching talk. So if you have any question, you can ask to Shramik.
Yeah.
Any question from the audience?
Or if they have any questions, they can even send me a mail. It's not an issue.
Okay, okay. If you have any further question, you can send mail to Shramik directly.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Shramik. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob and even authenticate program. Okay, okay, okay. So our next distinguished speaker is Dr. Amit Sarkar. Dr. Amit Sarkar stands at the forefront of oceanic research, pushing boundaries and unlocking the secrets concealed beneath the waves. Dr. Amit Sarkar, distinguished speaker for this session, has been working at Environment and Life Sciences Research Center of Kuwait's Institute for Scientific Research. His research interest includes aquatic biochemistry, partnering nitrogen and carbon cycling in marine environment, elemental cycling in oxygen minimum zones, production and fluxes of climatically important gases, impact of anthropogenic perturbations on biogeochemical process in freshwater, coastal, and open ocean system. Before joining his current position, Dr. Sarkar was project scientist at National Center for Polar and Oceanic Research, Goa, India. He did his doctoral degree from Mangalore University in marine geology and master's degree from University of Calcutta in marine science. He has promulgated his research thoughts through 42 articles in journals of international repute. Please welcome Dr. Sarkar for his deliberation. Title of his talk is The Answer is Blowing in the Mind, Massive Dust Storm over the Arabian Gulf. Now the platform is all yours, Dr. Sarkar.
Thank you, and I believe everybody can hear me.
One minute, Dr. Sarkar. One thing to say, one sentence just. All these sessions are endorsed by UN Ocean Decade Program and ECOP. We are not, for technical reasons, we are not able to show the logos, but all these sessions are endorsed by them, both of them. Thank you, Dr. Sarkar. Now we can proceed with your presentation.
So everybody can hear me?
Yes, you are audible, Dr. Sarkar.
Okay, great. So thank you the whole team and Shoda for inviting me to give a talk. So can you please allow me to share the screen?
Okay. Dr. Sarkar, you can share.
Yeah, but I cannot. Can you share my? Can you? Is my screen is visible?
Yes. No. Its screen is not visible yet.
Why I'm not able to see? I can see only your logo.
Now just try once, Dr. Sarkar. Now I think you can.
No. Can you see my screen?
Hello.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
It says Amit has started screen sharing. Yeah, I am not able to see, but like, can we ask, take an opinion from the,
Now they are telling they can see my screen. Oh, I don't know. I cannot see mine. So I don't know the audience if they can see my screen or not.
So your screen is visible?
Okay. Okay, let me.
I can see your screen. I can see your screen completely. Yeah.
Yeah, can you all see
Yeah.
my presentation?
Yeah. I think it's completely okay now. Is it
Okay,
all
great.
right to all the participants? Can they see Dr. Sarkar's screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. It's sorry for the technical challenges.
No, it's okay. I'm also very new in Zoom handling on a laptop because I never did this before. So anyway, thanks to my old colleague and friend Shamik to give us a very good insight about the calcareous nanoplankton in the Southern Ocean, very cold and rough ocean. Now I'm going to take you guys to a very warm, a different part of the world. So I kept the title of the talk of this famous Bob Dylan songs, "The Answer is Blowing in the Wind," because the place where we live now, we are frequented by massive dust storms. Nowadays, almost like over every year, over all the months. So this is the place that is where I'm placed is in called Kuwait. It's the northeastern part of the Arabian Gulf, or previously known, or still known as the Persian Gulf. You can see the red circle. This is where we live now. This Gulf is pretty much young compared to any other seas, but unfortunately, it got spoiled or in the verge of spoiling in a very early age or young age. The Gulf formation history is when the Zagros mountain was forming in Iran, this area got subducted. So the low land formed, and during Holocene, like 15,000 years ago, the water from the Indian Ocean that came into this low land, and it formed this Persian Gulf or the Arabian Gulf. The very important characteristic of these places is very shallow. Most of the part is almost like 30 meters on an average. There is some deeper part towards the Iran side. Earlier days, like during before 70s or the 80s, there the river runoff was coming from the Euphrates and Tigris river system, which has really reduced now due to the damming in the Iraq. The whole water, it got renewed by 1.5 years. And the evaporation, because this whole area is arid and desertic area, so we are always working under the hot sun. So evaporation is extremely high, evaporation rate. So there is a total negative balance, water balance in the system. And since, like as you say, as I told, the river runoff is really low, so the nutrient the phytoplankton or the lives that they're living in this Gulf is totally dependent on the nutrient inflow that comes with the Indian Ocean water. So when back in 1970s and 80s, when the first international Indian Ocean expedition started, they have found that the system is oligotrophic. So there's a scarcity of nutrient. However, the story has changed up to last like 3 to 4 decades. Now we frequented by algal blooms every year during spring, summer, sometime in autumn, and that lead to mass loss of lives. Like there are huge fish kills occurs, not only fishes, but also the lives like the mollusk and the cucumber you can see. And these are all real-time photography that I did during my last 4 years tenure over here during the spring and the summer. So then now the question is that to make the system unified, and I hope that most of the students who are participating in this, you already heard this unification term used by the mic. It's nothing by excess, it's like nothing but the excess input of nutrients from known or unknown sources, and which accelerate the phytoplankton growth and the bloom occurs. And there are many bad consequences occurs after following to that. There could be a harmful dinoflagellates bloom, toxic or like toxin producing. They can kill the marine lives with the toxins they produce, or the marine lives can be lost by asphyxiation, because this high organic load will consume the oxygen from the water, and the fish will just die out of breath, or the lives they live there. So this is a every year phenomena. This happens in like along the Kuwait coast, and it's like northern Arabian Gulf, we call it. And what we found is it's a mixed bloom. There's not any particular species. There are many mix of many species, like there will be radiophyces, the dinoflagellates, ciliates, even the diatom blooms, they occur. Now, the question is from where these nutrients are coming. This system, or the Gulf, is anthropogenically perturbed. It has been considered because it is only the human population. Since it's a desertic area, that human population, they have grown around the coastline itself, because we are completely dependent on the desalinated water for drinking purpose, because there is no groundwater sources over here. So the population that has been grown just along the coastline. You all heard this is the like world's largest oil producing areas. So there are huge ship traffic. So this whole system is really prone to the anthropogenic nutrient input. However, the long-term data along the coast of Kuwait. Now, in the left hand, the green plot, you can see there's a difference between the open ocean station and the coastal station. We see at the coastal station, the chlorophyll concentration has increased over the time, but it's not the case in the open ocean. So that gives a signal in the coastal, there is some input of anthropogenic nutrients. But the long-term nutrient trends, it shows reducing. The new nutrients like a nitrate, it shows a reducing trend over time, and regenerated nutrient like ammonium, that also showed a declining trend. So that's make sure that there is no anthropogenic loading over time into this system. So there could be some other source of the nutrients into this system. So our hypothesis for this work is that, like as we experience a lot of dust storms, particularly during spring and summer, does these dust storms act as a nutrient pulses into this system? And with time, climate change that we talk about, we have found that the dust storm events had increased. If you can see the bar plots and total number of dust storms, it has increased like from beyond 2008. The frequencies there's little exception, but it has an increasing trend. Now I'll show you how the dust storm exactly looks like in a small video. Can you all see? Can you all see my
Yes,
slides?
sir.
Yes, yes, we can see.
So this is in 2021 March, and you can see this is just taken our roof from our lab. So this is how the dust storms comes here, and there are some massive dust storm as well. This is I will say this is a very lower scale, and this is how it looks like to drive in a dust storm scenario here. And this is it's the afternoon, like 2 o'clock. Yeah, so coming back to my slides. So yeah, so we experience really massive dust storms nowadays. So based on hypothesis that whether the dust storms, they act as a nutrient pulse. So we submitted a project, and it is funded by the Kuwait Foundation of Advancement of Science. And this work we started in 2020 during the COVID lockdown. So this red dot on the map, these are the two air monitoring station where we installed high volume air sampler, and we collected PM10 over a period of 1 year. And we were lucky in that sense that since Kuwait has a prolonged lockdown due to COVID. So initially the anthropogenic emissions parts was not much. So what we're collecting is really natural born PM10 fraction of the dust, which is like the dust particle size is 10 micron and less than that. And we experienced one dust storm. That's the video I just showed in March. Actually, there is one in January also, a mild one, and then there's one March 2021 one. There's a massive one in June, and also in the autumn we experienced another one. We found the sources, the particles they're coming from using Clyder data, and also like we did some modeling, high-speed modeling, and we found during March the dust originated from the empty quarter desert that's in Emirates. Whether in June, these all came from Mesopotamian flat plain, like towards Iraq, and the western desert that is also like other part of Iran and Iraq borderline. And we then analyze the nutritive compositions and the mineral characteristics, and all like the similar during massive or moderate or mild or no dust even. Every time the composition of the PM10 was same kind of mineral. It was calcite and feldspar. There are a lot of sulfate, calcium, and nitrate into the dust. There is a massive amount of iron into the dust, which actually has the capability to stimulate phytoplankton growth. But however, sorry, it's a really busy figure. Simultaneously, we like measure the oceanic variables for this 1 year observation. So I'm just showing you the nitrate and iron, dissolved iron concentration. And actually, we have not seen any variation that much because the most of the dust event happening during March or June. But actually, if you see, like the nutrient variability followed a very strong seasonal pattern, and also the highest concentration was mostly bound towards the river side. So there is a little influx from the river also. But for iron, we had a massive, we saw during June when we have seen the peak in the dust storm, like peak in iron during the massive dust storm event. And this is the phytoplankton chlorophyll. We did also see much like effect of dust like in this, but mostly the seasonal variability. We did some statistical analysis. And it also like said like the seasonal dispersity is more strong compared to the relation with the PM10 concentration. But however, there is a strong signal of effect of dust storm into the all biogeochemical, and the physical parameter that reflected in our statistical analysis. So what we did, we chased the dust storm. So it's like that I was talking about. It's a pulses supply of the nutrient. So the best way to see, so this effect will reduce and after a few days, and that will not be visible in a long-term monitoring. So we chase the dust storm. So, and what we saw, you can see that this is the chlorophyll concentration. So S is the surface and this is the bottom, and this is the before in March. And there are then follow-up studies. So you see there is a little increase in, it's more clear pronounced over here in the red plot, and we can see before and after, there's a strong increase in diatom and also in the dinoflagellate communities after the dust storms. So we also simultaneously did some microcosm experiments where we directly added the dust particle. Either we extracted the nutrient from it and then added the nutrient or the solution, or sometimes we just added the dust particle directly into the bottle. And we found there are a different concentration, or there are really growth of the phytoplankton in those bottles. And there's a mixed population. There's an increase in, these are the flow cam picture. They're increasing diatoms and the dinoflagellates that I was talking about. So yeah, but the thing is this, so there could be chances, so the nutrient pulse effect that can actually make this system eutrophied for short term. Yeah, not for a long-term thing. So it might happen soon after the dust storm, the phytoplankton bloom. But we also had experienced bloom when dust storms are not present. So it's not totally the answer is not totally depending on what's blowing in the wind actually, but there could be some other sources of nutrient in the system. So this is the summary that both the field observation and the dust addition experiments showed the tangible increase in phytoplankton biomass in response to the aeolian dust inputs of high intensity. However, we still don't know the effect of the sedimentary processes, because as I was mentioning, this system is very shallow. It's only 30 meter. So this is really pending, and what we look for to do in the future. Yeah, thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Dr. for such a nice presentation. So the session is open for discussion. If any of you have any questions, please ask. You can ask it to Dr. Sarkar directly.
You can see Rajiv has raised a hand. Rajiv Kumar Bhaskar.
Rajiv, you can ask directly.
Thank you, sir, for nice talk. I have one query. As you are working on that dust storm eutrophication in the marine environment, and I have doubt what about agricultural runoff and industrial runoff? It can also affect the eutrophication process.
Yes, you are right, Rajiv. But unfortunately, as I mentioned, that we live in a desertic country where agriculture is not, there is no agricultural field over here. Okay. We all depends on the import of the vegetables. And riverine runoff, as I told that the riverine runoff has been now reduced because of the damming of Euphrates and Tigris river system in the Iraq. Yeah. Okay, so that's why these sources of nutrient are really negligible of this areas.
Okay, so it means you means there is no industrial influence in
yeah, there are some industrial there are some brine because there are a lot of desalination plant, and also there is a practice of dumping of untreated sewage. But if you see the slide I showed, the long-term nutrient does not show any buildup over here. So that's why the anthropogenic sources are we think that it's a negligible. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Avanti also raised the hand.
Yeah, Avanti. Avanti, please ask it directly. Dr. Sarkar.
Hello.
Hello, Avanti. How are you?
Hi, Amita. It was a
Hi,
pleasure
hi.
listening to your talk, and what I could gather from the fact that the Arabian Gulf waters have a lot of phytoplankton bloom can be facilitated. So, since my research area was in the emission of greenhouse gases, so do you think that these waters can act as a medium to draw down carbon dioxide, since phytoplanktons, as you know, that they will and improve the.
Yeah. So actually, this area has been considered a sink of CO2 because of a lot of bloom happens. But
Okay.
equally, but like contrastingly, these areas has been considered as a source of nitrous oxides, which is not known yet the source. There is one study done by Hashimoto et al. In 1992, and he found the oversaturated N2O concentration. And they had hypothesized that nitrification is the source because this is a shallow, well-mixed water. Denitrification cannot be not in the water column. Maybe it's happening in the sediment. So nitrification is a very strong process which produces excess N2O. And I'm submitting a paper on these. I'll show you for a reading, and we proved that with that. And this area also acts as a methane source of methane because because of this lot of oil rigging occurs. So there are hydrocarbon deposits. So there are some also methane, but there is also simultaneously methane get oxidized by the sulfate, and we also get a lot of H2S in the sediment. So methane is a very new thing that nobody has studied or reported yet. So now I submitted a project on these three gases: CO2, N2, and methane. And I'm waiting to get it funded, and then I'll talk to you about it more. Yeah.
Okay, thanks
This
so much.
system is very interesting system. It's very new and very different. You can think it's like the creek in Sundarban where the water comes and goes out in the high tide and low tide. Here also is
Yes.
kind of same, but here water stays, but it's 1.5 year it just changes.
So I actually just saw that the water is more, there's less fresh water input, much like the condition right now in the Indian Sundarbans. And what I could gather that one problem is being solved, but it's leading to another bigger problem, which is nitrous oxide and methane currently.
Yeah, exactly. So after 1992, nobody has measured over here. So let's
And
see how it
nitrous
goes.
oxide is actually gaining a lot of momentum because, as we all know, that it has a higher global warming,
Yeah.
much higher
Harman is
than.
also on board in that project, so he'll be working with me if I get the fund. Let's see.
Okay, that's great. That's great to hear.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, for such a nice interaction. And
Thank you
and
all for inviting me here. Thank you, and thank you
thank you
for
again.
doing this. Like you guys are doing really good thing and promoting marine science in West
Thank you,
Bengal.
and thank you, and we need your proud support.
Of course.
So coming to your next speaker, Dr. Sachinandan Datta.
Yes.
One minute, just 1 minute, Sachinandan. Dr. Datta, 1 minute. We are having some technical issues. Just wait 1 minute. Suchi, Dr. Datta, you now can share. So now our next speaker is Dr. Sachinandan Datta, who has delved into uncharted waters, immersing himself in exploratory research to some of the most remote and inhospitable corners of the globe. His unwavering passion and insatiable curiosity have led him to unravel hidden phenomena, challenges prevailing theories, and provoke transformative discussions. Dr. Datta currently works as an assistant professor at the Department of Marine Science and Fisheries, College of Agricultural and Marine Sciences, Tankabus University, Muscat, Oman, where he teaches fisheries management. His main research goal is to understand for fisheries management, to understand the fisheries impact on the ecosystem. He did his PhD degree in ecosystem modeling for fisheries management from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. He was awarded UNESCO MAB Young Scientist Award for 2022 from Oman. Please welcome Dr. Datta for his deliberation on traditional knowledge and practices in the marine fisheries sector of coast of India. Now, Dr. Datta, it's over to you.
Thank you, Manirul. I think I cannot share the video because it shows that you cannot share the video because the host has disabled it. Can you please enable?
Okay, we can see your presentation.
Yeah, but you can see my screen.
Now, because I can see your screen. Now I can see. Now I can see your screen. Yeah, it's okay now.
Yes. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Dr. Saurabh, for inviting me for this World Ocean Day to give a lecture, and thank you the organizations, the Ashwarin, and I can say it's a young and it's emerging, and it's a good work they're doing in Indian Sundarban, not only in Indian Sundarban region, overall in Indian coastline also, and internationally also they are spreading their intensive work. And it's a great pleasure for me that to present my talk in the World Ocean Day. And first of all, I just want to talk about it, that my talk is not regarding any study. It is more or less general talk. And I'm sorry that I'm traveling now. I am in North Bengal, so within such circumstances, I can arrange somehow I can arrange to join the meeting. So yes, I'll start my talk. It is not regarding any kind of study. It is just a general knowledge, or I can say general practice of the fisheries system in Indian coast. So I can talk about the traditional knowledge and the practice on marine fisheries sector, and how the marine fisheries sector have the traditional knowledge in India. So I can talk about it. So first of all, that this is the general information that fishing is the livelihood for the coastal areas, and marine fisheries livelihood, that we are all know about it. But the most important thing is now in the World Ocean Day is that if I go to the total fisheries statistics or the global fisheries scenario, we can see that the fisheries sector is improved a lot, especially the marine fisheries sector improved a lot after 1950s to 1990s or 2000. But somehow in terms of that is because of the industrializations or globalizations of the fisheries sector. But if you see the global productions of the fisheries sector is not improving after that. And if we look at the Indian structure, so India is Total production was doubled in 1990s to 2010, but the most emerging fact is that here that inland fisheries is dominating over the marine fisheries. If we look at the last 3 decades, in 1990s, the inland fisheries was only 40% and marine fishery was 60%. But next 10 years in 2000, it was 50-50. Marine fisheries and inland fisheries was 50-50. Next 10 years, if you go in 2013-14, it was totally scenario was totally opposite in compared to 1990s. 64% was converted into inland fisheries, whereas marine fisheries is lacking. And it is not only that the aquaculture is dominating. It is not only that we are much more emphasis on the aquaculture and the inland fisheries. It is also the most important fact, the over-harvestations or over-exploitations of marine natural resources, that is the fishery resources. And recent in 2020, if we look, the 74% are dominating. Sorry, this is, I think it's wrong. The 74% is dominating by the inland fisheries and 26% is dominating by the marine fisheries. Sorry, that is the colored code is wrong. So that is the most important factors. The fact that the inland fisheries is much more dominating nowadays, and the marine fisheries is going down in last 20-30 years. So that is the main concern that we have to think about, that we are industrialization or the mechanizations of the marine fisheries. We are introduced the much more, we are introduced the mechanizations instead of traditional knowledge. But in other hand, we are losing our marine resources in a fastest growth, fastest rate. So the marine fisheries is in India, if you go to any state, it is going to decline from the last 20 or 30 years. So the global feed production is also showing the similar pictures. If you saw, the capture fisheries are dominating earlier, but now the aquaculture is dominating. In last 20 years, aquaculture is flourished in globally, whereas the capture fisheries or the marine fisheries, marine capture fisheries is going to decline or stagnant. That is a very bad symbol for the over exploitations of the global fish stocks. Now, if we go to the traditional knowledge, so I can say that the traditional knowledge, it is the knowledge that is coming from the local people or our old generations. They have doing the fishing. Their fishing practice is totally different. It was much more sustainable, and we can say that yes, that is one of the other fact. On the other fact, that demand is increasing. Yes, that's why we have to be mechanize our fishery sector, but it is totally an unsustainable way. So if we look at the India is one of the mega biodiversity country. It is one of the very rich in production. In terms of fisheries production, if we see the marine and inland, both, India is the third largest fish producer country in the world. So, but if you look at the traditional knowledge or traditional fishing practice from India is going to decline day by day as the modern techniques or modern fishing techniques is emerging. That is more not an sustainable fishing practice. So fishermen are much more concerned about that. So we have to be preserved our traditional knowledge in the fisheries sector to make much more conservation effort that can lead to the fisheries sector make a sustainable way in a near future. So that's, we know that what is the traditional knowledge. It's basically indigenous knowledge. It's basically knowledge is coming from our previous generations, where there is no mechanization was there, where there was more sustainable fishing techniques were there, and fisheries management. It is a multidisciplinary approach of we have to be considered the traditional knowledge into the fisheries management. Okay, So if you look at the what are the traditional knowledge in the fishery sector, so starting from the preparation of the net. Okay, so net repairing to net preparation to going to the sea, harvesting, post-harvest, then pre-harvest, all the sectors. If we look at the starting from the net repairing or net preparing to the post-harvest, every sector we are using the traditional knowledge earlier. So gear preparations, net making, fish soul identification, navigations, or we can go prediction of natural hazard, that is much more dominating nowadays, and due to the global changes, and the preservation techniques. So post-harvest is also we are using different traditional knowledge, but those traditional knowledge are nowadays going to decline. So that traditional knowledge somehow conserved our fishery resources for long-term sustainability. So if we look at the one by one, so craft and gear making. So what are the traditional knowledge was in craft and gear making? I personally work in the Indian Sundarban for last 10-20 years, almost 10 to 15 years. I work there. I work directly to the fishermen in Indian Sundarbans. So I go there and I saw that till now some of the small scale fisheries, and that is also global, all the fishery scientists, they are also much more concerned about that the small scale fisheries should be dominating instead of industrializations of the fishery sector. So small scale fisheries sector or the fishermen, they're till now in Indian coast, they're using some of the traditional knowledge starting from the craft and gear making. So they are using different techniques to preserve the boat to different, just like they are using the oil or lime mixture that will be used basically during the boat making or the craft making. They are using this mixture that will be help to prevent from any fungal infection of the boats or different, or fish oil that is also traditionally used to maintain the craft. Okay, now you are using different chemicals that is also harmful for not only the fisheries, it is also harmful to the marine ecosystem also. Okay, so those traditional knowledge is also not only the conserving our resources, it is also less polluting, less sustainable, and less conservating approach. And different types of fish oil they are using to from the fungal infection. So if you look at the net making, repairing in the traditional knowledge, so different types of fishing nets, starting from the gill net to trawl net to the bag net. So they are using the traditional knowledge on the net making, and now the net are coming from their automations or the machine nets. And so traditionally people are making the handmade net they are making, and they are also till now some of the small scale fishermen, they are making their net by hand, and the omens are much more dominating in Indian Sundarban for the net making and also net repairing. But traditionally omen are very dominating, and modern bottom trawling, so that is basically much more destructive fishing methods or unsustainable fishing methods, that the small mid-size net that is coming from the machine making of the net, that should be stopped, so and mainly hand making, that is much more appropriate, and that can be also open a new era from hand making net to the machine making net to the omen into the fishery sector. So that can be a one of the most traditional knowledge coming from the omen group of the society that are making the nets on their traditional way. Now the fish soul identification, now the modern technologies with the satellite image, with the modern ocean and ocean predictions, different scientific organizations, they are comes into the pond and they are predicting where the fish pools are there, identifying the SST thermal points or SST gradient, or identifying the chlorophyll content from the satellite image. Those organizations, they are predicted that where is the fish pools are there. and those informations are given to the fishermen, and the fishermen are going there and they are capture the fish easily. So yes, one way that is that modern technology is helping the fishermen to find out the fish. Okay, that can be economically, that is much more sustainable, because that will reduce the cost of fuel in searching for the searching of the fish school. But on the other hand, that if you are not making any quota, or if you are not making the manage the fishery resources properly, you are not giving any quota to the fishermen, or you are giving these informations or satellite derived information to the fishermen, you go there and you will got a lot of fish there, that science is not as sustainable. So fishermen will harvest a lot, and there is a no quota, there is a no sustainable limit in Indian coastline. There is no limit for catch. So it is totally open access fisheries. So that informations of science and technology can be good in terms of economy, but cannot be a good for in terms of conservation or for fishery resources or management of fishery resources. So what the fishermen earlier do to identify the fish schools in traditional way, or their identification of fish school, they are using their traditional knowledge of from the watercolor, from they are finding their season where the fish schools will be there, and their different way they can identify the where are the fish schools. So that techniques are much more sustainable in compared to satellite derived potential fishing zone informations. Okay. So next is the navigation. So nowadays in Indian coast, I don't I know that each and every large scale fishing boat have the GPS systems, but except few small scale fisheries boat or the artisanal fisheries boat. But that is the navigation systems. After coming to the GPS system, the fishermen who are using their traditional knowledge to navigate into the sea, they are also forgot to how to navigate that tradition, how to use that traditional knowledge into the sea if the GPS is not working. Okay, in somehow the GPS battery will be damaged or many technical issues can become. But they are, so technologies are converted into the traditional knowledge. So there is no traditional knowledge is now to the fishermen. They're totally dependent on the technology. So without GPS, they cannot go to the sea because they are forgot how to navigate into the sea. So earlier, the fishermen, due to traditional knowledge, they navigate from the sun, moon, to the bird movement, to the tide movement, water movement. So those knowledge to the modern fishermen, or I can say the young generation fishermen, they cannot go to the sea without a GPS. So that is a really, really harmful, can be harmful, because if the GPS system is not working or any technical issues are there, they can be in danger if there is anything can be happen. Okay. So that's why the traditional knowledge could not be deleted instead of the modern technology. Then harvesting methods, it is most mainly the important factor for the marine fisheries sector, because if we know that the marine fisheries is now going to decline globally, not only in India, globally, instead of the aquaculture or the inland fisheries. So the harvesting methods is very, very important to identify that which harvesting methods is sustainable. Most of the country, developed country, even not mentioned underdeveloped country, they are using some of the good traditional knowledge or harvesting methods. The bottom trawling or the different trawling methods is not allowed in some of the countries, but country like India, bottom trawling should be banned. But that harvesting methods, or I can say that unsustainable harvesting methods due to mechanization. So bottom trawling, what the need? Always you have to start your engine. Okay, that will consume a lot of fuel, that will consume a lot of manpower also, and that will consume a lot of resources. Whatever come into the pond of this boat or of this net, it will take everything. It will take everything. It does not take care of any other. So those unsustainable fishing methods is coming after the mechanizations or after the technology is developed, because that I can say that the bottom trawling is not a traditional fishing method. So harvesting methods we can use earlier, the different harvesting method I will see in later on, the globally different harvesting methods or traditional harvesting method I could see later on. So those traditional harvesting method is, if you see in the pictures in the coastal fisheries, they are using different nets for the harvesting, just like the dubajal, bhasajal, they are called in the local language. So those traditional methods are much more sustainable instead of this modern technology of bottom trawling or the industrial fisheries. Now predicting natural hazard, yes, here technology is much more harmful. Yes, but the traditionally people are also, they are also aware how to predict the natural hazards. If there is some winds are coming from this side, okay, so the fishermen, they know there is some natural hazards are coming. So that's traditional knowledge. But here the technology did a tremendous, I can improvement. I can see from the last 10 years. If we see the last 10 years, there was the early warning system of the natural hazard in Indian Ocean or Indian coastline was not that much accurate. We cannot forget about the Isla, what happened in Isla. That time it was not that much accurate, our prediction system. Nowadays, our prediction system is much more. Here, the technology is doing a great work. Nowadays, any natural hazard can be predicted accurately, I can say, and that saved a lot of fishermen life. In Isla, I know that how many fishermen have lost their lives because there was no information properly to the fishermen. And earlier, I also feel that fishermen totally depend upon on the Bangladesh news or Bangladesh radio for predictions. But now I can say proudly that Indian prediction system or natural hazard is improve a lot, but the traditional knowledge was also there. The fishermen, they have a lot of traditional knowledge to predict the natural hazard, from different wind direction to sky color to heavy wind or the wind or the wave. They can predict that there is a natural hazard are coming. So that was the traditional knowledge also. But here the technology did a great job in predicting the natural hazards. So preservation techniques, till now we are using some traditional techniques just like salting, drying. This is the traditional techniques instead of modern technique. Modern technique, I think, is also, I can say, it can be a traditional or modern can be, but the salting or the drying, those techniques are basically year old. It's a traditional knowledge of not only the Indian fisheries, it's a globally the people are using those techniques, that indigenous knowledge to preserve the fish, the salting and the drying. And the scientifically that those methods are much more appropriate. And yes, now the modern time we are using those techniques also, but the now modern freezing or liquid ice, or I can say liquid I can say that the different types of ice for preserving the fish is coming instead of freezing is also. So because it is required to the for transportations or the for export, it is much more important for the preservations because it's required for long-term preservations. And conservations of fishery resources, yes, here the traditional knowledge is much more important rather than the technology. So there was traditionally the fishermen, they know that when they will go for the harvest the hilsa, and they also stop harvesting hilsa on that particular time. That was not, that is, if you go to the history in 2030 and 1960s or 1970s, if you talk any old fishermen in Indian Sundarban or Indian coastline, say you that we are not going to share the hilsa because this is the breeding season and this is the particular time hilsa should not be caught. That traditional knowledge was there. So that knowledge is basically conserving the fishery resources in that reduce the bycatch, that reduce the they are also releasing the small pieces when they have caught in the net, so that are the sustainable or traditional knowledge to the fishermen to improve the fisheries resources and to protect the biodiversity or the marine resources. Now, traditional versus technology, I have talked about a lot about it. GPS, GIS, compass, and fish school identification. We are using different technology predictions for OSF, weather bulletins, but we should not forget our traditional knowledge. Okay, so that is the message, is that yes, technology can be replaced the traditional knowledge, but it should not be totally forgot. That is the most important things that should be reached to the modern fishermen, or I can say the young fishermen, young fish generations. So yes, earlier there was a lot of traditional knowledge was there, but now it's the same things. And I can say, yes, that the important issues that the small pelagics, they don't die for the old age, because we are harvesting a lot. We are harvesting a lot using the modern technology, using the high-end industrial fisheries. So we have to replace the industrial fisheries to the artisanal fisheries. That can be also global fisheries. The scientists a big concern for the fish conservations in the near. So yes, however, I can say here here are the few traditional fisheries practice globally. First one is we all know that tuna can be harvested in the Indian Oceans in this traditional fishing practice, and in Kerala they are also still now this fishing practice is used. In Sri Lanka there are the fishing practice in Indian Sundarban. Otter is used to capture the fish in Indian Sundarban. In China, cormorant also used to capture the fish traditionally, and different traditional fishing practice or fishing harvesting techniques can be placed in this picture globally, starting from China to India and different sectors of the world. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Datta, for such a nice presentation.
Yes.
So the session is now open for discussion. If you have any questions, you feel free to ask directly to Dr. Datta. Yeah, Rajiv, you can ask it to Dr. Datta. Unmute yourself and ask it to Dr. Datta.
Hello, am I audible,
Yes.
sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Sir, I have one query. Like, as we know, in world growing very fast, so we need, there is food demand also increasing frequently. So, as a ecologist, I want to ask, like, is there any significant impact on biodiversity by using modern technology for fish harvesting?
Yes, actually, for fish harvesting, the modern technologies as like the industrial fisheries, okay, or the bottom trawling or the trawling, that is basically most modern technique for the harvesting the fish resources, and that harvest everything in the whatever it's coming in front of this net. It does not consider is a fish. It consider as so most important factors are bycatch. So 60 to 70% as bycatch, and that is totally discarded into the ocean or discarded into the landing center. So that fishing practice is not a sustainable fishing practice. Okay, so yes, due to the global demand, we have to think about a different. So that is the most important thing. The modern technologies should be work on more scientific progress should be work on that way, that how we can harvest and how we can reduce our bycatch. Okay, so the fishery sector are the two major impact, major concern. One is the bycatch. Is global, all the fisheries scientists, they are much more concerned about the bycatch, okay,
Yeah.
and the
Yes.
over-harvestations. So the
Actually, sir,
technology or the modern science can be developed the how to reduce the bycatch.
yeah, sir. Actually, it's a big like problem. I worked 6 months for survey, fishery survey research. But what I felt like there are like huge amount of
Yes,
just to
sorry.
start the fishery on
Yeah,
landing center, and it will
yeah,
be like spoiled everything. So, and
yes.
because of this thing, some of the important species, rare species, decline from the marine resources. So, like that's why we should. Is there any message for young fishermen to reduce this thing?
Yes, that should be. That should be. Actually, the thing is that in India, I can say in the whole India, there is no data is available on the discard. There is no data available on the discard. How much discard is there, or how much? What is the bycatch? No bycatch data is available. But the bycatch is one of the major concern in Indian fisheries sector. I can say
Yeah.
it is one of the major concern. And government or the scientific organization, scientific community, mainly the government policies should be changed, and they should think about that how to reduce the bycatch and how to educate our young fishermen generation to reduce the bycatch or release the bycatch into the sea. Okay, instead of discarding.
Okay. Thanks. Sir.
Yes.
So thank you again, Dr. Datta, for such a nice introduction, and thank you for the nice talk. Now it's over to Saurabh for the next session.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the previous speaker. And I must apologize to Professor Austin for being late. Yep, he has given his precious time amidst the conference, but we couldn't maintain the time a little bit. So Professor Austin, we are next up. Am I audible to you? Professor Austin, am I audible to you?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to share my screen. I don't know if you can see that yet.
Yeah, it's perfect. You're all perfect. Just full screen would be fine. Yep, a slideshow mode should be fine.
Okay, how's that now?
Yeah, that's cool. Professor Austin needs no introduction. I think he like the way we got introduced to each other, that he visited India a few months before, and his willingness to support the UN Ocean Decade activities, especially in terms of blue carbon, was quite evident when we were talking on behalf of the foundation. And one of our young members, Devaruti, she actually introduced him with us. Another initiative coming from the young people. That's quite commendable. Professor Austin is a professor at the School of Geography and Sustainable Development. I think by expertise, he is sir, you are a geologist, if I understand correctly, and he loves climate and reconstruct climate over the period of time. He worked with stable isotope, climate change, and foraminiferations. But when William and we discussed, the ECSF discussed, we discussed about the burning issue of blue carbon and how India could be benefited from it. It's an emerging market. It's an emerging topic. Participate on different blue carbon activities. We would be loving to host you here, sir, at ECSF. Again, for being late, I am apologizing on behalf of the ECSF. It's over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for that warm introduction, and it's a pleasure to join you today from Scotland. Today, of course, is World Oceans Day, and this is a great opportunity, I think, for the global community to come together to think about the sustainable future of our oceans. So I'm delighted to have spoken after our last speaker, thinking about sustainable fisheries. In my talk today, I'm going to focus on the idea of the oceans as natural carbon stores and the opportunity to work with the restoration of nature to deliver climate benefits, opportunities for people, and also opportunities for biodiversity. And in many ways, these challenges that blue carbon emphasizes highlight the global challenges that we all face as a global community. So it's a great pleasure to be here. My opening slide is actually the meeting venue for COP26. This is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that meets annually. It will meet in the Middle East in November this year, and 2 years ago, the meeting was held in the UK in Scotland. The meeting venue here shows some work that we were doing with a local group of artists to project an image of a coastal wetland onto the meeting venue to emphasize that even here in Scotland, our coastal blue carbon habitats can contribute to this global effort. So I'm going to focus today on the idea of these habitats here in Scotland. I'm going to start at home, but try to end in my final slide with the global ambition of blue carbon. And that global ambition, as was said in the introduction, is important to me. I lead a UN decade program for blue carbon, and I'm particularly keen, of course, to think about the opportunities in India, and would love to hear from anyone in the audience, perhaps after the talk today, about opportunities to connect with our UN decade program. Okay, so carbon storage in blue carbon habitats will be the focus. Now, I'm going to begin by emphasizing that this research, and there's a great deal of research and very much still to be done, but of course it has a purpose. And that purpose in this case is to influence, inform, and ultimately to change national policy. And of course, what we want to do is inform the global policy. And I'm therefore delighted to also note that this week at the UNFCCC dialogue on the Ocean Climate Nexus that's taking place in Bonn in Germany, that one of the two themes for that dialogue is marine restoration with reference to blue carbon. The other theme is marine aquaculture. So clearly blue carbon is becoming more important in the UNFCCC dialogue for climate and the oceans. Now in Scotland, we've got a long track record of trying to understand and map our blue carbon resources. So we think of these as part of our natural capital, and this is, of course, part of the wealth of Scotland as a nation. It's part of our wider United Kingdom natural capital. But in Scotland, we have a devolved administration, so some of these matters are considered at the national scale. And I think this is a very important piece of work by one of the agencies of government to assess and map the blue carbon resources in our inshore marine protected area network. The second point of influence came in 2018 when we were able to influence Scotland's climate change plan to ensure that blue carbon rose onto the agenda of our government. So now we begin to see government considering its climate change plan, in this case 2018 to 2032. So this is part of the net zero commitment that our governments are making in alignment with the Paris Agreement, thinking about the role of the oceans, and in this case, starting to think about the opportunity for blue carbon. In 2021, Scotland has its indicative nationally determined contribution. So this is essentially the stock take by which countries report to the UN on how they are going to meet the targets that were set in Paris. And in this case, Scotland set out the inclusion of blue carbon as a contribution to these NDC targets. So whilst our blue carbon habitats here in the UK are not part of our greenhouse gas inventory yet, I should say that there are moves to recognize blue carbon within this space. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity globally for parties to recognize that their natural coastal resources can be brought into indicative NDC commitments. And of course, this is a way of driving a commitment to the protection and ultimately the restoration of these habitats. And I'm sure, speaking to colleagues here at this meeting, that the fact that our global coastal wetlands are the most threatened habitat bar none on the planet needs no greater emphasis. So we have a fantastic opportunity here to align the commitments that we want to make to nature restoration, to climate mitigation, with these large international climate commitments. And this is very important because all countries can potentially, I think, see the benefits of doing this, whilst we may all be on our separate journeys and pathways towards our ultimate emissions reduction strategies. And I think it's important, particularly for me here in Scotland, to recognize that in speaking today. And then finally, of course, there is a political dimension to this. I've mentioned that Scotland has a devolved administration, and I think it would be fair to recognize that there is some politics in the way that Scotland sees its natural capital as a fantastic resource. If you like, it's part of the wealth of the nation. And Scotland has taken the opportunity to emphasize its natural capital as part of its political identity. And again, that resonates increasingly with a political and a wider public appreciation for nature. Now, I'm sure blue carbon is familiar to most people, but a quick facts and figures. I'm choosing to illustrate these with examples from Scotland. So on the left-hand side, we've got a sea loch with a salt marsh habitat from the west coast of Scotland. And on the right-hand side, this is us with one of my students sampling salt marshes on the very far north coast of Scotland. So whilst there's a great deal of interest in blue carbon habitats, mangrove forests in the tropics, I think it's also important to recognize that even here in Northern Europe, we have these blue carbon habitats, and we have some globally shared characteristics and challenges that blue carbon habitats face, not least the fact that these coastal lowlands have been very attractive for conversion into agricultural land over many centuries here in Northwest Europe. But anyway, the key point, of course, are these numbers at the bottom, that the oceans are involved in cycling approximately 83% of the global carbon cycle. These coastal habitats cover only about 2% of the global ocean area, and yet their sediment carbon accounts for about 50% of the primary fixed carbon that's stored in those sediments in our oceans. So in terms of the aerial significance of blue carbon, these are extremely important habitats. They are amenable to management and management interventions, so we can design policies that are ultimately going to drive benefits, both for the habitat itself, but also for carbon. So of course, this gives us an opening into the IPCC frameworks which exist for carbon additionality and carbon accounting into our greenhouse gas inventory. So these are, I think, very useful places for us to be focusing our attention in terms of nature-based solutions. Now, the example I want to give you is some commissioned work by the Scottish Government through an agency called Climate Exchange. And what I'm showing you here is a site on the east coast of Scotland. And what we see here is reclaimed land on the left, agricultural land within that estuary at Tyningham. And then on the right-hand side, what the distribution of these tidal wetlands would look like if this artificial seawall shown in the right-hand image were removed today. So we're not thinking about sea level change yet. We're simply thinking about allowing the sea back into these low-lying areas. And as I've said, we've lost large parts of these coastal wetlands in Northwest Europe over several centuries to this type of land reclamation. And we've delivered a report that essentially looks at the opportunity for what's called managed realignment of the coastline to deliver additionality or these blue carbon gains. And this is a very useful tool for government, of course, not only to think about where it might create these schemes, and these schemes might be created for their carbon. They might also be created as a natural coastal protection mechanism, or for a host of other reasons, including habitat restoration, because we are losing, of course, many of these habitats, which are important for a range of ecological services or ecosystem services. So in this next slide, I show the current extent of the 3 marsh zones. So we define a total area, a high and a low to mid marsh zonation based on the intertidal frame. And then in the green or blue color here, this would simply be the modeled extent of the habitat were we to breach these historical land reclamations. And what we do here is we use the digital elevation and LiDAR data and then our understanding of tidal elevation. So there are some simplifications, of course, in the modeling that we're doing here, and I should emphasize that. But you can see already at Tyningham on the right-hand side that we're going back well over a century when the maps show us that this land had already been reclaimed from the sea. And in this case, what we've done is an ensembled approach using the projections of sea level change to the end of this century. In this case, the RCPs, these are the representative concentration pathways or the emission pathways Therefore, as we go to higher emissions to the red on the right-hand side, we see the trajectory of sea level rise accelerating and higher, of course, with a higher emission concentration pathway. So if we needed a lesson about the need for emissions reduction first and foremost, I think it probably is most pertinent in terms of our understanding of future sea level rise and the dire consequences, of course, for future sea level rise for coastal lowlands. And the good news here in this example from Tyningham on the east coast of Scotland is that if we start at the present day and then use these sea level projections, once we've managed the realignment of this coastline, in all scenarios, bar the very extreme projection of accelerated sea level rise, in all examples, these managed realignments give us, by the end of the 21st century, a larger habitat extent than exists today. And of course, in these very simple models, I'm not allowing for landward migration of the intertidal frame. So we could potentially be creating larger areas still. So this is a very positive message here in Europe, in other low-lying parts of the world where land has been reclaimed from the sea, that we can, and of course this is quite an extreme scenario, but we can imagine letting the sea naturally back into these low-lying areas to create new habitats. And within these scenarios, of course, these blue carbon systems are able to accrete and keep up, in some cases, with sea level rise. And I know under the right conditions that mangrove forests, of course, are also able to do this. So they provide a natural protection, and they are in themselves ecosystem engineers. So these are helpful scenarios when we talk to policymakers about the potential for blue carbon or coastal realignment projects. Here's an example of what the additionality might begin to look like in a managed realignment site. We have relatively few of these in Scotland, but the oldest is just 20 years old now. This is a 25-hectare site, so it's a very small-scale site. It was implemented by the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, ideally and simply to create new coastal wetland habitats for migratory birds. And what we've been doing here is working with the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds to think about the additionality of carbon that this project has also created. So what we see on the left-hand side here is a sediment core. This is a golf hole cutter device. And on the right-hand side, simply some measurements of the total organic carbon content of those sediments. Now there's a down stratigraphy transformation and alteration of the carbon as it's buried, of course. But we also see here the increase in carbon content in these soils over time towards the present. And so this is a very useful way, a simple illustration here, of beginning to calculate the additional carbon that comes from these schemes. And in this particular case, the implementation, as I've said, was not for blue carbon, but there is the potential for a voluntary market, of course, growing globally, where the additionality of carbon here could be traded. And this could be a mechanism for funding coastal restoration schemes using blue carbon that's traded on a voluntary carbon market. So just to illustrate the point that we can understand additionality in these systems. Now, I wanted to jump in the last couple of slides to something that we've been working on that goes beyond the IPCC frameworks for inventory accounting from blue carbon. But of course, our shelf seas are extensive networks and stores by which carbon is transformed, much of it coming from the adjacent land masses, and then processed across our shelf seas. This image shows the Northwest European shelf with the UK and Ireland in the center. And what we see in the shading here is a measure of the pressure. And this is a pressure that's been in place for decades, if not longer, here across the Northwest European shelf from bottom contact fishing gear. And it's an extraordinary image. It shows just from this one activity, the pressures that the marine benthic environment faces. And so I want to just take a moment to reflect on the vulnerability of offshore sedimentary organic carbon stores as something beyond the inventory, but where I think in the ocean decade, we might begin to explore how we manage these shelf sea carbon resources, as well, of course, as the very well understood impacts that bottom contact fishing gear has on, detrimental, of course, on benthic ecosystems themselves. And what we've been doing across the UK EEZ, so this type of mapping lends itself very well to the national EEZ, the exclusive economic zone. On the left-hand side, we've mapped, interpolated, we use statistical upscaling techniques to look at the organic carbon density in these shelf sea sediments. And then on the right-hand side again, a metric, in this case, the swept area ratio of bottom contact fishing. And you can begin to imagine how we might think about the vulnerability of the sediment carbon stores and perhaps interventions to manage the pressure from bottom contact fishing. And this is a very pertinent discussion here in the UK at the present time, because we're moving towards marine protected areas and highly marine protected area networks, where some of these activities will be managed, reduced, and potentially excluded as impacts on these most vulnerable carbon stores. So this may be, as we move forward, a way of avoiding emissions from these vulnerable seabed carbon stores. And if you're interested, we've been publishing in my group here at St. Andrews quite a number of papers to understand and map and techniques to think about the distribution, the quantity, the quality of the carbon, and of course its vulnerability to disturbance. And then finally, in my final slide, again, to thank you for the opportunity to join all the way from Scotland today. As I've said, I am leading a UN Decade Programme for blue carbon in the global ocean. I'd be delighted to be in contact with anybody who's listening today. As was said in the introduction, I have worked in India. I haven't been to the Sundarbans yet, but I've worked in Gujarat state, and I've been to the wonderful mangrove forests of southern India, in Chidrabam, and so on. And then on the right-hand side here, I think the image that's important to me personally. I'm in the background there. With me in the background is the Minister, now Cabinet Secretary for the Environment here in Scotland. But more importantly, our 4 primary school-age children here in Scotland. These children came into the field with us. We're standing on a Scottish salt marsh in early winter in Scotland, and they sampled and understood the importance of these places as part of our natural world, with opportunities for coastal protection, but also opportunities for climate mitigation. And ultimately, this is the generation that will need to be informed to help us drive the changes that I think we're all committed to on World Oceans Day. So thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy, if time allows, to take questions or to follow up by email. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Austin. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, we are open for the questions. It was a really insightful talk, and very pertinent decade is going on, where a lot of the young researchers will change for forever, and the world may change for forever. The world may talk a lot about the blue carbon as well as the ocean. That's the motive of this ocean decade. For my country, India, this is also very pertinent because we are in a sort of a time where previous generation were not formally attached to ocean. More traditionally and informally they were, and now there is a demand of formal attachments to understand these sort of subjects, these sort of needs. So thank you very much for the for your lecture. The house is open for the question. Vandana, I see you have a question. Kindly ask directly to the Professor Austin by unmuting yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Saurabh sir and Professor Austin. Yeah, hello from India. I'm actually from the southern part of India, Kerala. So now I was working in India Sundarban as my PhD thesis. So now I am basically working in the Arabian part of the ocean. And my question is what about the microorganisms which are present in the sediment, the benthic fauna which are there? So what about their carbon concentration as compared to the blue carbon concentration which you are getting from the sediment cores? Are you is there any technique where you can just segregate different kinds of microflora, and from there you can get the carbon estimation, how much of carbon they are trapped in their cell or the test? So the microflora and the fauna which are there in the sediments. So any such kind of techniques or your viewpoint on it?
Thank you, Vandana. I mean, that's a great question, and it speaks to what I think is a concept of seascapes. The idea that, to treat the carbon stored in sediments in isolation misses the point that what we're dealing with here are whole ecosystems and, if you like, seascapes. The challenge, I think, Vandana, comes when we think about the accounting and some of the science here that's been driven through from the IPCC wetlands guidance. This was published in 2013, 2014, really speaks to the above ground biomass in the forests, the types of forests behind you in your background, but also the carbon that can be directly measured from the sediments themselves. But I very much take the point that you're making. It's not currently in existing framework conventions to think about the biomass from benthic organisms, for example, that live in those sediments. I gave the example of bottom contact fishing and trawling. which is well known. There's a long literature and tradition of understanding the benthic ecosystem impact from bottom trawling. What we haven't yet done is put together the understanding of how much carbon is in that part of the ecosystem with the carbon storage potential of sediments. And, I have to admit that in a rather perverse way, disturbing benthic ecosystems may potentially, I think the evidence isn't clear, may potentially increase the amount of carbon in the sediments. So there's a lot of research, to be done as part of the decade. So I'm really pleased you've asked that question. I don't have a simple answer because the techniques that we use in my group are bulk sediment techniques. So we essentially, when we're measuring the total organic carbon that you're interested in from those organisms, we would be measuring that as part of the soil organic matter itself. I think it would be good to do more work on this. And I have been thinking and starting some early conversations with colleagues about using environmental DNA from these sediments and try to put together a picture of the ecosystem using environmental DNA and our concepts of blue carbon. And I think that might be quite a good way forward here. I'm not sure how you would individually work out the various carbon pool contributions. We do a little, I'm sorry, taking a lot of time to answer your question.
It's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
We are enjoying it.
Yeah, we have been doing some work to try to understand the nature of those carbon pools. So we think about the reactivity of the carbon. For example, distinction between labile organic matter and a more recalcitrant part of the carbon pool. And this may be one way in which these ecological associations that you're asking about could be understood. So, you would expect far more lability in the organic matter, organic carbon from those types of pools. So that might be a way forward. A brilliant piece of research. We could write a proposal on this, and I'm kind of intrigued by the fact you've asked that question. Reach out to me through the decade, because these are exactly the sorts of things that I think are future challenges for us to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Actually, I'm working on foraminifera. So actually, I was basically focusing on that part of benthic organisms because they are like very much visible with the naked eye, and we can simply pick them up, and then any of the techniques can be used for getting the total organic carbon from that biomass stock. So
yeah, I have to, my ears pick up when you say foraminifera. I've spent many years working on benthic foraminifera, so I'm a great fan. And actually, very important in these intertidal benthic ecosystems, they're very important indicators as well, particularly for the sea level changes. So yeah, great topic. I think I could spend hours talking to you about this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vandana, and thank you, Professor. I have a question. This is not of science. This is possibly more of implementation and a management. Like I grew up as a student of management and through my degree, and then also I took up science. Now, when you in a developing world, when you talk about blue carbon, you talk about mangroves also, a lot of mangroves, right? So if somebody, and a part of the reason, a big reason that we are losing mangroves is because of the habitat destruction, or sort of a short-term usage of the mangroves, I would rather say, short-term utilization. So how, like, if you have is there any study, I'm not very much familiar of. Is there any study where people have comparative analysis where what can be gained from a blue carbon and what can be gained in terms of a monetary framework if it's a short-term trash use of a mangrove? Because somewhere bottom the line, like there is research and there is some sort of implementation. The implementation actually goes through the local level policymakers, the indigenous people, through different administration hierarchies. The hierarchies has their own sort of challenges, like to follow partial science, total science, or at all no science. So, and these are the realities of the developing world. So, like, if you are thinking to implement some of the global, the decade challenges, do you have you ever thought of that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, again, that's such a pertinent question. And I think, you know, it's very easy for me. I sit here in a university in Scotland in my ivory tower, and I, you know, maybe imagine the opportunities around the world. And, you know, we have the same issues here in Scotland with our fishing communities. They're often dispersed into remote parts of Scotland. And they're important stakeholders for us in terms of these protected areas and what that will mean for the rural economy. And the same applies, I think, in the context of mangrove forests in the tropics that you're emphasizing. And of course, the UN Decade for the Oceans is ultimately set up to address the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm very aware of the point that you're making. And I think the key here is that what we can do in the Decade of Ocean Science is deliver the best possible scientific evidence and advice. Ultimately, then there's a translation to policy, and there are political decisions, and of course, socioeconomic implications. And I think the question about the use, the sustainable use of say, a mangrove forest by a community, and the idea that that perhaps could be bought up and the resources taken away and simply sold on an open market does miss some of the elements of a just climate transition. If we want a climate transition, we're doing this for the benefit of society. So we need to think about those stakeholders. But I think to answer your question, there's some very good economic work that's been done. And, you know, I think these voluntary carbon markets, whatever you think about them, and there are risks associated with them, which I fully acknowledge, if they're well managed and delivered, they do offer fantastic opportunities and financial benefits to those very communities that have been exploiting these resources. The challenge is, you know, how do you make that work in terms of creating a sustainable future? But I think it's about, you know, changing the ideas that we have about exploiting nature and perhaps working with nature to create, you know, new benefits for climate. And those climate benefits are global, and they can be through these voluntary markets traded globally and can generate a new form of income. So I think this is about ultimately the socioeconomics.
Yes.
And you're right to highlight this.
Yeah. I think one of the responsibilities of the decade is to like percolate this message right to the bottom. That look, there is an other alternative economy that also exists without just being trashing things.
Yeah, and you know, this is a matter of also national jurisdiction, and you know, not all countries, and I don't know about India, but you know, not all countries want to enter into these voluntary carbon markets. And there is something I think very useful to be said about a sort of top-down or a nationally controlled process of restoration and carbon accounting. So a good example of this actually comes from Australia. The Australian blue carbon method is based on the national government's management of those resources, and they have a nationally agreed system. And I think you know, that has its own challenges as well for the indigenous population in Australia, but I think it's working in a way which removes some of the dangers of voluntary carbon markets. But as I think you probably well know, there's a huge financial interest in trading in these voluntary carbon markets. And I think the skill is to have the best evidence to understand blue carbon and to make sure that knowledge is provided to national governments to support their own strategies. But I do think there are sustainable outcomes that can flow from building up, restoring nature and building up blue carbon in these ecosystems.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, William. Thank you for the precious time. And what a day we are having. We are having lectures from all over the world on very diverse topics. And that's all about World Ocean Day. Like the young people are coming up, the seasoned customers are speaking from their experiences. So thank you so much. This session was a UN Decade Ocean endorsed session. Technically, we should have the banner on my behind, but we are having some sort of computing issues, so that's why we couldn't actually display it. But thank you once more time from the ECSF, and we are glad to welcome you whenever you visit in India. Just drop us an email, and we can gladly. And Vandana, it's your place too, so you can connect with William as you will. So that'll be a good get together, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. I would love to organize for GoBC and myself to be able to come and meet. And I'm working on something. I have to say, I'm working on something at the moment. So I hope we can all meet together at some point.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. The next up is a United Nations ECOP session. That will be chaired by Dr. Bhaskar Dev Bhattacharya. And I'm handing over the mic to Dr. Bhattacharya to steer this session. Over to Dr. Bhattacharya.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I am Dr. Bhaskar Dev Bhattacharya. We'll begin our next session. In our next session, we have the young professionals, the young scientists. This session, it is the session which is collaborated with ECOP. ECOPs are the early career ocean professionals started in 2021 to help to connect, to strengthen and elevate the voices of early career ocean workers. ECSF has signed a memorandum of understanding with the ECOP to promote and encourage the voice of young Indian ocean professionals. This session is being collaborated with ECOP to promote the young scientists. Due to some technical issues, we could not use the logo of the ECOP in the program. Please, we are apologizing. So we have few young ocean professionals here who will deliver their respective talks. First, I would like to invite Korobi Das. Ms. Korobi Das, she is the assistant professor at Kananlal Bhattacharya College. She has completed her graduation in geography from Presidency College and master's in geography from Calcutta University in 2014. Her specialization is on fluvial geomorphology. He has 11 papers and 2 book chapters published in peer-reviewed journal. Ms. Das, we welcome you. The mic is over to you.
Thank you, Bhaskarda. I hope I am audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh Pal and his team of ECSF to give me
Ms. Das, you are not audible. Ms. Das, you are not audible. Are you there?
Is the screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible now. It's full screen.
Okay, so I hope everybody can see my screen. It's a privilege for me to talk after Professor William Austin. And today I'm here to speak about coastal vulnerability, insights from Indian Sundarbans. So as we all know, natural hazards are natural phenomena which affect people, animal life, and the environment negatively. But in the present scenario, we can see that the effects of natural hazards are getting aggravated by anthropogenic interference with the natural system. Vulnerability is the measure of the susceptibility of damage, which is on the increase due to population pressure, and is thus of utmost importance to assess the vulnerability of the coasts as well. Nowadays, assessment of vulnerability needs a multidisciplinary approach, and human perception of risk and vulnerability, it can be said that it emanates from various elements of the natural systems. Now, coming to my study area, the Indian Sundarban comprises of 102 islands in total, of which 54 are inhabited, but now many islands are getting merged together due to the clogging of the interconnecting rivers. And so the total natural system of Indian Sundarban is getting jeopardized. Coming to the detailed physical account and formation of Indian Sundarban, it can be said that the growth of Ganga-Brahmaputra Delta in the late Quaternary period began some 10,000 to 11,000 years before present. And the Ganges-Brahmaputra Delta has a tidal range of about 3.5 to 5 meters in the estuaries, dominated by tidal action. So it can be said that our Hooghly estuary is actually a macrotidal funnel-shaped estuary. The progression of Indian Sundarban began prior to 5,000 years before present and was completed in 2,500 years before present. A series of deltaic lobes were formed by the Ganges, and 9 geomorphic units, namely the creeks, rivers, coastal alluvial plain, salt flat, mud flat can be seen. As
Dash,
we
Ms. Dash, sorry to interrupt you, but slides are not changing.
is it visible now?
Yeah, but not in the full screen mode. It's showing in PPT mode.
Is it visible now?
Yes, now it is okay. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Please continue.
Sorry for this technical glitch. And I'm resuming now. As we all know that Indian in the British era, jeopardized geomorphology of Indian Sundarban. So land reclamation is actually the process of creating new land from oceans, seas, riverbeds, and lake beds. And the simplest method actually involves filling the land area with large amounts of cement, clay, and dirt. The steps which were taken for the reclamation of the land during the British period were as follows. The lots were demarcated, which were surrounded by streams. Embankments were constructed along the bank of the stream surrounding the lots. Subsequent construction of strong dams across the mouths of smaller streams which ran into the block was followed in order to keep the salt water out. After completion of the above work, the forests were cleared, tanks were dug, and huts were constructed for future cultivation to be followed. Now coming to the problem of premature reclamation, as you can see, this is the location map of the study area. And the problem of Hooghly estuary is that the Hooghly estuary is actually a funnel-shaped macrotidal estuary. The length of the estuary lessens as we move northwards. Now, what happens due to reclamation is being shown here by these two diagrams, which I have taken from Bandyopadhyay's paper in 2000. The reclamation process is in the diagram B, and the pre-reclamation period is shown in diagram A. When the land is not reclaimed, the morphological steady state of the estuary is maintained, whereby the morphological steady state of the estuary is maintained when the length of the resonant macrotidal estuary and the length of the high tide entering the estuary is following a relationship as shown in the right-hand side of the slide. But in case of Hooghly estuary, this morphological steady state of the estuary gets jeopardized as the Hooghly estuary is actually a funnel-shaped estuary, and the relationship between the high tide wavelength and the length of the Hooghly estuary gets down to 0.17 L.
Reclamation actually restricts the area of the spill of the rivers as marginal embankments are built, and it removes the shallow intertidal wetlands from the reach of the estuary, and by this, the mean depth of the estuary gets increased. So the equilibrium gets disturbed, and the estuary responds to this by in-channel sedimentation and bank erosion to decrease the mean depth and restore the steady state condition. As the embankments are constructed on both the sides of the river, the spill area gets heavily reduced and the sedimentation in the inner portions of the island gets jeopardized. The inner portion of the islands become actually a basin-shaped depression, and overtopping of embankments results in flooding condition and waterlogging. Also, as a result of reclamation, the tides have less area to inundate, covering areas for longer time and increasing the tidal range upstream. Now, coming to the erosion accretion scenario of the reclaimed portion of Indian Sundarban, as we can see, the maps of Namkhana Community Development Block and Gangasagar Community Development Block have been provided here. And as you can see, the erosion accretion pattern is present in the reclaimed part of Indian Sundarban, but here in the non-reclaimed part of Indian Sundarban, in the southern islands facing the Bay of Bengal, as we can see from Bulcheri Island and Kolosh Island, actually the erosion accretion scenario shows heavily eroded behavior of the southern sea facing islands. Coming to the sea surface temperature, as we can see from 1950 to 2015, an increase in the sea surface temperature is reported. The sea surface height, as shown from the tide gauge data of Diamond Harbour, also shows an increase. Are the slides visible, Bhashkodda? So the storm conditions or the cyclone storm the source of the
Raj, are you there? Is Dash, are you there? No, I think she has some technical issue or internet connection problem. I don't know. The list is. Miss Dash, are you there? Ms. Dash, you are totally not audible. Is there any technical problem at your side? Okay, Ms. Dash, I think you have some technical problem or some net connection problem at your side. So we are moving to the next talk. Please inform us after you recover. Okay. Okay, next we have the talk of Dr. Jhimli Mondal. Dr. Mondal completed her master's from the Vishwabharati University, then completed her PhD from Pondicherry University on acidian study. She is open water scuba diver and collected all of her PhD samples by scuba diving. She is trained in Unicate taxonomy and biology from Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute, Panama. Currently, she is working as a postdoctoral research fellow in Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata, and working on Lakshadweep acid. So, Dr. Mondal, we are waiting to hear from us. The stage is yours. Please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
And you are visible too.
Thank you. It's not sharing. My screen is also visible, I think.
Please make it full screen. Yeah, now it is okay. Please continue.
Good afternoon, all. Happy World Ocean Day. I am going to talk on some fascinating exclusively marine animals known as ascidians or sea squirts. I am going to talk on, moreover, on taxonomy of ascidians, as very few researchers are working on this group from India as well as from worldwide. I'm just trying to make the awareness on ascidians as they're having very high ecological as well as economical importance. So what is ascidiacea or ascidians? These animals are exclusively marine and sessile in nature. Actually, these are considered previously as protochordates because they are just linking invertebrates and vertebrates. These animals actually are true invertebrate chordate as they are falling in the phylum Chordata and subphylum Urochordata or Tunicata, not vertebrata. These animals also shows retrogressive metamorphosis, that is, they are in their larval stage, they are having all nerve cord, notochords, and pharyngeal gill slits. While becoming in or metamorphosed in adults, they loses their characters and only pharyngeal gill slits exist throughout their life. So this is one of the species, Palusia julinia, that is solitary in nature. You can see like they are having two openings, one is branchial and one is arterial. And this is a species, Dilemna mole. This is colonial in nature. And the very small pores you can see, that is their branchial openings. And the big pore you can see,
here, that is the common arterial opening. So I'm going to focus on the taxonomy, as I told before. So I'm going to discuss regarding some of their key characters as identifying ascidians in field as well as for the up to the species level. Both are very difficult for till date for us also. Sometimes we also can't identify the ascidians underwater. So basically their classification is starting with their position and structure of gonads. So as the first photograph is indicating, their gonad is situated in the post-abdomen, whereas the second photograph is showing gonad is situated on the left side of the body. Oh, sorry, on the both sides of the body. Whereas the third photograph is indicating gonad is situated in the left side, at the left side of the body, and it enclosed in the gut loop here. And these small things are gonads, so it's basically on the both sides of the body. And in 5 also you can see it's enclosed in the gut loop, and in 6 also it is enclosed in the gut loop. However, their position is also matters, as I told before, like not only which side, how they are looking, but which side they're staying, and their structures. Here it's some bulk shaped, but here it is arranged in the number 5, and in number 4 this is also arranged in the post-abdominal region. Next, the structure of branchial sac, that is the pharyngeal gill slits basically, that is also important for identification of ascidians. In the first, it is having simple branchial sac. In the second, it is having branchial sac with folds, and it is the characteristics of the order Stolidobranchia, and the first one is the characteristics of the order Aplosobranchia, and the third one is the characteristics of the order Flavobranchia, that is with branchial sac is with papillae. Now the branchial tentacles are also matters. The structure of branchial tentacles. The fourth one, photograph number 4, is showing the tentacles are having branch. This kind of branching patterns are mostly found in the order Stolidobranchia and Pyrrid family. However, the 5th one is showing simple tentacles of ascidians that found all other species apart from the Pyrrid family of the Stolidobranchs. Now their body musculature also matters. Here in the first one, it's showing a simple body musculature, while in 2 and 3, it is showing a complex body musculature. And the nature and inclusion in the tests also matter. How is the test? Like for the number 4 photograph, it is showing the test is embedded with their fecal matter. Whereas in the 5th, the test is, the sand particles are embedded in the test. Whereas in the 6th one, there is nothing is embedded on the test. Their structure of siphons are also matters. How the siphons looks like along with its armature. That is, there any spine-like structure is or spinules are present or not. That also we have to consider during our identification. See, like the figure number 2, this siphons we can see, and the figure number 4 is the close-up photograph of this particular siphon, that it's having spines like protrusion, but not exactly spines. But the figure 5 is showing in Pyrrid's family that they are having spines also in their siphon. So that is how their spines are arranged basically. Now their spines and spicule structures also varied from species to species, and it matters in case of identification of ascidians. As in 1, we can see it's globular in nature. In 3rd one, we can see it's just like a star shape moreover. And the 4th one, we can see it's rod-like. However, when we are seeing this as rod-like, we have to zoom it. And after zooming the fourth one, we can see like in that rod-like structure, how the spines are arranged. Their larvae also play a great role in their identification. Like depending on the larval morphology, also we are assigning the species. And in some cases, we can't assign up to the species level if the larvae are not found. Now we have to also consider their color and their solitary nature or colonial nature. Like first photograph is of the colony, and fourth is also representing the colony of Ascidians. However, the second photograph is showing the solitary Ascidians, but it somewhat looks like colony, but it's not a colony, and it's just the aggregation of several specimens of Ascidians. And third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth, we can easily understand that they are solitary in nature. Now, I would like to show you how the Ascidians are distributed as per the studies in India. Like most of the studies you have seen from the map, it's confined to the Gulf of Mannar region. However, a reasonable study has conducted from Andaman Nicobar Islands and the coast of Kerala. And till date, only 265 species of Ascidians are reported from the Indian waters. Here I have provided photographs of two species which I have discovered during my study period through their morphotaxonomic characteristics. Now, why we will consider to study Ascidians? Because these Ascidians are acting as bioindicators of water quality, like the Lysoclinum punctatum, which you can see like green in color due to their association with symbiotic algae that represents the water quality of that particular area is pristine and pollution free. Whereas the Phallucia nigra, which you can see the black in color, those are representing as like the polluted area. I mean, water is polluted because mostly they are invasive in nature and they prefer the polluted water quality. These are also considered as biofouling in nature. As we can see, the Phallucia nigra photograph again, that is actually on the jetty. It's fouling on the jetty pillars. These are also having predators, natural predators, that is prosobranchs, nudibranchs, sea urchin, polyclides, and fishes. These Ascidians are also rich in food value as they are having high protein, iodine, vitamins. And due to their nature of the position in the classification, that is in between vertebrate and invertebrate, they are acting as model animal for the evolutionary study. These animals are also play an important role in the pharmaceutical industries, as from these animals, we are extracting several novel biochemical compounds. Hence, we have to study Ascidians and we should know their taxonomy. Otherwise, we can't go for their application. So that's why I just tried to tell regarding something of Ascidian taxonomy. And thank you for your patience listening. Thank you all, and thank you ECSF to give me this nice opportunity to represent my work.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandan. That was a nice talk. Very low, the group Ascidia is the very best known group. Thank you for enlightening us. Is there any question in the house? Okay, we don't have any question. I have a question, Dr. Nandan. While you were sampling the Ascidian, you were telling about the taxonomy and everything. how we people, we don't know anything, but we want to sample acid. How we could locate acid in the sample? There are many things while we go to the field or seaside or the beaches or something else. How we can locate that this thing could be an acid?
Okay, acidians actually, as you were saying, right, beaches, and also I assume like that it will be an intertidal area, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so mostly in intertidal areas, if there are natural rocks, so we might find on them, or if there is like man-made rocks also, as acidians are acting as biopowders, they will be found on the man-made rocks also. So mostly what you have to do, you have to turn the rock and you have to check for any sessile organisms are attaching there or not, like polychaetes and sponges, acidians, so on, sea anemones. Mostly these acidians are also associating with these animals and found easily with them. So while you have turned the rock, you might see, just a minute. You might see, yeah, this Lysoclinum punctatum or Didymnum semathode-like structures, like encrusting on the rocks. I mean, underside of the rocks, it will be encrusted like this. It can be of any color, like here it is green or like muddy in color, and this will have pore, so like small pores, which sponges will not have. And if the sponges will have the pores also, if you are just touching them with your finger, very light finger, they will close their openings, which sponges will never do. So you can distinguish like this is acidians or this is sponge, just by simple touch, not by damaging them. And you also can see like here as the number 4, these photographs or like 5 very small acidians also can be observed from the underneath of the rocks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us. Now we are going to our next talk.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vandana Kumari Gupta. He is currently working as assistant professor in Sacred Heart College, Department of Environmental Studies, Kochi. Her interest is in marine and estuarine biogeochemistry. Her doctoral research is from Calcutta University and collaboration with Indian Institute of Science and Research, Kolkata. She has received the awards from DST and Cushman Foundation of Foraminifera Research, USA. Vandana, we welcome you. On behalf of ECSF, we welcome you. The stage is yours. Continue with your talk.
Thank you, Bhaskarda. Thank you, ECSF, for giving me the opportunity to present a part of my research work. It's actually my PhD research work, which I'll be sharing with you all. I hope it will give some of the insights and will shed knowledge about the use of microfauna and the research which is going on to unlock the future. So kindly please say whether my slides and all are visible to you all.
Yes, it is visible. Make it in full screen.
Yes. So today the title of my talk is Comprehensive Approach to Study Ecology and Application of Modern Benthic Foraminifera from Indian Sundarbans. So I'm happy that this Foraminifera I'm celebrating as in the World Ocean Day, their applications, and will be introducing my thesis topic. So I'm actually very happy and privileged to be here. In the morning also I've given one of the talk of Foraminifera in my college where the postgraduate students were there. And they find it very surprising that yes, these living fossils are so much important. Like most of them do not know about foraminifera in their graduate or even in the postgraduate level. So I warmly invite you all to research on this topic, and you will find a major application because it's very time consuming, but it is social economical. Because with less time, with less money, you'll be able to research very high heights. So moving to my slides. So what is the million-dollar question at present? The battle for the coastline. How bad it is and how bad it can be in the near future. So we all know that total 1 billion people worldwide now live within 20 meters of mean sea level on land measuring about 8 million square kilometers. From this billion people worldwide, around 200 million people worldwide are living along the coastline, which is just less than 5 meters above the sea level. So where I'm sitting now, the place Kochi, is actually less than 5 meters above the sea level. So you could understand the importance of coastline and why the study we have to think and the battle which we are fighting for studying the coastline and the conservation. So the climate change is placing increasing pressure on these coastal regions, which are already under serious threat from the anthropogenic activities, such as industrializations, agriculture, anthropogenic, and fisheries. Apart from there, the marginal marine ecosystems, such as estuaries, lagoons, lakes, and rivers are harboring sensitive but very important habitats, such as mangrove, coral reefs, seagrasses, meadows, and sea marshes, that are very much important in restoring back our ecosystem balance and limiting the crises which are facing due to climate change. So we all know that, yes, biodiversity studies are been happening huge time ago. Many of the taxas are being used as bioindicators. Many of them are used as a species where assemblage and compositions are being used for other ecological studies. But as I will unlock with my few slides later that how this can be used and why this study is important. So first of all, I would just generalize the topic as why the study of fauna is being used. We all know that global climate change is one of the major issues which the whole world is actually facing. So from here, graph, as you can see from the NOAA website, shows the temperature anomaly from the past decadal and the present scenario. Over here, we can see just a rise of 1 degree in the global temperature is causing serious and though unexpected impact on species diversity, affecting their abundance, genetic composition, behavior, and even the survivability. Just for this 1 degree rise in the global temperature, we have seen that this had affects approximately 10,000 species, which had already been recorded in IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. So as by time, we can see that 2023, and if we go till 2030, as G20 meetings are also happening based on this type of crisis which we are facing. Within this 1 degree rise can cause 10,000 species detrimental. So what will be happen if each and every year 0.5 degree rise if happens? So this is where our question lies, that what we can do and how we can record this thing. So here comes one of the interesting phylum, that is foraminifera. So first I will just give you an introduction on it, and then I will get the applications, how it has been used. So here you can see in the right-hand side of the slide, the whole phylogenetic tree is there, where you can see the foraminifera is popping up from the supergroup Rhizaria. So these are known as armed amoeba that are clock and recorder of the Earth history. It is considered one of the living fossil till present. These are microscopic in nature, though eukaryotic organisms, having fossil records that extends from past 5 million years ago till today. The forum shells have accumulated in the layer of sediments below the sea level or sea floor to the open ocean, where all these testes are piled up in the decadal time. And these test shells, from the chemistry point of view, can be used to understand the past climate change and what are the cyclicity which we'll be having in the near future. So the scientists are very much interested to understand the climatic condition which was there before when humans ever walked in the planet. Just before the human event, that is 500 million ago, what was the climatic condition? If they understand that, then they can understand, seeing the geological time period changes, that whether this cyclicity will be happening after 100 or decadal change. So this foraminifera is used as a living fossils, which we know they trap the records for the past sediment records and which can be used to delineate the future records. So it's a very huge topic where you will understand these microfossils, how interestingly are used by this isotopic concentration and the studies to understand the future by unlocking all the mysteries which we are facing and the science is actually rushing behind. So now let's come about the applications. Apart from these microfossils, which are known as a living fossil till then, they are ubiquitous in nature and abundant throughout the ecosystem, whether it is estuaries, river, lakes, lagoons. So these are actually typically marine species in nature, though have different type of applications. As you can see from the slide, that there is a paleoclimate, which is the first and backbone of using foraminifera. From there, different branches of science are coming out, such as sediment transport, petroleum exploration. Some of the species are identified and used to search the petroleum exploration from certain places. The monsoonal variation, the climatic studies can be done, how the monsoonal shift has been going on. With the paleo data, this can be understood. The fishery department is also using foraminifera to understand the productivity and the migration pattern. The commercialized also, the forum shells are being used for preparing calcium carbonate tablets, which can be used in the laboratory. The paleo tsunami studies are also there, and sea level changes. One is the major cause and threat of the coastal lines is first and foremost is used by foraminifera. Marine archaeologies and pollution monitoring studies are also being used by using these stressors, as they are very much a low budget type of species where you just need a brush and a Petri plate to understand their diversity in distribution from the sediment column. And then you can collect these species and just identify based on the species importance and which type of domain they prevails. So now I will show you about the global marginal marine foraminifera distribution. So many different scientists are working throughout the globe on different aspects and the applications of foraminifera. As you can see in the left side of the globe, the Horton et al. And Resig et al. Groups are mainly focusing on the sea level rise. What is the problem caused by the sea level rise and how this threat will be happening to the coastal areas, which are just above few meters from the sea level. The other groups such as Bujas and Martins are working on the ecotoxicological applications of foraminifera, whereas Frontellini and Papospider group is working on the metal and culture of the foraminifera. From India, one of the legends have started the introduction of foraminifera, that is the Nigam sir, laid back from 1980s. Until present, he is giving astonishing results from the foraminifera, how this applicability is going on from the ocean till the estuaries. Some of the Sundarban papers are from the art department of De et al. She first encountered foraminifera from Indian Sundarbans in 2012. She has given a plethora of species, planktonic and benthic. Then different kinds of studies came from Sen et al. And others. From one of the papers, I have seen from the Chilka Lagoon also that how these foraminifers are shaping into different ecosystems and how this can be used to understand the ecological indicators. So the background of my study is, as we all know that foraminiferas are the proxies which are used for the sea level changes, and they can also be used for the ecological and paleontological databases. There is a clear zonation of foraminiferal biophases which can be used for the sea level rise. The interannual variations of foraminifera abundance has already been used in the Indian Sundarbans, and some of the monitoring the ecological conditions are also be there. So my objective of the talk is to study the distribution and diversity of these benthic species, apart removing the planktonic of the segment and focusing on the three major estuaries of the Indian Sundarban, that is Saptamukhi, Thakura, Matla. And then I'm going to understand the relationship of these key parameters, the hydrogeobiological parameters, which are used to shape these benthic foraminifera assemblages. So here is the study area map, as you can see. So this is the map of the Indian Sundarban, where three of my estuaries I have selected for the study. Starting from the east to the west side, the Saptamukhi, which is very much projected for the anthropogenic disturbance, the Thakura, the buffering one, and the Matla, which is supposed to be the pristine in nature, but recent data are showing that it is also changing in course of time. So Sundarban, as we all know the importance and history, I will not take much time into it. But apart from it, I would just stress on the different type of ecosystem within this whole area. We can work on the intertidal, subtidal, and even in the supratidal ecosystems. And it has huge applicabilities in terms of micro, meso, and even to the bacteriological studies. So this is how I've collected water samples and sediment samples to have a hydrobiological studies of the entire things. From the water samples, I have taken these are the parameters as listed above: temperature, pH, total alkalinity, inorganic and organic carbons, salinity, oxygen, dissolved nutrients, chlorophyll, transparency, and suspended particulate matter. From the sediment matrix, I have seen redox potential, that is EH, pore water salinity, total alkalinity, exchangeable nutrients, the adsorbed ones on the sediment particles, exchangeable calcium and magnesiums, and the heavy metals. So for the forums, I have taken two different sets of sieves, that is 500 macron to 63 macron. Within the size range of 500 to 63, this size range I am focusing for the study. And then you can see that how I have taken the foraminifera in different column of the sediment, starting from 0 to 2 till 8 to 10 centimeter. So I have taken 3 different cores from 3 different grab samples, and the cores were around 2.8 diameter, the PVC core which I have used. And then I have segmented it in different zonations, starting from 0 to 2, that is basically of the epifaunal in nature, the macrofauna will be representing, and mostly will be comprising with the living ones. As you know, because of the deoxygenation, the more and more depth increases, the dead organisms will be prevailing. So coming straight to my database, as I have shown, this is a comparatively seasonal with the interannual variations of the abundance of foraminifera. The whole, as you can see in the whole scenario, from starting from March 2016 till April 2018, it represents the percentage forms of living and dead foraminifera of the whole composition of 0 to 10 centimeter core samples. From here, we can see easily that there is a shift in the assemblage pattern, and within that, there is a shift in the percentage of live and dead too. As you can see in May 2017, that is comes in the pre-monsoon season, as same with the March 2018, the abundance as well as the percentage of live and dead is changing. Way back in May 2017, much of the dead percentage is increasing, whereas in March 2018, as you can see, the white portions are the live ones, the live abundance is more. So based on this, we have seen there is a seasonal pattern within this community, and with the seasonal pattern, there is a change in the live and dead percentage too. Then we have seen the species diversity indices for the total abundance, and then we have compared with the other global studies of marginal marine habitats. Over there, we found that the Shannon index is little bit higher as compared to other parts of India where the coastal studies are going on foraminifera, where the species index is ranging from 1 to 2.5 in some of the stations of my study area. Then I have looked about the average living depth of these living fossils, that which are the species which are actually residing way back below 2 centimeters of the sediment depth, and which of the species are typically epifaunal in nature. So here is the graph, as you can see, this side of the graph where the ALD in centimeter is written, it is actually the sediment column starting from 0 to 5 centimeter, whereas the stations names are given depicting the different colors as different seasons. The x-axis shows the species list which are abundant in nature and though are having different type of nature such as epifaunal and infaunal. From the here we have seen that some of the species such as Miliamina, Trocamina, Ammonia 2 are typically infaunal species as they are found at a depth of 5 centimeters, whereas ammonia species, nonion species, textual areas are epifaunal in nature. Coming to our multivariate analysis, by projecting all the different physiochemical parameters and the sediment parameters with the live foraminifera abundance, we have seen a very interesting relations between some of the species such as nonion and milia with the chlorophyll A concentration. Then we have just selected some of them and then put with the species diversity. And there we see that it has shown a very positive relation with the salinity also and the carbonate. So in conclusion, from these studies, after doing the enormous analysis and about the concluding with different global resource, we have seen that in our Sundarbans, till by the 9 months data has shown 18 species of foraminifera, just the live ones, whereas the live abundance is slightly lower than the dead ones. As you can see, throughout the study of 9 months, live abundance is just 49%, whereas the dead is 50%. So there is a very interesting distribution of live and dead in the Indian Sundarbans, because most of the studies which are being done with the forums mostly are basically having 60 to 70% of the dead faunas. Coming back to the ALD data, which we are discussing, from there we have seen some of the typical epifaunal and infaunal species are also being found, which can be represented from the Indian Sundarbans, as these are the species which can tolerate some of the stress condition, that is the deoxygenation condition. And those are Haplophragmoides, Milia, Trocamina, and ammonia subspecies. From the variables which we have studied, we have found it a very strong correlation. The p-values was ranging below 0.03, that chlorophyll has a very strong relations with some of the species of benthic foraminifera. This actually indicates the potential link between primary producers and the benthic fauna. Positive correlation was also seen with the salinity and some species of forams, which also marked the euryhaline nature of this study site. That some of the species are bioindicator in nature, and though are euryhaline, they are actually able to compress the stress which are being found with the salinity ranges. So here all, I complete my talk with giving insights of little knowledge about the data which I have collected from Sundarbans and the future research which we can do from the foraminifera. These are my few publications from Chilka, and these are the team efforts which we have been doing from Indian Sundarbans from Dr. Sandeep Kumar Mukhopadhyay's lab. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Vandana. It was a very good talk.
Thank you, Bhaskarda.
The house is open. If anyone have any question, please ask. Do we have any question? Okay, in that case, I have a question.
Yes.
Vandana,
Yes.
are you continuing your work, or after the work has been stopped?
Continuing my work in like what sense?
Means I know Dr. Nitali De,
Yes.
she was working. After that, you worked with foraminifera. After that, if someone is working, or you are continuing your work with foraminifera, or it just stopped?
No, it's not just stop, because I am actually focusing for my future studies also from Indian Sundarbans and the foraminifera. So recently, some of the labs were interested from South India, but they have stopped due to you can understand some of the navigation issues and some local problems which are there. So someone who is there from West Bengal can actually eventually work on the Indian Sundarbans. So they were seeking to me for the collaborations, and for me, already I have do some samples from the Indian Sundarbans, and I'll be getting into the more advanced studies of the foraminifera. Since the distribution diversity and different types of assemblages composition is totally done, but I am actually focusing more on the what you could say the cell structure, the test chemistry of foraminifera. So for that, the samples are there. Even in future also, I'll be planning to go to Indian Sundarbans to collect all the samples from intertidal and subtidal. So for me, I would say that this work will not be an end of it after Mitali De. And I feel that, yes, I will try my best to continue this for a few more years. And yes, depending upon the fund which I have.
Yeah, we wish you best of luck. And what about the Kochi area? Are you trying to collect the samples from there, or work has been done already there?
No, the work is nothing there. Over here, I have found from foraminifera, like the Ramsar site, I was seeing the Velani Lake, that it is totally exposed for this kind of works. So the people are also there who are interested. Even my master students are also finding it's very interesting. They want to incorporate one of the syllabus in their like coursework. So like for that, I was thinking that yes, over here also I can start a small work on foraminifera, but the true love will belong to Indian Sundarbans. So
Yeah, I truly agree with you. Okay, Vandana, thank you very much for giving your time. Thank you. We are going to the next talk. Okay, our next speaker is Gabriel Okoko Juma. He is a early career ocean professional or an ECOP. He used to lead UNESCO ECOP Africa team. He is a PhD student in coastal ecology at Alfred Wegener Institute and the Institute of Bremen in Germany. Gabriel will welcome you on behalf of Estuarine and Coastal Studies Foundation. The stage is yours. Please continue.
Thank you very much. I'll just try to share my screen. Sorry. Can you see the slide?
Yes, yes.
And yeah, okay. And is it moving on your end?
Yeah, it's perfectly good.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction and yeah, for the invitation to be able to give a talk and also to appreciate the speakers who have spoken and given really great insights on different research activities that are taking place in the Indian region. I'm going to deviate a bit from the natural science and research and just talk about ocean literacy and its role in enhancing ocean conservation with a lot of insights from the Early Career Ocean Professionals program. As we understand, the ocean is considered as one of the great museums in that it contains different resources, stories, and by that, it is a powerful and valuable connection between we human that is encompassing the present, the past, and the future. And therefore, its conservation is really vital if we are to enhance livelihoods and biodiversity. And just to also give us a brief illustration of the ECOP program, we aim at enhancing capacity, and our vision is to ensure inclusive and empowered ECOPs for sustainable oceans during this decade and beyond. We do this by addressing the needs and priorities of our members and the ocean enthusiasts in general. And given the differences in regional capacities and challenges as well as opportunities, we also tend to go into regions and sub-regions to address these activities. And by doing this, we aim to address the Ocean Decade outcomes as outlined in the current UN Ocean Decade Agenda. That includes a clean ocean, healthy, resilient ocean, a productive one, a predicted safe ocean, and accessible one, as well as enhancing, inspiring, and engaging ocean. So in understanding ocean literacy and ocean conservation, one, we talk about ocean literacy as the mechanism of understanding how ocean influences and how we also influence the ocean. And by doing this, we talk about an ocean literate person as one who understands the essential principles and fundamental concepts of the ocean, can communicate about them in a meaningful way, and can also be able to make informed and responsible decisions regarding the ocean and its resources. Therefore, it has the essential role of educating, I'll just hide this, yeah. The essential role of educating and assisting society to be able to understand and use the ocean in a meaningful way. Slides are now not moving. Sorry for this. Yeah, okay, it's moving. Yes, so as I mentioned, with all this, we therefore be able to address the ocean principles or ocean literacy principles that encompasses the Earth as one ocean, the life involved or different biodiversity that are in there, and the aspect that the ocean is a major influence on weather and climate, making it habitable and supporting the great diversity, as well as the understanding that the ocean and humans are inextricably interconnected. And talking about the steps that we need to undertake or that we can undertake to ensure an ocean literate society. For one, our main goal as ocean enthusiasts is to raise awareness and encourage concrete actions towards achieving an ocean literate society, and thereby contributing to addressing SDGs 14 and the UN Ocean Decade Agenda. And we do this, one, by storytelling, building storytelling potential among stakeholders. So this includes researchers, early career professionals, people in governance, and different ocean users, as well as community members. But with this, we are also able to demystify the natural science findings to be able to let it be understood and be used by different people in the ocean realm. And number two, we are also able to develop resources and tools, including infographics, webinars, short videos, trainings. These are tools which we can use to disseminate knowledge and information. And another step is to extend networks beyond the natural science discipline. So we understand, and maybe as we can be here, most of us can be scientists, but then in enhancing ocean literacy, we need to devise mechanisms through which we can be able to disseminate our findings to be used by community persons, indigenous people, or local people, from the big terms that we use, the jargons or the scientific findings, the cool graphs that we develop. We should be able to demystify this knowledge to be able to be applied by the communities who primarily are in contact with the ocean resources. And lastly, we also establish partnerships to drive action through reciprocal dialogue. So how do we reach out to other people? How do we reach out to governance? How do we reach out to those who are in different government positions, policymakers, to be able to translate the ocean agenda and to be able to inform them of the activities that we need to undertake to be able to ensure safe and sustainable oceans. And therefore, our roles as ECOP specifically are: one, we contribute to scientific research and data generation. As we've heard from various presentations that have been given, young people from bachelor students, master students, PhDs and postdocs, and even early career professionals in general, they are highly involved in scientific research, from proposal writing, field work, data analysis, lab work, and data generation. So through this, this information can be translated into policy that will help ocean conservation. And again, ECOPs also support ocean literacy by developing tools and resources that we use in exchanging and integrating knowledge. So as I talked about, videos, short infographics, these ECOPs develop, which can be used to translate this knowledge to other people. And then we also enhance behavioral change by fostering responsible citizenry and sound corporate practice. So we realize that in most cases, ECOP groups themselves together, and then they engage in activities such as beach cleaning. And then when people see this, then they are able to realize that we need to conserve our beaches, we need to dump our waste responsibly. And through this, ECOPs support behavior change process. Also, ECOPs ensure science communication and dissemination. The scientific work that we do, we're able to publish it in form of dissertations, in form of publications, and therefore people are able to read this and also to translate it into other mechanisms that can reach society and policymakers. We also mobilize resources to support ocean decade activities and events, including human resource. For example, a number of activities that we do even in organizing this section of the current event. In overall, ECOPS bridge the information gap and the knowledge gap between generations and within and beyond the decade. So we do this, as mentioned, by developing the infographics, books, games, articles, illustrations, comics, and these address 3 main areas, including inspiring, educating, and engaging. And our activities as the Ocean Literacy Task Team are as the ones that are being developed include art contests, development of videos, and workshops. And these activities are in connection with the aims of the decade. They enhance ocean technology and innovations. They address ocean challenges, ocean tools, gaps, and needs in ocean literacy, as well as successful stories which can be replicated in one region. Successful stories in one region can be replicated in other regions, and also enhance career development, because when we express what people do on one side, then other people can also realize that there is not only mainstream career that has been there, for example, medicine and banking, but then there are also other opportunities in the ocean sector that can be explored upon graduating. Also currently, we're engaging other ECOPS and the general public by just creating short illustrations. For example, developing blue curriculum for schools. And an example is just a short story, as we can see on the slide, The Secret Garden Under the Sea. So in this case, we want to enhance on the importance of seagrass. And just with these short illustrations for school going children, in this case, we can see the sea turtle saying that they need seagrass to nest. The fish need to breed and feed. Dugong needs to feed on the seagrass. Crabs needed to avoid the effect of the strong waves. And also the seagrass helps in carbon sequestration and carbon fixing. And through this, we are able to give the local people, the indigenous people, the knowledge that seagrass are important. So therefore, as they carry out their activities, then they can also use this sustainably or can also participate in its conservation. And also illustrations such as videos like this show that our blue carbon ecosystems are important. And if we don't conserve them, then the coastal ecosystem is going to be degraded, and this is going to influence communities as well. Other activities such as fish migration can take place. And through these illustrations, then they're able to relate and see the essence of ensuring coastal conservation. There are challenges that are there in addressing ocean literacy or in trying to achieve ocean literate society. One, there are differences in regional needs and priorities. There are some areas that are already developed, and therefore they would want, with the resources that they have, they would want to go the engineering way of coastal conservation. Other people might prefer blue carbon ecosystems. So such differences are normally there. Also inadequate funds for projects and awards. COVID-19 pandemic, we understand that most regions are currently recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic that we just had. And also most of the people in ocean literacy work on voluntary basis. And this also ties up with other activities that we have to do, for example, as students. There's also low technological capacities in some regions and representations of some regions and language barrier. In that, if one person had to produce a video, maybe in a certain language, be it English, then there would be need to translate it to be able to reach a larger community. And translating it or putting subtitles is either more money or more work. And therefore, such challenges are there. But then there are still opportunities for ocean literacy in Asia, and particularly, for example, in India. One, we have great biodiversity in this region. And as we can see, if we talk of some of the critical ecosystems, there is a wide diversity, including corals, mangroves, and seagrasses. India, for example, is also one of the regions that have got high species diversity, which can still be conserved. A great coast, great beaches that still need our attention as ocean enthusiasts. And apart from there is great heritage that we still need to tap into in enhancing and telling communities the need to conserve them. And then there is great willingness and passion to conserve, because there is a great opportunity, a great energy from the early career ocean professionals in India and in ocean in general, in Asia in general, who have got great abilities and can do a lot of work. So there are great opportunities to tap into addressing ocean literacy in India and in the globe in general. So the next step for ocean literacy and ocean literacy enthusiasts include establishing regional, sub-regional, and even local chapters. This will address ocean literacy priorities within the region or even within the country, and reaching out to more actors as well. And then developing database, because through this, by creating information pool, we can be able to tap on great stories that can be replicated in other regions, and also starting webinars on ocean decade challenges and outcomes. Through this, we can identify the gaps and also improve inclusivity and participation. So it's amazing that today we've come together and we're hearing what different people talk about, and through this we can enhance our participation, and also in enhancing more capacity building, collaborating with task teams as well as other networks of like-minded opportunities and goals. And with that, we can engage and contribute. These are just some of the contacts that you can write to, that is under the Early Career Ocean Professionals Program. And I know some of the participants here, like Debarati, are actively involved in India, of which you can also contact them. And then we move together as a team in enhancing ocean literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you very much. Is there any question in the house? Yeah, Devaruti, please ask your question by unmuting you.
I have one question.
Yeah,
myself,
please.
Yeah, myself, Muriyasa Pandian from Hosur, Tamil Nadu. Regarding the ocean literature for the government school children, how we can go about it? What are the materials available? Do we have in Tamil? If we in our region, if you want to promote it, do you have material for in Tamil? So,
yeah, thank you for that good question. So there are different materials. Currently, we are starting the blue curriculum for schools. And for this, we are having materials that are available. Some might just need to be translated. But what I'm aware of is, for example, India is a good English-speaking nation, so they are already available. From the UNESCO Ocean Literacy section, we can organize this. And then again, already great opportunities, like one of my colleagues, Debarati, is already starting this action for schools in India as well, and she's already partnering with some schools. So there are infographics, there are flyers, there are short videos that can be used for schools, and I'm happy to share this with you. Yeah.
How I will get it then?
We can exchange emails, and then we can discuss this. So we can provide soft copy, which can be printed, or if one can visit the schools, then it can also still be projected to them in soft copy or in PowerPoint or in video form.
Yeah. Please share your email ID.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah. I am part of the Tamil Nadu Science Forum. We want like this. No, these materials are not available in our regular school curriculum. No, this knowledge is required for our children.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. You just connect with Gabriel, or I know that they have Indian partner also. It's Devaruti. You can contact her also, or Gabriel can share his details to you directly. Okay. Any question now?
Okay, Dr. Bhattacharya. No, I don't have any question. I just wanted to thank him for adding his valuable inputs. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Looking forward to work more.
Okay. Thank you, Devaruti. Thank you, Gabriel, very much. And please give your email ID to sir that he can connect with you. Okay. Now we are moving to our next talk. Our next presenter is Papia Bhattacharya. Papia is a PhD scholar at the Department of Oceanography, National Taiwan Ocean University, Taiwan. She completed her master's in zoology from Diamond Harbour Women's University, and after that, she was also a part of our work. She has worked with us, and finally, she got chance for her PhD, and she went to Taiwan. Papia, we welcome you. Stage is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Bhaskar. First of all, I want to clarify you that currently I am a student of National Taiwan University, not National Taiwan Ocean University. But it's true. Previously, I was there, but now currently I am in NTU, National Taiwan University. So now I like to share my screen. I hope everyone can see my screen right now, right?
Yes, it's visible.
Am I audible?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. So, yeah, I was the student of National Taiwan Ocean University, and I was working on taxonomy before, but now I shifted to NTU, and now I'm working on ecological modeling kind of work. So today I like to share my work on, this is not exactly my work, this is my lab work, and I'm just going to explain those things, and in future, maybe in my work, I will use this empirical dynamic model. And so today my topic is a brief introduction of empirical dynamic modeling and a review of fluctuating interaction and stability of natural fish community. So first of all, why these models are so widely used nowadays? Because in normal scenario, it's really, there are some problem to analysis the nonlinear dynamic system. So basically, sometimes there is a linear statistical approach, like linear statistical approach basically focus on the correlation, regression, vector autoregression, and so on. And that is not good to analysis the nonlinear dynamic system. And another problem is mathematical modeling. This may be difficult to apply because we do not know the correct equation or parameters in real world. So for make that more easy, now the new this is not a new approach, this is an old approach, but now this is used widely to in ecological modeling. And basically this empirical dynamic model mainly focus on the time series data, and from time series data they take the time lag of the variable and predict the future or analysis the nonlinear dynamic system. So basically it has so many applications, like determining of the complexity of the system, distinguishing nonlinear dynamic system from linear stochastic system, and then quantify the nonlinearity, then determining the causal variables, forecasting, tracking state and sign of interactions, and scenario exploration and external perturbation, and classify the system dynamics. So basically today's talk, I am going to discuss about the first three, and the real world scenario, real world example, what I'm going to show, that is going to use only the first three scenario.
So here, the first one is the simplex projection. This is a very important approach of empirical dynamic model. Before starting the analysis, we first need to calculate the best embedding dimension for the system. So for that, we use this approach, and this approach mainly follow the out of sample forecasting. What that is mean, like suppose you have a data for a time series for a one variable, and you want to find out the base emitting dimension. You need to separate the data into two parts. One part is model, one part is the prediction. So out of sample forecasting, that means the prediction part you have selected that you cannot use in the model part. So by using the model part, you can create the prediction for the predict part. And another thing is, this is not a one-step process. This is, you need to repeat again and again to find out the best prediction embedding dimension. So for that, here I just show the process that there is maybe find k nearest neighbors. So first you have to separate the data, and you need to find the nearest neighbor around the prediction, and you need to calculate so on. So time is very less, so I will not discuss all so clearly. And another second approach is SMAP, or SMAP this is also similar like simplex projection, but the difference between the simplex projection and SMAP is SMAP use whole library around the prediction for the calculation. And here is the formula: WD is equal to exponential minus theta d by dm, where theta is the theta. By seeing the theta value, we can measure the SMAP prediction. And the most important approach of the EDM is the convergent cross mapping, or determining the causal variables. So first of all, here I would like to show you that the first one, there is a Moron effect example, and the second one is the mirage correlation. What are these? In real world scenario, sometimes we see that there are two species present in a same system, but they are not causally related, but they are correlated. What does it mean? Somehow two species, they are present in a same environmental area, like they both are affected by the season. They both are affected by the summer season, but they are not causally related. So that means there is correlation present, but there is no causation. But in similar way, in another approach, that is a competition model, where two species are competing with each other in a same system state, but there is no correlation in between them. And for understanding the convergent cross mapping, there is a name came into the mind, that is Granger. What he says that in this first equation, y is said to Granger cross x. If the predictability of the target variable y declines, then variable x is removed from the universe of all possible causative variable u. What does it mean? That if two system state present in a if two variables present in a same system state, they can Granger cause each other. Like you can predict one system state to get the forecast for the another one. So, but this approach and the second one, this vector autoregression, these two are basically for the stochastic system. That means the linear system to find out the causality. But these two are not good to understand the nonlinear causality. So to address those problems, there are another approaches there, that is Taken's theorem, that is mostly widely used in the nonlinear system, where they mainly suppose this is the main manifold. From main manifold, you can reconstruct the shadow manifold of the variable. So basically Taken's, they mainly focus on the convergent, like from original manifold, you can create the shadow manifold and forecast the result of the variable. So basically, all of this approach, what I discussed, that has been used in this study. And this is a study from Marizuru Lake in Japan, where they study on the fish community and the interaction of the different interaction, and basically the interspecific interaction can significantly influence the community dynamics and stability, and the studying rapid changes in interspecific interaction in natural ecosystem is really challenging nowadays. So basically for this study, 12 years data set has been used, and the study focus on the dominant species present over there, and dominant species, those species has been seen 1,000 times in the time of the study. So the data collection has been done during the January 2002 to April 2014, and survey were conducted within 50 meters of the shore area, and 60-meter transect line was used, and a total 14 species and 1 jellyfish species were included in this study. And before all the EDN's analysis, first data normalization was done. So basically, the first approach, as I told, all the EDM analysis, first you need to find out the best embedding dimension. So here also they calculate the best embedding dimension for the system, and to understand the predictability of the best embedding dimension, they use the mean absolute error, and to capture system dynamics effectively. And then after determining the optimal E or optimal embedding, then CCM or convergent cross mapping was applied to understand the causality between different species interaction. And then predictability has been measured by correlation coefficient, and reconstructed state space is necessary to detecting causality and understand the effect of different seasonality on the species interaction. So one problem they encountered during the convergent cross-mapping study, that is when they study the effect of seasonality on species interaction, they found that that though there is no causal relationship between two species in a same system state, but due to high seasonality, those species are showing the causality by this approach. So to solve this problem, they use another approach, that is phase log twin surrogated method. That means they create the surrogate time series data to solve these issues. For that, they use the step like they create the matrix and recurrence matrix. From recurrence matrix, they create the surrogate data and generate surrogate time series by switching the trajectories at the twin points. So here are the formulas they use in the study. From this equation, you can see that this is just a species interaction model that BYX. From here, you can understand that this is the equation for species X has effect on species Y, and the second one, species Y, has effect on X. And these two equation is for effect of seasonality on the species. So basically, the ACE-map algorithm they use, first, this is the common ACE-map formula. This is a linear, they first create the linear model for this calculation, and then they calculate the singular value decomposition for the study. And they create the partial derivative from the base embedding dimension they got at the last time from the simplex projection. They got 5 base embedding dimensions, so that's why they take 5 time lag, like x1t, x2t, x3t, x1t minus 1, x1t minus 2. That means and this kind of time lag you can create when one species like x1 has effect on x2 and x3. And then they create a partial derivative by depends on that embedding dimension. And then they create a Jacobian matrix, and then they got so many eigenvalue. From those eigenvalue, they basically find out the dominant eigenvalue, and dominant eigenvalue considered as local Lyapunov exponent. That is the index of community stability. So come to the result. Here you can see there are 15 species was there, and among them 14 interspecific interaction has been found. And this red line indicates the negative interaction. That means they have some competition or prediction relation. And the blue line indicates the positive interaction. That means mutualism, or there is no competition and commensalism. So here is the time series data. You can see that y-axis show the interaction state, like this is a 3-dimensional model. So all time they are showing they are trying to find out the interaction between the two species. That's why species interaction is there. And here they are showing the mean interaction strength. The value that is less than 0.05, that is considered as a weak interaction. And weak interaction means the negative interaction. So here mainly three factor considered as a community stability, like mean interaction strength, median and maximum interaction strength ratio, and Simpson diversity index. So these 3 factors mainly affect the community stability. And from this plot, you can understand that the mean interaction strength and diversity index showing the negative value as they are lower than 0, and median and maximum strength interaction showing the positive with the species interaction, positive effect of the interaction strength. And as I told you before, there is a problem due to the seasonality. Sometimes there is no causality present between the species, but though they are showing the causality, and they use the time surrogated method to solve. Here you can see that there is 2 species X and Y, but there is no arrow. That means there is no relationship between them, but they are showing the causal relationship by showing this red color there. That means there is a causal relationship, but in reality there is no causal relationship. To solve this problem, they use the time surrogated data. After using the data, there is no causal relationship showing in the third one. So they solve that issues. And the second, there is a unidirectional mode of interaction, and there is a causal relationship. That means they have a cause-effect relationship. If one species increase, another species decrease. So there have some causal relationship. So that's why after using twin surrogated method, also they are showing some red here. So by this study, basically, they try to see the different factor effect on fish community stability and seasonal dynamics. And mostly what they found that during summertime, that weak interaction become more dominant. And they give an assumption that due to high primary productivity during summer may lead to increase the fish abundance potentially, this weak interaction. And seasonal fluctuation on interaction strength are influenced by different another kind of factors like behavioral and physiological response. So overall, this understanding of seasonal dynamics and factor influence community stability in the fish community provide a very valuable insights in community functioning and resilience. So this is all my work. This is all my today's topic. And these 3 papers mainly I use for the reference. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Papia. It was a big journey from biology to be a mathematical one.
Yeah, it's a very challenging, but now I am just very early stage, and I am just trying to cope up with all of this.
Okay. The house is open for the question. The talk was on definitely on mathematical modeling and how to apply that on the oceans. If any of the participants have a question, kindly direct your question to Papia. And this is a young, obviously early career ocean professional last talk going on. So some of you may be in early career, maybe asking for different networking. So that's also fine.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Hello, Papia. I am hearing you after a long time. So
Yeah,
it's
I am
very
also
good.
hearing you after a
And
long time. Yeah.
yes, you are improving and your aim and object is on the right track.
Thank you so
Whatever,
much.
however,
How are you?
I have one question, not question,
Yeah, yeah.
just
Yeah, yeah.
just to share the idea. There are two events, one causative interaction, other independent. But at both the cases, A and B thriving together. In one case, while A is increasing, B is decreasing. But in other case, both are simultaneously moving. So in this case, what is the actual case? Whether in one case they were interacting with each other, and in due course of time, now they are aware of the interaction and they are moving independently and now occurring together. And at the same time, other group still fighting and interacting with each other. Are they on the way to be gain independent occurrence?
Yeah, definitely. Like this is empirical dynamic modeling showing those kind of thing. Like correlation doesn't imply causation, and causation doesn't imply correlation. So this sort of thing can go simultaneously together. So this sort of thing can be studied, can be analyzed by this model approach.
Okay, very good. Carry on. Thank you.
Papia, I have a question.
Yes.
I think you have given a very good answer. Like, I don't know whether if you have said it very consciously, because this is a young professional session going on. I have seen young professional and myself also is sort of a guilty. That's why today I am raising this issue in this particular session. That sometimes we learn techniques, we lost ourselves in models, and we lost ourselves in finding causalities which doesn't exist, but that exist in mathematical terms or in abstract terms, right?
Okay.
So as you are journeying from a biologist to a more of a mathematical modeler, do you vision any sort of caution, like where you should have a good marriage between the ecological reality and the extra dimensions of extra niceties of the models, like where you should stop and where you should like take it cautious or like cross validate?
I don't know exactly what is the meaning. I couldn't. What I understand, you want to mean that, like, what's my goal, right?
No, I'm trying to ask, like, you are building models, right? Hello, can you listen to
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you. I am building model
And you are also collecting data, not you, not necessarily you, okay? But there should be some sort of good understanding of the ecosystem before that should be transformed into a model, right? For that, there are some checkpoints. That is what I am asking. Are you? Can you share with us as a researcher what could be those checkpoints that you are learning?
Basically, I'm too early in this modeling session, and so far I didn't encounter any. Maybe in future I can able to give you this answer more specifically, but right now I think I'm not to give this answer I'm not like to find out the checkpoint. No, not in the modeling case, I'm totally in a learning stage right now.
Okay, okay, no worries. Maybe something to remember for the future, that we are an ecologist, or and we are the models are extensions of our observation. Okay, so like that, the model should not lose its naturality. That's it. That's what should be.
And I have one, like, what I found that from the study onwards, I found there are so many problems encountered. That's why this kind of sort of model came. Like, as a stochastic model, it's not easy to analyze the nonlinear dynamic system. So that's why this empirical dynamic model has a very good insight to analysis by using the time series data. There is no mathematical approach needed. Obviously, mathematical approach needed, but maybe that how we can like analysis nonlinear dynamic system more profound way, specific way that can be possible in modeling area, like more development, you would say, like.
Okay, thank you, Papia. Thank you for your talk, and this basically marks the end of the early career ocean professional session. This was a joint session between the ECOP program UNESCO and its India node, as well as the ECSF. As you have heard, the participants have heard, we had a joint MOU, and the spirit was to promote young people and their research as much as possible. So we had actually tried from the foundation to accommodate very diverse talks from the young people too. And the next up is President's message. Obviously, he needs literally no introduction. He is a pillar of Indian marine fraternity, and he's a constant student producer. That is one of the things. Like a center like ECSF is at its vision to promote the science, to mainstream this sort of science in our part of the world, because we know in this session we already know that we do not have these in our schools. We do not have these in our colleges, right? We have very little university departments. So a lot of the young professionals, they often get lost saying like, what can we do? And like, how can we connect with our ocean? And somebody who is building us, somebody as a teacher, as a professor, building us, instilling the belief, is Professor S. Vijayanandan. He is the dean, a senior professor, and the dean of Faculty of Marine Sciences at CUSAT. He is also a pillar of ECSF from the day one for his kind support, and his vision always with the ECSF goes to him asking like, sir, what can be done? How this organization can also progress, and he has always constructive suggestions for us. So it's no better that after the entire days of this interaction, which started from microbes to management, to blue carbon, to zoology, to different hemispheres. We have talked like the Shramik, who talked from Southern Ocean. We have talked from the Professor Elliott, who worked with his colleagues in Kerala, and also in Europe. We have talks from Scotland. We have talks from Taiwan. We have talks from Indian Sundarbans, and we have talks on different diverse subjects, even from the dust storm. So, sir, it's a pleasure that you have joined us. You have guided us, and the mic is yours. Please enlighten us with your message for this World Ocean Day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Saurav. I'm so happy and glad to be amongst you. And I'm just hearing morning whole day. I had a lot of meetings, but still I'm so happy to have joined because I in fact wanted to join in the morning session, but due to some official commitments, I could not. But I know that ECSF is doing wonderful activities, and there's no doubt you are a crusader. I will call you a crusader in the field of marine science and marine biology and whatnot, estuarine and coastal studies, all these areas. And you are building up a big army of researchers and scientists and knowledge creators. I will call you like that, and your team. And I've just gone through the program of today, and so glad to be amongst you. And today is a very important day that oceans and life tides are changing. The United Nations, the word, the catch logo, and with the webinar, which is globally today has been done by various institutions, actually started from 1992. I think the Ocean Day, the concept. But everything I would like to remind my young friends who are here, or the senior people who are here, all started with the United Nations Environment and Development Program. In fact, if you look at the United Nations Environment and Development Program, UNCED, because even if you look at the United Nations Environment Day programs, also started with the United Nations Environment and Development Program, all with the Rio and the Brazil Declaration, the Rio Brazil Declaration, the Rio Declaration officially recognized. Even if the World Environment Day also we are celebrating, we just had it on 5th, which celebrated the 50th year of its celebration. It's very, very a landmark. You know, this year was the 50th year of the World Environment Day celebrations and Environment Day activities all over the world, and India also we have been. So in 1992, the Canadian International Center for Ocean Development initiated, and the Ocean Institute of Canada and the Earth Summit, the UNCED program, and UNCED initiated subsequently it's almost 14 years that it's in the 14th year that we have this edition of the World and Ocean Day today. Now, with these few words, I'll just take you through. I have a set of slides, PowerPoint. I will explain. I'll just briefly run through on this very important day a message that we all need to carry in our mind and our soul and our thinking and our day-to-day actions, which we need to, because ocean is something which we breathe, ocean is something which we drink, ocean is something what we feel, ocean is something, our food, resource, everything. Almost 97% in the globe is ocean. So I think EC Estuarine and Coastal Studies Center in Sundarbans is doing a pioneering service, because you have your limitations, but the propagation of this message today is very, very important. I'll just share a set of my PowerPoint slides, and I'll start with that. And I hope kindly let me know that if it's yes. Kindly let me know that.
Yes, it's all right. It's all right.
Right, fine. So now we go to basically today's day, United Nations Ocean Day 2023 is Planet Ocean Tides Are Changing. Why they use this, I'll just briefly say, and what are its implications and what are the major issues we are confronting today in oceans and what we need to take care. And we need time to put the ocean first to us. It's not second. We need to put our day-to-day activities. We need to look, because we all know that oceans are the important resources and the important environment we are living in. So it's a big planetary ecosystem. The planetary, are we at the stage of planetary catastrophe or planetary rethinking, or what we know beyond the largest planet ecosystem covering over 71%? It's the largest oxygenator. These are simple things which you know, but we need to have the thinking. That's why on this day I thought I'll go for a general presentation giving you insights on what are the important compartments of ocean and what are the important areas in which the public, the society, the scientists and all are involved, and how we'll be able to make this through these oceans a good and healthy living. Water storage and hydrological cycle is almost 97% of the Earth. Water is stored in the oceans controls the global hydrological cycle. The life in the oceans, almost 90% of the total biomass of oceans is the Earth is the oceans. Nearly over 200,000 species have identified. Actual may go to millions. We know one drop of seawater may contain over 35,000 species of bacteria. Of course, largely these oceans are we have the marginal marine ecosystems, the coastal ecosystems, and the population living in these marginal systems or the coastal areas are over 40% of the world's population, and that is they occupy almost 60% from the coast. We have this habitable space of coastal ocean by area I've shown you, and the deep ocean and land almost 29%, deep ocean almost. See, now deep ocean environment and deep ocean studies are now catching up in the globe. And we are now going into deep ocean works. And we know that life beyond the high seas. Now we need to fathom, we need to look into the life beyond the high seas. Seas and the EEZ is, we have looked and we have explored and explored. We need to look beyond the high seas and the deeper oceans for various, not only biodiversity, various forms of resources, various forms of how the atmosphere and the carbon is restructured, how the food web and the recycling, and all these happens in the living space of the earth. So the deep ocean almost is 78%, or deep ocean almost in the coastal ocean by volume and area I've given it here. And the land is almost just 1%. So you know the significance of this ocean, and humanity has utter reliance compared to the breadth and the depth at which it gives us. The ocean gives us the fragment of attention and the resources. We know that this marine environment occupies almost 1/3 of the world population living on near the coast, and large percentage relying on it in some way or other. We have food resources. We have role. It's modulating and managing the atmosphere and the regulating the climate. We have a lot to speak on that. You need many presentations and many talks on that. Storing carbon sequestration, climate regulation, cycling of nutrients, biogeochemical modulations, everything happens within the ocean. So coastal areas, buffers of land and storms. Yes, we have increasing storms, and almost we had last day, this coast of southwest coast, we were being had a threat of the one of the cyclones last night. So this number of almost 30-40 cyclones has almost crossed last couple of years. So we know that marine ecosystems are diverse, divergent ecosystems, pelagic, coastal, intertidal, estuaries, benthic systems, deep sea ecosystems, coral reefs, seamounts, canyons, and so on like that, gyres, and so on. But let me just tell you, this has got over 200,000 of marine species which is living here. And each of these ecosystems have its own diversity, its own environment, its own production process, its own utilities and maintenance of the equilibrium of the environment and the climate and the atmosphere. So over 1/3 of the population living here on the coast, a large percentage living in one way. Food resources, I said already, atmosphere modulating, storing carbon, and all these I have already. People, companies, and societies rely on these services and the raw materials. Now, if you look into the Millennium Ecosystem Report for 2003, we know that oceans and the coastal systems, oceans, what is so near to us is the humans, and the societal part is the coastal ocean, because the marginal ocean, which is very much linked to the oceans. Now, if you look at the provisioning services, we look at the provisioning services. Provisioning services, I mean, those are the coastal, both in the open ocean and the coastal ocean. They provide the food, the fisheries, the aquaculture, fuel food, alternative energy, and these are the strength of the coastal as well as the open ocean, and even in the deep seas and the high ocean areas. Now, if you look at the alternative energy and the strategic and other minerals, natural products, genetic and less bioprospecting and genetic and pharmaceutical products, space for ports and transportation. Yes, we have several ports and transportation systems everywhere, and we have all these. Then, of course, we have the regulating. So the provisional services, the regulating services, the supporting services, and the cultural services. Of course, among them, the regulating services like weather, carbon balancing, shoreline stabilization, nutrients, almost overlapping. Both open oceans and the coastal oceans are both overlapping. We know that the supporting services like soil formation and supporting services like soil formation, photosynthesis, nutrient cycling, the nutrient cycling and the production and the food web energy transfer along the biological food web is very, very important supporting services. So all these services, the provisioning, regulating, and the supporting and the cultural services, including recreation, spiritual, aesthetic, education, are all related and intertwined between one. So among these services, the marine and freshwater fishes are globally very, very important. They are fundamental ecosystem services. They provide, as I said, all these regulatory services like carbon maintenance, carbon dynamics, fluxes, and also, and if you look at the 2020 global fish production, you can see that fishery in the marine waters, it has stood at to 82.6 in 2011, which has also marginally raised to 90 million metric tons during the 2020 period. So the demand derived from ecosystem services is production, aquaculture, pharmaceutical, supply for aesthetic values, and also for the supply of recreational activities. Now, what is the most supreme in maintaining these provisional, supporting, and regulating, and also the cultural? All these are your, what do you call it, is a bio. Roger Weber, who proposed in Scripps, he worked in the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, United States of America, and he proposed one of the most cardinal supporting system, or the provision, which provides all entities of the marine system, that is a biological pump. We all know that the biological pump regulates the maintenance of carbon dioxide and the oxygen, which is regulated. The carbon dioxide almost is trapped within the ecosystem. Your acidification of the ocean is also largely maintained by the biological pump. We know that acidification is a major issue, and if you have carbon dioxide, the carbonic acid and the bicarbonate and the carbonate equilibrium of the global ocean is a vast reservoir of planetary carbon. All of us know that. So the kind of carbon dioxide, if you have excess, almost 30 meters, 35 to 40 meters, carbon dioxide gets trapped up to that. But beyond that, what is released is almost, we know that the earth is warming, oceans are also warming. We know that the carbon dioxide under the recent COP27 meeting in 27, and also the Paris Declaration in 2015, all these enumerated that our carbon dioxide emission should be limited to around 400 ppm. So this 400 ppm is the cutoff, but now from the pre-industrial period, which was around 350 ppm, it is phenomenally grown and it has increased to. So these are all parts linked to the biological pump. If you look at the carbon dioxide, which is now the phytoplankton and other grazers, they fix, and then it goes through the grazing food chain, then respiration happens, then you have the particulate organic carbon, dissolved organic carbon, then acted upon by different kinds of predators, the energy gets transferred, and this form of transfer in the oceans so you can know that the carbon dioxide and the carbonic acid, the carbon is a limiting factor in the marine environment, and for plant photosynthesis and growth, and also as it's for terrestrial plants, we know. And for the planetary perspective, what we deal today, the global ocean is an enormous thing, as I said, for carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, we know. Global ocean absorbs almost 25% of the 35 billion tons of carbon dioxide, which is spewed into the atmosphere each year because of the burning of human fossil fuels, deforestation, and over roughly almost 1 million tons of carbon dioxide per hour is roughly into this planet is released. We know that even now we have accentuated this problem by releasing, we have the plastic pollution to a large extent. Burning of plastic also brings down your carbon footprint extremely below. And what is happening, or another 400 to 400 and 450 billion tons of carbon dioxide is added to the atmosphere through plastic and other burning issues. So now let me just remind you that this kind of carbon dioxide release can also be related to the ocean acidification, and this can phenomenally bring down your pH in the water. So what happens is these planetary interventions, the planetary atmospheric changes, or the addition of the carbon dioxide is going to have a serious repercussion on the biological pump, especially in the decalcification processes of the planktonic organisms, especially the breeding process is affected, the planktonic development is affected, the breeding, especially many calcareous forms which live in the oceans. These are also about another 25% we know of the carbon dioxide released is absorbed by the forest and rust accumulates. But that, as I highlighted, almost 25% of the 35 billion tons of carbon dioxide goes and is almost which is spewed into the atmosphere due to human actions is absorbed. So ultimately, we know that the net result of the atmospheric carbon dioxide, which is released through various actions of human actions, get into this pump, and we know that carbon dioxide accumulation is rising almost 2 parts per million per year, which is why carbon dioxide concentrations in the planet atmosphere increase from pre-industrial. I highlight the 300 plus. About pre-industrial, we could specifically say about 278 ppm. Now it is above 400 ppm almost. So now the decrease in the pH is another major issue. It is going to acidic phase. We almost say that we had almost during the pre-industrial period, we almost have 0.1 pH unit. It is now, that is almost making it 30% more acidic compared to the pre-industrial period, the pH. Now, all of you know, it can lead to acidic conditions, that is so many different kinds of physiological interventions can happen in the organisms, and there are metabolic interventions, there are metabolic changes. As a result, we can say almost 0.15 unit decline in the pH can happen. That means pH almost falling below 7.5. So this biological pump referred to as put by is very, very important. Why do you use for the global this today? Why the tides are changing? Yes, we know the tides are regulating. We know, all of us know the ocean circulation. This is the prime area where the global conveyor belt, the ocean conveyor belt is circulating. And we know it takes thousands of years for this global conveyor belt to rotate and make the oceans around. And this global ocean conveyor belt is very, very important as far as oceans. And this is where I want to focus largely my discussion in relation to ocean circulation and why you say the tides are changing. That is, the sea is changing because of these factors. We know without the movement, the ocean is in turbo movement. You can see the movement from here across the ocean. Conveyor belt starts from the Norwegian Sea. You can see here, and where warm water from the Gulf streams heats the atmosphere in the cold northern latitudes. And this loss of heat to the atmosphere causes water cooler and denser, making it sink to the bottom of the ocean. And this, we can see, this conveyor belt makes one full rotation. It takes long, almost, I will say, ocean starts a process that takes over 1,000 years. And this great ocean conveyor belt is this very, very important. And we can say that it is driven by different kinds of planetary, on a planetary scale, it is driven by different kinds of wind-driven currents. It's driven by the gyres. It's driven by the North Pacific and the North Atlantic oceans. And then it goes to different hemispheric drives in the South Pacific and the South Atlantic, you can see, and the Indian Ocean clockwise. And among all the oceans, we all know that the climate change and the temperature rise and the release of carbon dioxide is phenomenally increasing in the Indian Ocean. And we can know that these gyres, which transport enormous volumes of water and heat, that's very, very important. And the heat has to get dissipated from one part of the ocean to another and carry many kinds of non-swimming, poor swimming forms of marine life called plankton all across. So this global conveyor belt. So the tides are changing because of human actions. The conveyor belt is getting affected. This global conveyor belt, which is transporting nutrients, which is transporting energy, which is transporting heat. And you can take the North Atlantic gyre, you can take the North Pacific gyre, you can take, provides good example for the gyre system. Our surface water recirculates in different fashions across the Gulf Stream, you can see, and is almost fast moving. And we can see, and this kind of movement all across the different continents, maybe from the South American continent, the North American continent, and the other the oceanic regions also. So the south, north, and the different oceans are traversed through this gyre. So it's important that the tides in the center of the ocean gyre is a large pool of stable as well as seawater. You can see then when the gyres and all these global conveyor belt moves around, you can see the clear seawater. North Atlantic Ocean, you can see this North Atlantic Ocean, you can see this region is also referred to as the Sargasso Sea, which is roughly about 3,000 kilometers, about fine. So what we can see is beneath the deeper ocean of the global ocean, we have the motion is wind driven, surface currents are there, gyres are there, and the buoyancy of this water because of our human interventions, because of various kinds of waste disposal, the high nutrification, high kinds of human intervention, the path of these the global conveyor belt and the oceans and currents is very modified. This kind of flow, what you see, this kind of motion, when we see this kind of motion which is steady through the gyres and maintaining a correct surface currents and buoyancy and almost covering even the polar region. And this kind of thermocline circulation and with necessary buoyancy has been one of the notable aspects of the Great Ocean Conveyor Belt. But what has happened of late? We know that the Great Ocean Conveyor Belt is thus akin or is getting affected by planetary scale distribution. Transporting is largely a planetary driven, and it takes, because of the gravitational pull and push of the Earth rotation, it is transporting nutrients, heat all over and moderating the global conveyor. So because of the human actions, this conveyor belt is modified. I don't know how long it takes. It usually takes almost 1,000 years for this to transport. So this transporting of this tidal changes, the creation of the eutrophic and oligotrophic ecosystems, because even oligotrophy and normally oceans, you get top down and up down, top down phenomenon, bottom up phenomenon where nutrients and hypoxic conditions prevail. These conditions largely get concentrated in many parts, and this is going to affect this global conveyor belt in the planetary scale distribution of these nutrients, oceans, and the world, and moderating the global. Any change in these characteristics would be profound impacts on climate. That is happening to the system. That's why your temperature is warming, your carbon structuring, your sequestration process, the geological and the biological process of the geochemical process of sequestration is getting affected. Fixing of carbon gets affected. It's possible that human index is affecting, and many of the waters getting into oligotrophic, low saline conditions are prevailing, and coastal areas getting inundated due to high saline conditions. So this could be seen not only in one area, in different Arctic polar regions. This would make surface waters, this kind of modifications will make the surface waters more buoyant, more decrease in the rate of sinking of seawater, and potentially slowing down of the global conveyor belt. And this has the implications of the tidal, changing of the tidal. Thus, this would result in drastic cooling of the climate in various parts of the world, including Europe, in Asia, Oceania, and different parts. So why are oceans important? Because it is most cardinal, I will just put it, climate regulation, the biodiversity, food and livelihood, and scientific research. We all know what I've just highlighted is, and oceans are critical for health and our being of planet, and it's important to work on that. When I speak about climate, I just come to climate because we know that climate is atmospheric warming happens. When atmospheric warming, you have this warming goes down into the sea, and sea will also get, and there starts the global climate regulation. My friends, what I've just highlighted now here is the global conveyor belt. See, if you have a steady flow in the planetary scale and the planetary distribution, that's the normal distribution. And this is where the tides are modified, your currents are getting modified, your actions because of the rise in temperatures, your glaciers are getting thinner, 20-22 centimeters it's getting. So the mitigation starts in because of the atmospheric warming, and now the global climate regulation happens. Because this mitigation, these three are cardinal, you need to regulate it. How? Because this is performed by the marine system. If you want to regulate the global climate, this is performed by the marine system. That is the physical and the chemical process of gas exchange in the atmosphere. Where the marine ecosystem, you have fixations of phytoplankton, fixing your carbon and sequestering it to different levels of the food web. Maybe your zooplankton fixes it, your fish fixes it, your microbes fixes it, your myofauna fixes it, your benthic organism fixes it, your muscles. So through different ecological processes and functions, it fixes, and that is all underpinned by the biodiversity components. And what you will say, and this is the biological pump, and this was proposed by Roger Well and way back in by one of the leading scientists long back. So once you have the issue of carbon dioxide release, the atmospheric temperature gets warm and climate dynamics start. So how this atmosphere? So I will say climate science and climate regulation is fine, because what happens? It's soluble carbon dioxide is also. So it has a capability to absorb. It has the capability to absorb certain level of carbon dioxide only. Beyond that, it is emitted out. That is very, very important. And if you look into the carbon dioxide that is absorbed, I gave you that it's almost rising at the rate of 2 ppm parts per million per year. And we can see this anthropogenic emission and lead to greenhouse, and that is mainly carbon dioxide, and that increases the atmospheric temperature. Then further, it leads to the increase in seawater rise, and then the sea dynamics and climate dynamics happen in the marine system. And this climate dynamics, because of the anthropogenic emissions, maybe fossil fuel burning, maybe your plastics and all kinds of human interventions lead to, and then happens the sea dynamics change. So ultimately, the essence and the dynamics of our existence, our global existence, I will call, because this is that carbonic acid, carbon dioxide and water, which further breaks, and you see it is used, goes into as dissolved inorganic carbonate. And you can see this is the imbalance. Suppose your carbon dioxide more is coming, it imbalances, your pH acidification can happen, and other aspects can happen. So in these imbalances of charges, which happens because the soluble carbon dioxide, it increases, and 30 meters, 20 meters, it cannot. Beyond that, over 35,000 tons of carbon dioxide is pumped into your ocean. And oceanic uptake of atmospheric carbon dioxide to restore its balance. So what oceans uptake it? Because you need to, once it increases, it has to regulate it. So what happens? Then the solubility pump or your biological pump effectively start. How it starts? Because you know the marine ecosystem, it is involved in that, and that solubility pump takes into charge. So all your carbon dioxide goes down. It has to go down and it gets settled. And we know that the ocean, what is the biological pump? What are its important components? You have the plankton, you have different atmospheric carbon, also carbon dioxide enters into the food web, you can see, and down the carbon almost settles in the sediment organisms also outside. Also deep consumers are there. Rest of it is released as carbon dioxide. And you can see this is taken by the entire biological pump. You can see the large phytoplankton, salts, phytoplankton, bacteria also fixes it. And all this way, I'm not going to explain the whole thing, but the entire grazing and microbial food chain, the grazing and the microbial food chains act upon it on the live photosynthetic biomass, and the live consumers act at different levels in the food web, and they convert to organic carbon or the carbon and the dead biomass. The dead biomass goes into the system, and also you have, and ultimately the respiratory carbon dioxide is released and the organic carbon is settled, and you have also the recalcitrant organic carbon which is settled at the bottom of the sea, bottom of the sediment. And this recalcitrant carbon, and this fixation is known as carbon fixation or carbon dioxide fixation, which is very pristine, which is with a cardinal, and most important factor as far as carbon sequestration is concerned. So you can identify the amount of carbon fixed in the biological diversity. So this kind of efficiency is nowhere seen anywhere. You cannot look into the land also, but the oceans are most supreme in regulating your existence on life on Earth. And this sequestration and the maintenance of the recalcitrant carbon is very, very important. So ultimately, your entire process of climate science and climate regulation and fixation of carbon. So ultimately, what happens is your stronger the winter, you have the stronger is the upwelling and the floods, reduce seawater acidity, thus sequestering carbon sequestered carbon in calcareous shells and animals, seaweeds and foraminifers. So this kind of carbon fixation, almost carbon in it almost 2,000 to 5,000 for 2.7 million euro. The cost, the value for this carbon is almost 2.7 million euro per year, or maybe equivalent to equal rupee. The services it contributes it. Otherwise, the mitigating services, the sea level rise it maintains, sea warming it regulates. So these are one of the very important. The next aspect is the carbon. You can see also how much of carbon it fixes in the atmosphere, 750 gigatons. Ocean surface water itself fixes almost 1,000 gigatons, and also deeper waters fixes about 34 to 38,000 gigatons. Terrestrial vegetation can fix only 500 to. That's why I said it's most supreme through your biological pump. How much it goes through your sequestration to carbon in the sea, maybe in the form of carbon microbial loop, maybe in the form of the biological pump, maybe all these are regulated in the ocean. So your ocean is the mother of all actions, what you do on land and in your life. It is a mother of all, which is getting susceptible to all your actions, because it is something which is getting the onslaught. So the global carbon stocks you've seen gigatons, or the soils also you can see, and the ocean is the Earth's largest sink of carbon dioxide, and average 2% of world ocean absorb and emit per year. So the blue carbon, you call this carbon as the blue carbon. And also another important aspect which I highlighted, the three factors: climate, food. See, oceans provide the food for sustenance. Major primary producers like phytoplankton base of the food web for carbon fixing. Then you have, according to the world, fisheries and aquaculture, it helps you to fix through the marine food web, fixes energy through your primary, secondary food web, and also through your grazing and microbial, and where your particulate and dissolved organic carbon is fixed at different levels of the food web. Even the microbial path goes through the other way. Fish constitute almost the major protein, cheap source of food. This is what today, over 25,000 different kinds of fish, 15,000 are marine and over 10,000. So this is the strength of the ocean for food also. Global production over 80 million metric tons. 34 million people depend on the fishery of the world, and that's plus 34 million plus recreational. Fishing is there in lakes and coasts, and also estimates of the fish population in human societies are predominantly focused on goods. So primarily, then we come to the food, and also then to the biodiversity strength. India is among the 12 mega biodiversity countries of the world. So if you look at the oceans, their climate regulation, their food capability, their biological productivity, blessed with their remarkable coastal marine biodiversity, you can see that they have enormous species of several species of marine algae, sea grasses, several species, over 70 species of mangroves, the sponges, corals, crustaceans, mollusks, bryozoans. You see the array of organisms which is blessed, and they provide different kinds of services to the ecosystem, maybe in the form of fixing carbon, maybe in the form of food, maybe in the form of bioprospecting for different drugs, maybe in the form of maintaining your biogeochemistry or biogeochemical cycling, or maybe in also providing the relationship where some of them perform as mutualists, some of them commensals, some of them are parasites, all forming the large community of interrelationship, which is beneficial one way or other to the humans and the organisms. So enormous species of marine fishes, over 1,300. mammals, fishes, turtles, and variety of seabirds. Also, we cannot lose the coral diversity of the world. We can see this large diversity. We have almost seen almost 20% to 30% of the Indian Ocean and the atolls and the corals we are getting bleached because of human action, because of the intense release of carbon dioxide and fluctuation or disturbance in the global conveyor belt, where the tides, the heating up of the ocean, the transport of nutrients, the increasing carbon dioxide are all affecting the coral community. The diverse and the massive coral reefs centered around Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, 500 to 600 species. You can see the coral triangle. This Great Barrier Reef also is one of the greatest coral, extends to over 2000. Coral Triangle is one of the most diverse in this coral region. So all these speaks volumes of how these coral reefs are important to marine biodiversity. Coral reefs are one of the Asian and dynamic. They may be of diverse, maybe atolls, fringing, and barrier. You have these Andaman Nicobar Islands, the Lakshadweep Islands, the Gulf of Mannar, the Gulf of Kutch. Oh, there are 18 families reported around, and over 15 are represented in India. Ecosystem services. This is very, very primary. Services they provide to the coral reefs are contributed fishery, nutrition, livelihood, also net benefits. You know, the benefits through coral reefs, it goes beyond 30 billion, because other than providing them as repositories and life relationships and associations with various other organisms, it is also natural products. It could be one of the important natural product derivatives of bioprospecting potential and providing good life sustenance to over 30, and we have almost 30 billion US dollars per year of ecological and socioeconomic benefits from coral reefs. Pharmaceutical compounds and biobalance. The regulating services from these formations of beaches, buffering the coastal area, and the impact of, they are also buffering and regulation or impact of waves and storm surges. Very, very important. And they are also important in carbon structuring and are diverse ecosystems in the ocean. They act as absorbers of your biological carbon. Now, seagrass meadows. So see, I'm just going through the important provisioning, regulating, and all services, and the strength that oceans provide, what we need, and where the tides and the waves and the ocean conveyor belt is getting changed. So this is where we need to see the basis of complex community seagrass meadows here. There, it's very complex. We have habitats, coral reefs, like sustain, just as coral reefs, they sustain traditional medicine, seafood, fodder, stabilizing coastal sediments, shorelines, filtering sediments in coastal waters that might otherwise be smother the coral reefs. So they also provide the seaweed industry is also, now you have seaweed cultivation along the different kinds of algae, different kinds of seaweeds are globally cultivated. Now we are, the government of India has initiatives to cultivate so that to trap carbon, regulate the carbon dioxide. Yes, Thalassia turtle grass is common in tropical. So, but we have seen it provides huge services. Seaweed industry over 10 billion tons per year for globally, and of human consumption it is used as food. Yes, it provides a lot of energizing antioxidants, a lot of metabolizing agents, and as fertilizers, animal additives, biotechnological and medical applications. Then we have, globally, we have the kelps. The brown seaweeds, the seaweeds are the brown, they are a dense aggregation, they provide a lot of ecosystem services. Then also we have the giant kelps, the Macrocystis species. It's found in cool and temperate regions, very lush and diverse marine community, providing a plethora of regulating and provisioning services. If you look at the kelp forest, you can see in South America, you can see in North America, we have they provide the canopy, epiphytes, water column, and we can see innumerable fishes, they provide different layers of your community with a lot of structure, and they are huge, they are harvested for food and additives, your kelp, as well as kelp forest, as well as your seaweeds. Now, in this context also, the Deep Ocean Mission, which is also one of the important and flag-bearing programs of the Government of India, where the ministry has also looking into all these technologies and the deep sea, mining, manpower, manned submersibles, development of ocean, climate and change. So these are all important 6 areas, vertical. Yes, your anything is there, Saurav?
No, sir. No, sir.
Nothing. Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah. So here also in our national program, the Deep Ocean Mission, written by the Ministry of Earth Sciences, looks into these important provisioning and other regulatory services. If you have all these deep sea exploration survey, energy and freshwater form of ocean, advanced marine station and ocean biology, technological interventions regarding deep sea biodiversity, deep sea ocean. So we have earmarked over 4,077 crores for the 5 years in a phased manner. And there we can see, other than the biodiversity, climate regulation and other, there are also oceans are a resource and strength for what? From the drugs from the sea. Various organisms like seaweeds, like microbes, different kinds of your corals, all are used for bioprospecting and developing drugs from the sea. You have, other than that, you have wave, you have ocean current energy, tidal energy, osmotic power, wind energy, ocean thermal energy, renewable energies, massive sulfide and cobalt deposits are also cause of manganese in marine animals. They also pose considerable risk for methane, hydrates, that is a greenhouse gas, oil and gas and fossil fuels. So this is also, oceans are big important areas for marine fishery and mariculture also. Now, if you look at the other areas, that is, you have also natural gases, marine minerals is one area. Natural gases and oil has been extracted from the sea for decades. And India, one of their deep ocean mission, has proposed for massive exploration and undersea imaging systems, undersea exploration and understanding the micro and macro diversity of the deep ocean. Along with that, understanding the marine minerals is one of the front line for the deep ocean. And this is also one of the important services they offer. And for the resource price is too appealing for this. And the excavation of marine massive sulfides and manganese nodules is going to begin in the next few years. And massive sulfides are also manganese and cobalt deposits are also seen. It's known as methane. Methane hydrates are present throughout the world's ocean. Seafloor contains extensive resources concentrated in the ocean and their forms. And this kind of resources you can see, I've just given some of the manganese nodules, all those there. Then other renewable energies. Ocean has also got a strength for until now expansion of renewable energies such as wind, solar power is making. So now I think we have gone through some of the locations in Europe. We can see they're planning already. They're generating energy through open water. Wave energy is produced from ocean. Other than that, they are also installing floating wind turbines, wind turbines to wind power, so that they are going to have open wind. So also their solar power, also solar energy, renewable energy is also being planned through in open water. They're also installing. So the renewable energies such as wind and solar power is making and also taking place offshore, onshore. The energy of the oceans has remained largely untapped, and things are changing. The production of environment-friendly energy from oceans is now promoted. Expectations are high. It's expected that the wind, waves, and ocean currents will make the substantial share. And the key renewable marine energies are the wind energy, wave energy, tidal energy, ocean current energy, and also the ocean thermal energy conversion facilities. That is energy derived from temperature differences in various depths also, that is OTEC. And osmotic power-based energy derived from salt water and freshwater is also. But these last two are also in experimental stage in India. Some of the national institutes are working on it. So all these speaks importance for this ocean decade 2021, 2023, 2030. Science we need for ocean we want. As we know, United Nations Decade of the Ocean for Science for Sustainable Development is a 10-year global initiative for 21 to 30. What is that for? This ocean science, ocean research, ocean innovation and improvement in the ocean health and sustainable for ocean resources. And if you look at the International Oceanography Commission of the UNESCO, it's also, you have to face these challenges, which are the large challenges of climate change, the modifications, even you have foreign alien species also, the native species, the replaced by alien species, the indigenous communities are getting replaced by alien species. We have a lot of issues on biodiversity issues. So this kind of UNESCO-based IOC has also addressed to, we need to have sustainable development goals, sustainable development goal 14, that is life below sea. And this life below water, that is also very, very important. You have to maintain its health. This will bring together governments, international organizations, academia, industry, and civil society to develop innovative solutions and technologies for a healthy, resilient, and sustainable ocean for present and future. Very, very important. So this ocean decade stimulates, harnesses, stimulates, coordinates interdisciplinary research efforts at all levels for translational, transdisciplinary, and interdisciplinary activity is healthy for a resilient ocean and sustainable resilient ocean and 2030 and beyond. So now, if you look at what we need for the ocean, we want for sustainable, what do you want for the next 7 decades? See, this is what we have to see. It's changing, tides are changing, glaciers are melting, climate is changing, we all know that. Outcomes are clean ocean where source of pollution is identified and removed. A healthy and resilient ocean where marine ecosystems are mapped and protected. We need for the 7 decades, we need a predicted ocean where society has the capacity to understand current and future ocean conditions. A safe ocean where people are protected from ocean hazards. You need to also have early warning systems. Yes, all this early, we'll need to evacuate people, cyclone threats. Everything is going to increase because the number of cyclones, number of rain, the pattern of rains have changed. There is blizzards, number of surges have increased. Patterns are, so many kinds of changes are happening in the atmosphere and the meteorological conditions are modifying. A sustainably harvest and productive ocean, ensuring provision for food supply is also very important. That is also we need for the next sustainability. A transparent ocean with open access to data, information, and technology. An inspiring and engaging ocean where society understands and values ocean. So the key challenges identified for the decade is to understand and beat marine pollution, including marine plastics. So if you look at the second World Ocean Assessment Report, WA2, released by United Nations 2021, a comprehensive report assesses the current state in world oceans, including its health, productivity, and sustainability, provides the key insights, our ocean, how it's getting endangered. It's mainly getting endangered because, as I highlighted some of the points previously, because of marine pollution, overfishing, acidification, eutrophication, ocean warming. Yes, these are important interventions and huge responsibility for us to look into. Ocean warming and acidification and deoxygenation is something which is in a calamity stage, because I said the planetary boundaries are defined. The planetary interventions are defined now. Ocean is absorbs, we know that 20-30% of the anthropogenic carbon dioxide since pre-industrial time, and now leading to ocean warming, acidification, I've already explained. These are impacting the marine ecosystems and its biodiversity. See, on the right side, you can see the huge carbon sinks and potential of carbon source. It's predicted that by 2100, the partial carbon dioxide will reach almost 420 to 940 microgram atom, almost ppm. So even the Paris Declaration, we have asked our Indian Prime Minister and many leading heads of state have argued and said that we need to not go beyond 400 or 4. See, we will reach almost 940 and the pH may decrease 0.13. So this is something on the climate change scenario and innumerable paper research publications and research. So this is where it has changed. Even where I'm sitting in Kerala, in the south, protected by the Western Ghats, protected by the southern southwest coast, the ocean, and we have the Arabian Sea and everything. I'm looking for the last decades, the changing temperature is changing. The rains are, the vagaries of the rainfall is highly significant, because Kerala has got one of the finest climatic summer, winter, summer, then the rainy period, too rainy, and everything is changing. Southwest, northeast monsoon, everything is changing, because we have one of the finest Western Ghats protecting the state of Kerala, and we have one of the finest lush green growth of vegetation. But this is all changing. We are becoming more barren, more inclined to climate change phenomenon. So the pH of seawater has decreased during the 8.17 pre-industrial to current 8.06, suggesting almost 34.91 increase in acidity. So ocean acidification affects life. These are card and very, very important. Absorbs almost 30% over carbon dioxide added to the atmosphere. And last 250 years, it is plus added and almost increased by 30%, equating to a fall of almost 0.14, I will say, units. Now, impacts are reduced calcification. I already told 40% of the mollusks, 32% in corals, 23% in almost your coccolithophores, dinoflagellates, and all those stuff. Reduced abundance of 80% of calcifying algae, 47% in corals. Going to be large impacts. Reduced growth. So these are going to be at the subtle changes. The subtle changes are going to get reflected largely over the years, and it has started reflecting in your ecosystems. And the reduced growth is 70% of the mollusks, 10% in echinoderms. Reduced development, 25% in mollusks, 11% echinoderms. Reduced survival, almost 34% in mollusks. Reduced photosynthesis, 28% in calcifying algae. So this, the impact of ocean acidification is largely caused. In a very recent World Meteorological Organization State of the Global Climate Change report, 2022, I'm just telling you, the climate indicators of greenhouse gas, or the World Meteorology, WMO, and states that the greenhouse gas, temperatures, sea level rise, ocean heat, acidification, sea ice and glaciers, everything is impacted, and it has highlights the impacts of climate change and extreme drought, floods, heat waves. Large effects of the plants are rising. Global mean temperature for the last 8 years has been on the highest on the record. I will say that for global mean temperatures, 15 to 22 were the 8th warmest in the record, despite the cooling effect of the La Nina. We have now started the El Nino phenomenon. We had the La Nina cooling for the last couple of few years, and for the past 3 years, melting of glaciers, sea level rise, which has reached almost recorded to highest levels in 2022, will continue up to thousands. So the global mean temperature is also for the last year's highest. Sea level and ocean heat are on the record. The trend will continue for many centuries. Antarctic sea ice falls almost to the extent on record. Europe shatters all records of global glacial melt. Glacial melt. Global climate change and sea level rise. Yes, very well documented through models, through your remote sensing satellite data. And all global sea level has risen to 8 to 9 inches, almost to 21 to 24 centimeters since 1990. So if you go my Arctic, I'm doing polar research for last over 10 years. And now next week, one of my students are deputed to leave for Arctic. So I've seen through my eyes from 2011 onwards, we can see the ice sheets are thinning. If you go there, it's almost like just 10 degrees, 12 degrees in the Arctic, or maybe still higher. So the glaciers are almost barren. You have some glaciers, the formation of snow and ice almost in the ocean deeper areas. But otherwise, your land is almost getting barren. Your 2021, you could see the global sea ice record set a new high, 97 millimeters, 3.8 inch above in 1993. The global sea level is also accelerated. It's more than double, almost to 0.06 inches per year throughout the almost 20th century to 0.1 inch per year. I was looking at the glaciers when I used to visit the Arctic or the Antarctic. It's thinning and thinning, 20 to 24, 22, 24, 26. Now it's growing, going. So ultimately, you're losing almost 0.14 or 3.6 millimeter in the global sea level rise. Also, sea level rise is also mapped through your remote sensing cameras, and that is measured globally every minute. And it's scaled down to through satellites. It goes down to your data recorders in national laboratories. So sea level rise affects societies. How in Sundarbans you can see the sea level, coastal erosion has lost almost land and sediment in the coastal left. So this is impact and repercussions in every part of our society. I cannot explain all in this short time, even though I am exceeding your time limit. I'll be stopping soon, but I just want to say highlight few changes we have noticed very recently. The Sundarbans is one such area where coastal erosion, and it's very dear for the coastal, your ECSF institute also is very, very important, has led to loss of land, sediment, coastal area, left many islands submerged, forcing many local communities. Global temperature rise stays below 2 degrees as per the Paris Agreement or declaration. An average melting of sea will contribute to over 26 centimeters of sea level rise, definitely by 2100. And in global temperatures rise by 5 degrees, the ice sheet melting also will contribute 51 centimeters of your sea level rise in 2100. So if the global sea level rise could exceed 2 meters, and the flooding up to 1.8 million square kilometers, displacing. So how much of societal impact it can have, how much of displacement it can have because of the global climate. So almost 187 million people are going to get displaced. So we going to create, are we going, because of the onslaught, because of this planetary intervention, are we going to create climate refugees? Yes, climate refugees have already started. It has started all over the globe. We have seen cyclones impacting in this part of the global refugees, the climate refugees. We have seen floods of 2018, which happened in the state of Kerala. And that is also climate, the people who had to shift their homes, who had to go away, they're inundated. Yes, it's part of the global, it's part of the climate change. And we have studied the climate change impact because of the largest wetland in the Kerala state, the southern, even because of the Arabian Sea impact also we have seen. And all these lead to climate refugees, and these refugees are moving around with no scope for life. So the oceans are changing because of the tidal changes, because of your global, because it cannot carry the global conveyor belt cannot carry the amount of energy and the heat through the ocean. It's getting dissipated, it's getting broken. It is taking years. If you need that full conveyor belt or the full tidal to circulate the whole of the ocean through and come back, it takes almost over 1,000 years, but it will take more years because it's getting dissipated, it's getting affected by various human interventions, as I said. Changing status of tropical cyclones is also we have seen as part of these climatic phenomena. Frequencies in cyclones, you see 58% increase in the number of cyclones. Very severe cyclones have increased by 150% and this is largely felt in the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Sea. You can see the Arabian Sea 52% increase, Bay of Bengal 8% decrease. So this rise is the climate will absorb your greenhouse gases. This intensity of heat will absorb your greenhouse gases, and that will lead to warming up fast. 8% of the number of cyclones in the Bay of Bengal. Arabian Sea, you can see the total duration of cyclones, 80% increase. 80% increase, you can see a graph here, changing status. Almost 2018 in the Indian Ocean, you can see the rise is almost high, almost 80% rise. Increase in the cyclones in the Arabian Sea in the last 2 decades. The duration was very, very severe. Cyclones that have also increased by 260%. See, now the climate change and diversity loss is a big issue because I already highlighted coral bleaching before, and you can see something which is bleached. Almost 20 to 30%, 30 to 40%. You have your Andaman, you have your Gulf of Mannar, you have your Lakshadweep. We were in the Lakshadweep Sea last my team was there. They were reporting that it is filled with many areas are bleached, many areas are filled with plastics and other contaminants. It is filled with different kinds of plastic derivatives, microplastics. You don't know what to do. The oceans are changing fast. So I don't know if it's going to get converted to barren lands, So global ocean and ocean acidification is going to affect all segments or along the food web. That is our biological pump is going to ocean acidification is irreversible. And biodiversity loss and habitat fragmentation, marine biodiversity continues to decline. Overfishing, pollution, habitat destruction are the main drivers. Relative importance of anthropogenic stressors to human marine species has threatened them to extinction. Now, if I say habitat destruction and modification are one of the prime areas, okay, that is, you can see the percentage out here. And similarly, direct exploitation, invasive species, very important. Pollution is another very important. Climate change is another. All, and this is a report which has recently appeared by Lupert et al. And which has come in 2020. So distribution of anthropogenic stressors, if you look into the marine species by threatened and extinction, you see the Antarctic seas, you can see all the seas. You see Arctic, Antarctic, North Atlantic, Atlantic Central, Mediterranean, Black Sea, Indian Ocean West, all you can see. The largest denoted habitat destruction and modification. You see largely the green part, you can see here the green part, largely contributed by the habitat modification and destruction. So the human intervention, human exploitation, human intervention is prime. Then only comes the blue. Blue is nothing but the direct exploitation. That is also part of it. Of course, the invasive species are all following. Pollution is also a byproduct of human action. Largely, then climate change is also a minimum. That is also part of it. So all these speaks volumes are very important and largely on how these anthropogenic stressors are leading to biodiversity loss and habitat destruction. See the bottom trawl, yes, through your fishing activities, with your dredging activities, indiscriminate damages through the bottom, it structurally divides and creates complex habitats. The muddy truth of bottom trawling. The muddy truth of bottom trawling is most destructive, because I thought this has to be highlighted here. You can see one of the pictures here. It is filled with different kinds of cylinderates and other feather lilies and other things. You have barren lands on the right side pictures. Remove species, homogenizes the habitat, smoothing of the sediment and breakdown, complex structures. In KUSAT, we have done specifically along how the trawls are going to be affecting your bottom trawls are going to, and we have found large areas are getting barren, large areas are becoming less productive, large areas are becoming highly unproductive. So it creates a complete breakdown, can permanently change the types of species. Their habitat is also getting changed. They migrate, and the kind of interrelationship or the animal relationship extremely changes. Even it almost becomes barren. Economic and social impacts. The ocean health and productivity are critical to whom the social well-being. So it actually has to maintain the blue economy. And however, unsustainable practices and climate change are threatening these habitats, especially for vulnerable coastal communities. Billions of people worldwide are poorest rely on humans, on the ocean for their jobs, food, underscoring the urgent need for sustainability, use, manage, and protect this natural resource. And we call it this the fancy word of blue economy. And this economy, and among them, I'll be poor if I don't highlight the wrath or the largest issue humanity is facing is marine debris and plastics. And we know the number of plastics, the marine litter is now all over there in the marine, and it's very, very difficult to remove them. We have so many national, international schemes to study and explore and eliminate marine plastics. It's becoming more complex, because plastic contamination is getting very complex. It can be from road tarrings, it can be from city dust, it can be from aerosol transport, it can be from personal care products, it can be from synthetic textiles and it can be from car tires or whatnot. Plastic production also risen almost 200 times in 7 decades. It was 2 million in 1950. It is risen to 400 million tons, because the demand is more, usage is more, but of this, less than 10% is recycled. Estimate that 19 to 23 million tons ends up in lakes, rivers, and you imagine the gravity of the situation. Where is it going to go? Your body has, your blood has, the mother of the milk, mother of the small child, her milk has, the sperm has, your blood has, everything has microplastics and different forms of plastic in your body. So you are in a big plastic sphere. You have a plastic age. You had ice age, you had industrial age, you have now plastic age has come. So you are now to confront and deliberate and see how this plastic age you will be able to come up with this, overcome this plastic age where you have estimated 19 to 23 million tons of plastics into this. So the overall marine pollution, including plastic pollution, maybe from the changes in the physico-chemical environment, agriculture runoff, industrial pollution, maybe from different kinds of emerging. See, the biggest threat is coming from the emerging compounds. It is causing a lot of hormonal changes, metabolic changes. It is leading to different kinds of malignancies, cancer, and so many kinds of diseases. Yes, it is increasing the health. Yes, it is causing a lot of health issues, your fatty liver conditions, your heavy metal contaminations because of industrial and other human-related activity. Oil and gas, offshore mining, illegal dumping, routine maintenance of ships. Oil spill, yes, definitely oil spill is also something which is seriously affecting. And recently in 2010, British petroleum oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico and the had contributed a death of almost 655 seabirds, 279 sea turtles, 36 sea mammals, and countless fish. See, even trash and debris which is thrown into the sea, it is also getting entangled, and several fishes, mammals, jellyfishes, and they get clogged and ghost fishing. All these enters into your ecosystem. Now, what are the recommendations put forth by the WOA? The WOA is, as I highlighted, it is the World Ocean Assessment Report 2. What are the major recommendations put forth? So it's very crucial because I went through several recommendations. I found that overall the WOA 2 highlights the urgent need to address many challenges facing old oceans: the climate change, overfishing, pollution, and habitat degradation. The report underscores the critical importance of ocean health, planet, and well-being, and calls for collaborative and integrated approach to ocean management. Here I will highlight a very recent study we done in the Maldives, the mangroves of the Maldives, a case study. Large-scale dying of the mangroves was seen. So here, why you say Maldives or the Bruguera cylindrica was dying in large? You can see huge. It's like your head, if you have a big patch of which is dying off, your hair has got a patterned baldness like that. So this entire kind is getting balded out. And this Bruguera, it's largely concentrated of Bruguera cylindrica, and no other species is dying out. So this is cylindrica has got a very much related to the livelihood of the communities in the livelihood community, the fishermen, the common community. They take the seeds, they use the wood for livelihood activities, and it largely depends. And this entire island, the dying is very serious. So what happened? The phenomenon noticed way back in 20, and we were privileged, and this was found in Kerala, Nekandru, and so many islands. Wherever cylindrica and Hennessy and other mangroves were there, this was related to climate science. So what we did, we studied the entire issues of the climate change in these islands, and we found that the ocean atmosphere climate events are largely linked to the die-off of mangroves in these islands. But you will be strange because we had the La Nina phenomenon, El Nino Southern Oscillation, and the La Nina Indian Ocean dipole have impact. You see this oceanographic phenomenon. That's why I said if you have the tides and the waves and the heat and the global conveyor belt which is modifying, and this has felt its impact on the climate impact in the small islands of the Maldives. Here we could see that the ENSO, the IOD, and the La Nina phenomenon had its impact on the sea level, sea surface temperature, and air temperature, and the rainfall in the Western Pacific region. And this effects which had its episode on the Maldivian, the Arabian Sea, the Indo-Pacific. How these El Nino episodes link to warming in the central and eastern tropical islands, while La Nina occurrences are the reverse with continuous cooling of the same region. And now these variations in the Pacific Ocean. So I told you that last few years, couple of 20 onwards, 20, 21, and 22, last 3 years were the period of intense cooling period, not warming up of the southern Pacific Ocean, but it was cooling of the, and this cooling of the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean. And the variations in the Pacific Ocean overlying the atmosphere occurs at the La Nina with the ENSO, that the southern the southern ocean, oscillation of the ENSO phenomenon, the El Nino southern ocean oscillation. And this phenomenon definitely brought in, and the Indian Ocean dipole also, the Indian Ocean dipole largely reflects on the differences in the sea surface temperature between the poles, between the two poles. And this is known as a dipole. Western side of the Indian Ocean, that is the western part, and the eastern part of the Indian Ocean showed differences in temperature. And this IOD affects the climate of the two countries that surround the Indian Ocean basin and significant contribute to the rainfall of the region. So this is for the climatic impact. So because of these variation in the Indian Ocean dipole, the La Nina phenomenon which prevailed, and no El Nino got almost dead, and we had the La Nina phenomenon which set in 2020, where the Bruguera cylindrica started dying. And the initiation of mangrove die-off in 2020 coincided with the La Nina, the cooling of the cooling. And what happened when the cooling happened, and the cooling or the Indian Ocean dipole, you can see negative phase, you could see an increased convection and the reduced rain, and the cooler it became and the warmer than the normal. So this changes are associated with the below mean normal monsoon rainfall, and extreme heat was provided. And this heat, the moderate La Nina and the negative IOD, that is the negative IOD, almost started reporting in 2020 onwards. So that was the phase which set in for the die-off of the mangroves. So this is just one example I'm telling you, which happened, which we recently seen in the Maldivian mangroves. This multi-year La Nina conditions continued to prevail up to 23, that is as per the WMO 22, and which corroborates with the high atmospheric temperature and reduced rainfall and in the study island. So then La Nina, the cooling of the atmosphere, along with high temperatures and IOD phases associated with lesser precipitation, was prevailed in the Maldives. It's likely that the protracted La Nina event lasted till 23 became this century's first triple dip La Nina, spanning for almost consecutively 3 years. Now, from now on, the El Nino has initiated, and signs have already WMO has informed. So now what happened? If you relate all these to the die-off, so this is how the climatic phenomenon and how the resources are affected. So you have different kinds of basin mangroves, which are uncommon, and you can see the basin mangrove cylindrica die-off happened. Yes, large areas were die-off, and you could see this was studied in phase 1 and phase 2 by the CUSAT team. We went there, we studied, we found, we observed the pathological condition, we ruled it out, there were no pathological issues. Then we looked into the identified fungi and bacteria. It's all perfect. There is nothing to be worried. Then all were non-pathogenic. Then we looked into the general the land use and land use analysis, land pattern analysis we did, and we found that no evidence of human interventions in the wetlands. And then we tapered down to high atmosphere, reduced rainfall, and that is high atmospheric temperature, La Nina phenomenon, and the negative IOD released in reduced rainfall. And this led to the sea level rise. Yes, this is one of the best examples I'm going to give you as one of the experiences of very recent study. And this led to the seawater intrusion into the area. And you could see that the basin mangroves of the islands, pond mangroves, some of the kuldufishi were affected, and also the fringing mangroves of Maidu were affected. And all these because of the occasional tidal inundation. Enhanced soil salinity increased. See, please understand, Bruguera cylindrica has a tolerance limit of 25 PSU, and beyond that, it dies off, even it never survives. So mangrove die-off got initiated in September. Now, from these two islands, regular tidal inundation happened. No enhancement in soil salinity occurred this year. So no mangrove die-off. Whereas these two regular tidal inundated mangroves, it is no issues happen. But in occasional tidal inundation, this happened. So therefore, I will say that this is one of the best examples. But please, my friends, also understand such kinds of phenomenon should have happened in the Sundarban, should have happened in the Bhitarkanika, should have happened in other mangroves of the country or other ecosystems. As even you don't take mangroves also, and take other ecosystems, even in the ocean, the Arabian Sea, in the Indian Ocean, So many ecosystems are changing. They're because of the tidal and recurring changes in the global phenomenon. So conservation strategies and programs for sustainable utilization of coastal marine environment. You have the UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, 1982, set of laws and international related to the use of the sea. Then you have the MAB launched in 1971, the UNESCO Intergovernmental Scientific Program that establishes the scientific basis for improvement of relationships between people. UNEP also, you have to try United Nations 1972, it's a set of global issues regarding atmosphere, marine, and terrestrial ecosystems, environmental governance, and green economy. The international conservation of nature is also helped in valuing and conserving nature for equitable governance, use, and deploying nature-based solutions to global changes in climate, food, and development. You need to have for conservation, very important, as highlighted by marine protected areas. I just quote the definition by IUCN, any area of intertidal, subtidal terrain, yes, together with its overlying water, associated flora and fauna, historical and cultural features, have to be preserved by law and other effective means and means to protect, path, and all. So you need to have more MPAs. We need to protect its value and character. We need to protect the value and character of these MPAs. We have all those MPAs in India. We have Wildlife Protection 1972 initiates for action. MPAs in India comprises of national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. Total area almost 31 MPAs, 33 sanctuaries in India, and total almost 6,27,121 hectares. MPAs on the east and west coast of Andamans are there, the Gulf of Kutch, the marine sanctuary, the marine. So we need to enhance, we need to improve the value, improve the conditions. We need to have strengthened the capabilities of the MPAs. And we need to have environment protection laws, which are designed under the EPA Act. Then we have marine protected systems, biologically and ecologically sensitive to EPA, banning their exploitation. Nowadays, the MPAs are very loose, their regulations are very loose, not seriously done. We need to strengthen it and its actions. Coastal regulation zone is prohibited development. You have to strengthen these laws of coastal regulation zones, 91. So I think all institutions of policymakers, government, all these have to be together, make an initiative in this World Ocean Day, and also the previous environment days to see that these marine MPAs and these protection of these various conventions like Ramsar Convention, World Heritage Convention, the CITES Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species, CMS Bond, then you have conventions on biodiversity, all are very, very important. Now, you have also to strengthen the biological databases, because, for example, you have the databases like Sense of Marine Life. That is all I have highlighted previously in my earlier discussion. I told that we need to strengthen the resource base. We need to have more information at the research program aimed at assessing the diversity, distribution, and abundance of marine organisms throughout the world ocean. Of course, the OBS is the oceanographic biogeographic information system have to be improved. We have OBS over 5 million records we have. We need to improve. We need to have valuation for every sector. Every aspect of the valuation has to be publicized. We need to sensitize the government and the public on the various aspects of this. It's very, very important. Sensitize. We need to be aware, make them, and that is very, very important on the value of each of our marine ecosystems, the marginal marine systems, and all associated measurement of this, and standard measurement scales have to be prepared, communicating the ecological impact on humans. This improves our understanding on the importance of humans for coastal and marine systems, defining them, measuring the natural value of the natural environment and management choices. These valuing systems should be of two types: assess the costs and benefits on an action policy and aid in decision making, also to improve the understanding on the values and benefits to society from ecosystem or series of linked systems. Therefore, the impacts of ecosystems can be viewed or examined in qualitative terms by quantitative measurements or through economic valuation. So the valuing ecosystems, maybe it should be from this is a United Nations Environment Program 2013 says that the mangroves, salt marshes, everything. You have scenic coastlines, islands, estuarine seagrasses. Then you have other stream side. You have all these to be offshore reefs. Then you have healthy rivers. You have healthy coral reefs, sustainable fisheries, offshore energy systems, marine ecosystems, including mangroves, which are all part of the carbon regulation. So marine ecosystem services, why and how to value them. That is step one. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 systems. You need to resource changes. You should see in the intermediate services like primary production, nutrient cycling, food chain dynamics, etc., all what I have discussed above. Final services, commercial fish, greenhouse regulation, biodiversity conservation, etc., then ultimately we need to do the valuation. So the value should be displayed. This should be provided to the government, non-government. Everybody should see when you are going to put plastic, you see the value of this, how it is going to be affected. So everything should be valued to make market value of the fish, market official or the WTP values of the CHG regulation, non-use of the conservation. So everything should be valued and everything should be documented for the evaluation of the ecosystem, maybe intermediate service, maybe for final services, and ultimately for based on the resources. For all these, ultimately, and the final part, I will say, understanding the ocean's influence to us and our influence on the ocean is major principles of ocean literacy. What is the ocean literacy? Earth has one big ocean with numerous features. 2, ocean and life in the ocean shape the features of the Earth. Ocean has a significant impact on weather and climate. Ocean makes planet habitable. The ocean is home to a wide variety of species and habits. Ocean and humans are inextricably interconnected. Ocean is largely underexplored. So these principles provide the broad framework for understanding the complex relations between humans and the ocean and emphasize the need or importance in ocean conservation and sustainability. So therefore, I'll conclude my talk by, I hope all of you should have clearly got my message and in understanding of today, even though my previous speakers should have dealt a large part of what I have discussed today. A healthy ocean is a healthy planet. Biodiversity, ecosystem services, and people are all part of this single interconnected system. Sustainably utilize the ecosystem services for a better tomorrow of our past. Nature has everything. Nature is everything for man's need, not for his greed. And with the quote by Mahatma Gandhi, I'll just end today's talk. Thank you all. Thank you. Great day. And now.
Thank you, sir. First of all, this is what professors do, teach us that what it used to be there, what it should be, what we are having in our generations, and how we should keep it. Thank you for enlightening us. This was absolutely required for World Ocean, the Ocean Day. That's the first of thing. The audience is open to question. If any of you have a direct question to sir, kindly do. The audience, if you have a question directly to sir, kindly do. Okay, there are comments coming up. There are comments coming up. Sir, I want to I want to know one. It's just because this talk was so visionary and so inclusive. That's what I want to learn from your experience. One of your experience. Like, you have been an ocean professional as a teacher for a long period of time. How do you think that the India is changing in terms of as we are celebrating Ocean Day one after another? Like, say in 2008 we started it, okay, and now in 2023 it's almost 15 years. What sort of change you have seen in India, and in terms of institutionalization, in terms of like institutions coming up, or the different like explorations or research coming out? How you want to see our country in next 4-5 years or 10 years or something like that? How you see it? What could be a
if you look, for me, as highlighted in this talk also, I
Yes.
feel even though we have a good, we have strengthened our capabilities for ocean science in India with various institutions. We have strengthened our resources, mapping the resources. We have strengthened our capabilities for understanding the oceans to a large extent. Also, we have strengthened our because you take our forecasting of the ocean, the cyclones,
Yes,
forecasting of
yes.
the atmosphere, forecasting of the biogeochemical process. We have phenomenally improved tremendously
Yeah.
because we have built a lot of partnerships globally for the last 15-20 years, because this is what we are doing. But the basic issue what lies still, which is yet to be resolved, is the climate science, because this climate and this is something which we need to. I think recently I was in the chairing one of the Indian Ocean Rim states. I think a couple of years back. I think just after the Corona period, we had the deliberations along the Indian Ocean Rim states. We had about 20 countries, and I was chairing the marine science part. There also, if you look, the largely issues were dealt with biodiversity, climate change, and many of these aspects, protection from coastal surges, all these. But I think India is growing very fast in terms of its establishment, in terms of its research, in terms of its knowledge, in terms of the manpower and its knowledge sharing. It's because national institutes, for example, even the beach coastal cleanup, which is being initiated all over India today. This is a novel thing, just started for the last 5 or 6 years. Earlier, we never used to do that. So this is a thoughtful process like beach cleaning. Then, of course, then definitely we have increased our monitoring capabilities. We have measurements. For example, your remote sensing measurements of the sea level rise regularly mapped. We are very strong on data generation. But what is still lacking is what I just seem to say, that data generation, but still we need to improve on that. On a micro scale, we have on a macro scale or a meso scale, we'll be having data emanating from different. That's why I said marine protection areas, MPAs, sanctuaries, protections. Yes, we are going to have. How stellar sea cow disappeared so many years back. How you are very priced, you are lost in the sea, your marine systems. It is alarming. Several species you are discovering, several species you are losing. It almost 5 million to 6 million years it takes for the biodiversity to take shape, and you are losing your organisms on one side. See, that's why I said you have to have a caution when you build up these facilities. India has changed phenomenally. Last 75 years, Amrit Kal has come. We have to reset our priorities, as many of the ocean scientists are telling. We need to have broad scale platforms where you will go into the micro scale rather than a macro scale and just visualizing it. Are you going to have, because our microplastics is the largest menace. You see one area. Like that, each area, the literacy has to come from the villages. The villages itself has to think that the up to the scientists or up to the policy makers, this knowledge has to get transferred. But the will has to be more. You see, you have everything on paper, Dr. Saurav. Everything is on paper. We have data coming up. But so many publications emanating. Even our data comes to the last climate science conference. The marine even the marine stewardship program, marine certification, many organisms are getting certified. But ultimately, you're all overexploited. See, certification, you are a short-necked clam from the Kochi coast. You have so many organisms, I think, from Sundarbans itself. You don't have so many organisms, you see. They are not certified. They are not certified. So even if you certify, your overexploitation or your resource not exploitation, resource crunch is happening definitely, even if it is certified. That's why I'm telling MSc is also going, but it's still under So something is going wrong somewhere, even if you have your foundations after 75 years of research, 75 years, not research, 75 years of your independence, you have grown phenomenally. That growth is well established, well taken. But still, along with that, the world is grappling with climate change, which we never thought will happen. That is something which we are finding difficult to control. We need to address many of these at the micro scale. At a macro scale or a meso scale, many things we are able to solve. But at a micro scale, we need to intricately go into MPAs. We need to have sanctuaries which are very, very foolproof. MPAs never addressed in our regulations. It is very, very important. If you want to conserve biodiversity, conserve you and take care of your climate regulations of carbon sequestration, carbon. This entire thing, I will say the essence of oceans lies in the biological pump and the energy transfer. And that biological pump, which can be beautifully explained, which almost partly with whom I lack my time, that itself takes almost an hour to explain. So that lies. So if you intricately go into that, how many systems are there? Suppose you say from mangroves, your seagrass, meadows, deep oceans, high seas, this much of energy gets transferred. How many people know about it? The public doesn't know. The common man doesn't know. So you need to have a micro scale planning as it has to get translated to larger audience awareness. You need to have platforms where even if you declare it is a Ramsar site, not Kerala got 3 Ramsar sites. It is not even no action has been taken. The wanton destructions is happening still. We know so many Ramsar sites which are. So the actions and literacy and the strength has to still come up in Indian system. Otherwise, ocean is going to get polluted and affected more.
Do you think, sir, in this particular question that also I sometimes think that the Indian institution building and
Yes.
the Indian subject buildings have always been government centric.
Yes, there also that is very, very important.
When you say micro scale, do you vision that in next, like as we know that in this particular age, a lot of young people are coming up with startups and very innovative ideas, and they are starting ventures. So do you also think that this is an age where marine ventures can also start in small scales or in micro scales?
Excellent. You need to. I fully support and endorse your idea. See, every sector is now getting private, public participation with knowledge getting transferred, everything. So why not? You have MPAs in the private scale. Why not develop MPAs in the private scale? Protect them. Have resources. Have your valuation there. See, that's the value. You denote the value. You protect it. And you have resources which is getting conserved there. So it's a very important suggestion. Arm your private institutions with knowledge, strength. Wherever they have strength, support with government and provide them strength to conserve your, and private participation definitely has to come, I will say. But it has to have regulations. It has to have definitely an eye on various institutions. Along with that, otherwise governmental means, see, that is why your space program is progressing. So many programs in the country are progressing. Similarly, the marine systems have to have a private funding. They have to have privatization with the all regulations and laws and policy framework in place. That's definitely a welcome situation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I just like there is a very small vote of thanks with the session from Professor Rao. Professor Rao, are you audible? Professor Rao?
Okay.
Yep. Professor Rao is another pillar of ECSF. From the very inception, he is guiding us, and like often he is coming to ECSF to actually make us conceptualize the directions that he is an ecologist, and like how like in those days of Professor Amalesh Chaudhary, where the distinction between different subjects were not there. So people were naturalists, like you said. So more, I would say, Professor Raut as a naturalist, like you. And so it is an honor that the foundation have the support of you, Professor Raut, and this sort of naturalist. So from that regard, I would request Professor Raut to actually conclude and little bit of the vote of thanks for this entire day of very stimulating talks. I must say it was very diverse. The audience was very interactive in most of the cases. Over to Professor Rao.
Good evening, everyone. Since morning, we are essentially watching and hearing the discussions on different aspects of oceans and its problem and what are the problems we are facing and will be facing in future. The last speaker, today's president of this seminar, Professor Vijayanand, at length from A to Z discussed this diverse problem from multidisciplinary points, what the facts and what should be the solution, though all these are theoretical, I should say, because we know the problem not today, but many decades ago. I must go back to the Vedic period of India. During that period, what happened? Ganga, Jamuna, Sindhu, Kaveri, Narmada. In every house, during worship of the god, the priest used to utter these words because these are holy rivers. And because of this was the message during that period to the people: don't waste, don't keep any dirty particles, anything, don't throw away into the water. Keep it clean. And subsequently, we are just developing the culture much more to keep our assets, all these rivers, water clean. That is Kumbh Mela, that is Hardwar Deep, that is Ganga Sagar. All these. What actually the theme, the philosophy behind that? They were not the scientists. We are today boasting for the science. We are now proud. We discovered this, that. I can remember just now my young friend Sachinandan clearly stated that take and advanced technology, traditional knowledge of fishing and use of the sea now far away because of the emergence of the oil developed, precious GIS, GPS, etc., and so many will be coming in future because we want to see that last point of the sea, many kilometers deep. It is our aim and objects. But at the same time, we are thinking to keep the nature, the environment clean. While you are accessing into that passage, you are disturbing. How can you maintain it? You are cutting forest and again you are implanting tree. You are thinking to restore the same. So these are contradictions. Even if we are to survive, we are to fight. Not only because of the wide range of marine biodiversity. No, these are contradiction. Even if we have to survive. Yeah. So this is why I can put here one example. You just think a small creature, that ant that live in the mainland, but it needs a grain of salt as a part of its nutrient. And in 2008, Paskar and co-workers published a paper in which they stated what? Ant move 10 to 100 kilometers towards the coastal belt to collect a salt grain for their colony members. So that means not simply sea and water, not simply the carbon, blue carbon, what Professor Austin discussed at length regarding blue carbon. Everything what our first speaker, Bhattacharya, stated regarding the microbes, then I must come later on that acidians, and subsequently I got Papia regarding the dancing states of the species in the aquatic environment, how and what we are trying to understand. Very nicely, Gabriel pointed out that literate oceanography is something else. But what he stated, one word, very interesting, the museum. Ocean is the museum, right? Museum of what? The different kinds of marine organisms. But to be frank, all these marine organisms are to be protected by us, and we are forwarding different types of program projects for implementation, and it is also in progress, and future also will be in progress, no problem. But the question is that, dear Sachinandan, could you tell me, there is the Wildlife Act, don't catch and sell less than 500 grams ILSA fish. But we are getting in the market 400, 300 grams ILSA every time. And the fishermen, rather today, not the tech fishermen, but it is industrialized fishermen. Fishing now, a big industry. They have $100, 5,000 helpers. They are trying to snatch, sieve everything from the sea. And we have so many rules and regulations. We are not interested at all to care all these. Even many people are knowing fully well regarding punishment, violating, and taking it with pleasure. Okay, I have to pay 1,000 rupees, or will to spend 2 to 3 days in jail, then I will come out. All these are game. Then where is that Indian philosophy? Today we are celebrating Vasundhara Sammelan, Earth Summit. This Vasundhara, very much this term originates from our Sanskrit. And we know the term Ratnakar, the other name of the ocean, the sea. This Ratnakar, as Gabriel said, museum, I should say not only museum, but it is the jewelry museum also, not biological. Not only this, we can say different types of molecules, what we are getting here in the mainland. And again, it is going down to the sea. Nutrient cycle is irregular, being maintained because of that. We are starting in a distorting factor because we are residing here at Sundarban. We are starting Sundarban area. Someone very interesting that Mr. Sarkar presented, that Amit Sarkar presented that idea, the storm. Saurabh is very much knowledgeable regarding the impact of the storm on the estuarine biology and ecological system. But here, first time, we are also knowing that there are some storm or dust storm that can also create eutrophication. Very interesting. So we people are living at different geographical area and looking the water body accordingly, and we are presenting the data. But actually, holistic approach is not there. All these are distorting approach. What should be holistic approach? If I think or remind that Gaia hypothesis, every organism has right to live. Do we think living in different parts of the water body? We are thinking in that aspect. We are thinking in that way. We are trying to restore our nature, our water body in that way. Perhaps not. And this is why nowadays in our textbook, there is another chapter added. Water war. Water war. Near future, we have to face war for the water. So 3 parts of the globe covered by water. And we human beings are very much distributed here and there, and they will come, we will fight for that one. So, should I say, we are developed, science is progressing. Today, in our college university campus, we are there putting some posters, don't pluck the flower, don't pluck the leaf. But all they are PG student, qualified student, PhD students. But even if I am to put there such sticker, why? How many generations or how? What should be the highest qualification so that one should be able to learn this, one should be able to follow this, one should be able to see the world is healthy? it is really painful. We are not caring in that way. Everyone just like the football, passing the ball to other one. It is not my headache. We are saying government is not doing that. We are saying politicians doing that. So all these are escaping thoughts we are putting forward. We are seriously not sincere, not honest to pursue our duties. It is absolutely my opinion. I am not putting it this in the society, because society is running, because there are many people who are very much cooperative and who are very much interesting to keep our nature keep and clean. However, today, at least one thing is clear. We have to take care seriously. Then today, then tomorrow, then next of the day tomorrow, how to keep and maintain the degraded ocean environment. Very funny question. After working lifetime, Professor Elliot, this they stated very clearly, it's a cumulative effect because multi-factors, multi-branches, and multiple people are involved in these activities. So management is needed, but he put the question, who and how? Yes, this is the question, who and how? So in my opinion, being in UK, he is in the same idea. We are saying someone, but not performing. We are asking someone to do, not to do that. He's not following that. So this is why he put the question, who and why? With all these words, I must thank ECSF for kindly providing me the opportunity to say a few words. At the same time, I would thank to the ECOP and Gabriel and their associates to join this venture on the ocean discussion day. At the same time, I must thank all the members of the ECSF for nicely organizing this meeting, and to our president, Amolesh Mukherjee, for guiding us and suggesting us to have a success meeting today. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Just a minor correction. This time, the president is Vijayanandan, sir, and the patron is Amalesh, sir. That's a minor.
Today's seminar session president,
Yes,
Professor
Professor Vijayanandan.
Yes, yes. I know it. I said it earlier. Now, ECSF secretary, Dr. Amolesh Mukherjee.
Yes.
So
yes.
with due regards to Vijayanand, we must expect your kind cooperation and also your support and suggestions how to enrich our program in the ECSF, and we need your guidance in future Hope you will be with us. Thank you.
I'll be there always, part of your dynamic and developing activities. Always there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So your audio is not.
I want to say the World Ocean Day is for ocean, but the ocean is for us, sir. And
yes,
and
sure.
to celebrate a day like this, we have to look into the perspectives of us as human, what we can give back. We can be multiple in multiple professions that may not converge, but our essential responsibilities are should converge towards the conservation and a better planet. And that's exactly what this day is celebrated for, to champion, to commemorate, to let us remind always that we have one planet, and it's mostly comprised of ocean. So we have minimal of chances to secure our generation. So with this prayer, I thank you, all of you who patiently were with us for the whole period of time and briefly in different talks. It's a pleasure to have all of you at ECSF. ECSF is an open platform. Please kindly contact us if we can facilitate any sort of education and research regarding estuaries and coasts and marine issues. We would be happy to do that. With that, we are ending the webinar, and a very happy World Ocean Day to all of you. Thank you. Now I'm ending the meeting. So thank you all of you. I'm just
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saurav. Nice, Dr. Rao. All my friends who are here. Hope it was a very endearing and very fruitful day for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saurav.
Thank you. Bye.